For the next 1,000 days, I'll be transforming into a ton of different golems. Using my variety of abilities, I'll overcome the toughest of foes and endure all kinds of terrain. Will I be able to hold up against the enemies that stand in my path, or will I be crushed to dust? You'll have to watch until the end to find out. On day 1, I spawned in as a baby Sand Golem in my Sand Golem colony. Surrounding me were my mom and my dad.
Hello, son. We're gonna show you so many amazing things in the name of the Water Sphinx.
Suddenly, the sky turned dark and rain began to pour onto me and my people. Sand golems turned to mud left and right as panic set in. The Water Sphinx stepped forward, bashing through our front gate.
One of your people has committed a grave crime, and for that, you will all be punished!
The Water Sphinx unleashed his aquatic army onto our home, and the remaining golems ran for their lives. My parents and I took cover inside of a cave underneath the pyramid. We thought we were safe, only to be ambushed by the Sphinx's water minions. My parents tried to protect me, but one of the minions managed to slip past them.
Gonzo, look out!
My mom protected me from the attack, causing her to melt into a puddle of mud. Mom, no! I became enraged and suddenly grew into a stronger form. I now had 5 more hearts and new sand powers. Armed with my abilities, I joined my dad in battle. Together, we fought off the minions the best we could, but they were too powerful. My dad got hit with a heavy blow, leaving him gravely wounded.
Bronzo, find your uncle. He'll know what to do.
He turned into mud before my very eyes, and the minions closed in on me next. I was forced to run for my life. On day 2, I ran through the cave system as water minions continued to ambush me through cracks in the walls.
You can't escape us!
I'll at least go down trying. I took care to deal with my pursuers. I used my powers to seal the cracks in the wall with sand, blocking each of the entrances one by one. Soon, I was able to keep them at bay. Why is the Water Sphinx doing this to us? We worship him. Just then, the ceiling collapsed, unleashing a powerful giant turtle, along with a massive waterfall.
Your people have offended him, and now you face divine punishment.
The turtle wasted no time in blasting me with an enormous jet of gushing water, causing me immense damage. It then called in a group of sea urchins that shot spikes into my softened body. I couldn't last much longer, but suddenly, my uncle jumped in at the nick of time.
Take this!
He used the mysterious amulet around his neck to freeze the giant turtle in place. Uncle, what's going on?
I'll explain everything later, but we need to get out of here.
On day 3, my uncle took me to an old Water Sphinx shrine to find that it was in complete ruin.
I'm sorry to drag you into this, my boy. It's time that I explained everything. For years, our people have been terrorized by fire beasts, and it was looking like our home was going to be lost forever. I begged our Water Sphinx god for help, but he refused, so I had to take matters into my own hands. I stole his aquatic amulet and used its power to free our people from the wrathful beasts. However, the Water Sphinx found out, and he wants revenge. Now he's after us, Sand Golems, and won't stop until we're all killed.
Can't you just return the amulet?
It's too late for that now! You will all pay in blood!
Suddenly, the Water Sphinx burst from behind a ruined wall and pounced onto my uncle, dragging him into a nearby water pool. Uncle! I tried to jump in after him, but the water caused me to take damage, as if I had touched lava. I spotted an alternate escape route and ran through it instead, determined to save my only remaining family. On days 4 through 5, I found myself in a watery cave, confronted by a pit of water. Hang in there, Uncle. I'm coming for you. I began to use the platforms to jump over the terrifying pit. One wrong move would send me straight into the deadly water below. I managed to make it across, but was immediately met with a massive waterfall blocking my path. Where did they go? Suddenly, I heard a familiar scream. My uncle was behind the waterfall. Oh no, I need to get through. I tried to run through with brute force, but I took massive damage in the process. I quickly thought up a plan B and activated my powers. creating a cover to shield me from the incoming water. With the path now cleared, I ran deeper inside before it was too late. On days 6 through 7, I arrived on the other side of the waterfall to find my uncle cornered by the Water Sphinx. Let him go!
Please! I'll never forgive a petty thief like him!
The Water Sphinx unleashed a powerful attack, leaving my uncle gravely wounded.
Bronzo, protect our people, no matter what.
Just like my parents before him, he melted away into mud, leaving nothing but the aquatic amulet behind. I was too late. Uncle, no! The Water Sphinx reclaimed his artifact, empowering him to be even stronger than he was before, with new ice powers.
My punishment has only just begun. I won't stop until you all pay for your uncle's crime.
He began to flood the cavern and lunged at me with his colossal claws. In a moment of desperation, I destroyed the ground under me and fell deeper into the cave in hopes of escaping death. On days 8 through 9, I landed deeper inside of the cavern to find that it was beginning to flood all around me. I need to get out of here before I'm drowned. I ran through the cave and used my sand powers to hold myself up inside of a room. Suddenly, I spotted a strange spherical artifact waiting on a pedestal. What is that? As if by instinct, I grabbed the artifact, causing me to gain 5 more hearts and a new ground-shaking slam attack. Suddenly, the room began to spring leaks around me left and right. I was going to drown inside of my own safe room. I have to stop the water. I tried to seal the holes, but there were too many to keep up. Every hole I filled was soon replaced with more. Just as I thought I was done for, a fire snake burrowed into the cavern.
Come with me if you want to live.
I took my chance and fled with the fire snake just before the water collapsed into the room. On days 10 through 12, I escaped to the surface with the help of the fire snake. Thank you, but who are you?
My name is Blaze, and I need the help of a Sand Golem. My home is flooding.
I'll help anyone in need. Take me there. I followed Blaze to his colony to find that it was flooded by constant rain. The colony's buildings were being submerged, and the fire snakes had escaped, hiding on the tall hills. I expected to take damage from the storm, but to my surprise, I was immune. This must be thanks to my upgrade. I better save as many people as I can. I used my Sand Golem powers to manipulate the earth and create sandstone bridges for the stranded snakes to cross over. Finally, I crafted a shelter for all of the fire mobs to take cover from the storm.
The rain hasn't stopped in days. You need to go to the source and destroy it.
Leave it to me. Blaze handed me the other clue. I set off to save their village. On days 13 through 15, I followed the map until I found a massive water stone on the ground. That must be the source of the rain. Time to end this. I took a few steps towards the stone, but was stopped in my tracks by a giant lobster.
A Sand Golem that can endure the rain? I doubt you can endure this.
The giant lobster unleashed a giant attack on me, which I narrowly managed to dodge. Out of my way! I jumped into battle and fought back with my sand abilities. The giant lobster smashed his claws against each other and slammed the ground, creating rapid white waves that pushed me back. I had no way of getting to him unless I powered through these painful waves that he kept sending out. I got back on my feet and was able to get close to him, but he then picked me up with his gigantic lobster claws and threw me as far as he could. We went back and forth, but unfortunately, the rain weakened my powers while strengthening the giant lobster. I'm gonna lose! I need to destroy that stone! I tried to make a run for the real target, only for the giant lobster to hit me with a heavy blow, knocking me away.
Looks like this battle is over.
The giant lobster closed in to finish me, but as a last resort, I used my powers to send a shockwave towards the water stone. The vibrations set through the ground and into the rock, causing it to shatter. Now that the stone was destroyed, the rain cleared from the sky. I have the upper hand now. I went back in with my ground slam and continued the fight against the giant lobster. Thanks to the disappearance of the rain, I was now doing much more damage than before, while the giant lobster was doing less. With one final blow, I was able to defeat the giant lobster once and for all. Take that, you sea roach! I returned to the fire snake colony, who were overjoyed that their home was saved. The water had dried up, allowing the lava to return.
Wow, I can't believe it. I thought our home would be gone forever.
Don't mention it. It's the least I could do.
Thank you for everything. Please take this.
Blaze handed me a powerful totem, causing my body to once again transform. I grew bigger in size and gained fragments of red sandstone armor throughout my body. I now had 20 hearts and new Sand Golem fist attacks. If I keep getting stronger, I might be able to defeat the Water Sphinx.
That's optimistic thinking.
The celebration was short-lived as the Water Sphinx arrived and unleashed his aquatic powers onto the fire snake's colony.
Dead. I want you all dead.
On days 19 through 22, the fire snake colony was under attack by the wrathful Water Sphinx. The fire snakes ran for their lives as water transformed their lava pits into obsidian. I watched in horror as some of the snakes got trapped inside of the obsidian blocks, and others were killed by the Water Sphinx might.
We have to get you out of here. Come with me.
Blaze led me to a secret escape route, but to my dismay, the path was full of lava. I can't swim across, but I have an idea. I used my sand attacks onto the lava pit, causing them to mix together. I managed to create a glass bridge over the treacherous terrain. I began to walk slowly over the path. I had to be careful since the delicate glass was unstable under my weight. Suddenly, a Water Sphinx minion arrived. He had found our escape route.
You're not getting away.
The water minion jumped onto the glass, but the extra weight was too much for the bridge. It shattered under his feet, and he fell into the lava. Unfortunately, his destruction had caused a chain reaction. The glass continued to break behind me. The bridge was going down.
Bronzo, run!
On days 23 through 26, I was running as my glass bridge shattered behind me. The glass was breaking faster than I could run. It was clear that at this rate, I wasn't going to make it. Here goes nothing! I took a leap of faith towards the other side of the lava pit as I narrowly landed on the other side and escaped the area with Blaze. That's the second time you've saved me. Would you like to team up?
After what that Water Sphinx did to my village, I'd be happy to.
Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a little sand spider scurry by. I wasn't sure why, but I felt a connection to him. What the? That was a sand mob like me! Come back! I followed after the spider in hopes of finding a clue. Eventually, they led me to a pyramid and scurried into the surface. I followed close behind. I wasn't going to let them escape. I've got you now. Just then, I stepped onto a pressure plate by mistake, setting off a trap. Arrows shot out of the walls, and they flew straight towards me. Before the arrows could pierce into me, I used my powers to form a sand cocoon around myself. I was able to shield myself from the trap. Yikes! Looks like this place is more dangerous than I thought. I dropped my cocoon and continued deeper into the pyramid, now taking more caution than before of my surroundings. I walked through the treacherous halls of the pyramid, nearly falling into multiple traps as I did. Thankfully, I was equipped with my sand abilities, allowing me to make it out of each sticky situation intact. Where is that sand spider? This place is going to kill me! Just then, I saw the spider scurry by. There you are! I chased after them, but as I turned a corner, a rogue scorpion dropped from the ceiling in front of me, scaring me stiff. I stumbled backwards and accidentally set off another trap. The floor opened under my feet and I plummeted into a pitfall below. On days 31 through 34, I landed into the bottom of the pit to find myself in a room full of poisonous scorpions. Looks like I have to fight my way out of this one. The scorpions swarmed into me, trying to infect me with their venomous stings. I used my martial art attacks to keep them back as I tried to get around them, but no matter what turn I took, they were were able to surround me. They closed in further, getting dangerously close to poisoning me, but I retaliated by summoning a giant sand fist. Thankfully, I was much larger than them, so I was able to use my sand attacks to squish them one by one. The battle raged on, and over time, their poison began to take a toll. I continued to fight with everything I had until I was the last one standing. However, in the end, I was left with low health. Just then, I spotted the sand spider scurry by once again. Hey, come back! I chased after the bug, not wanting him to escape this time. Eventually, we arrived in a large room where I used my sand powers to create a cage around the sand spider. I had him right where I wanted. Why are you running from me? I need your help.
I needed to take you here so we could begin the trial.
Trial? Suddenly, the tiny spider transformed into a monstrous form, breaking out of the cage like nothing.
The trial of the desert begins now.
I braced myself as the beast charged towards me. On days 35 through 38, the monstrous sand spider was attacking me with everything he had. I was already low health from the previous battle, so I was left with no choice but to run. I was chased through the pyramid as the eight-legged beast crawled fast behind me. Take this! I turned around and used my ground-shattering slam to destroy the glass bridge, but he just passed through the lava like it was nothing.
Is that all you've got?
The sand spider retaliated with a sand vortex attack, but I was able to dodge it. The sand vortex attack exploded with powerful force, obliterating the wall, causing it to collapse and reveal another passage. I rushed to the other side, where I found the Eye of the Desert artifact standing before me. I grabbed a hold of my new prize, granting me 5 additional hearts and the sand vortex, just as the sand spider broke into the room himself. I'm not running anymore. Bring it on! I embraced the new abilities and fought back against the raging sand beast. The two of us traded blows, but with the sand artifact on my side, I was a force to be reckoned with. The gigantic sand spider jumped into the air, crashing down on top of me. I used my powers to jump around and dodge his attacks, catching him off guard, landing a heavy hit with my Sand Golem fist. I wasn't able to stay out of his line of sight for long until he found me and began blasting his sticky webbing towards me. I retaliated, using my newly acquired sand vortex attacks, giving him a taste of his own medicine. The sand spider did not hesitate at all and also attacked me with his sand vortex. We kept going back and forth, landing attacks on each other. I was able to catch him off guard and landed numerous hits on him. I struck down the sand spider, causing him to return back to his previous small form.
Congratulations! You have passed the trial of the desert. You are worthy of using that artifact, and I will now serve you.
Awesome! I always welcome new friends, even if they tried to kill me. Our celebration was short-lived as the ceiling exploded, revealing a water falcon in the sky above.
Well, I found the runaway Sand Golem. Time for you to face your punishment.
On days 39 through 42, the pyramid was under attack by the water falcon. Pieces of the structure were collapsing all around us. This place is going down! Run! The sand spider and I ran out of the pyramid just as it collapsed completely behind us. Unfortunately, the water falcon wasn't done yet.
You won't get away that easily.
The water falcon tried to strike me down with his water attacks from the sky above. Giant orbs of water rained down on me, threatening to turn my sand to mud. I was able to avoid the worst of his water, leaping up to land melee attacks on him in midair. He dove down in his explosive fashion, joining me on the ground. He conjured watery chains and attempted to strike me with them, but my superior agility allowed me to dodge them at every turn. On the ground, it was clear that I had the advantage, so he returned to the skies and started firing beams of water down at me. Luckily, I was able to use my sand vortex to knock him out of the sky. He lost control of his flight, crashing behind the distant sand dunes. The sand spider and I escaped the area, but just as we thought we were safe, the water falcon ambushed us again. Duck! Out of nowhere, Blaze jumped in and used the lava attack on the aquatic bird. The lava mixed with his water body and transformed the enemy into a block of obsidian. We were saved! Thanks, Blaze. That was quite the hit.
Don't sweat it.
I noticed that the Falcon had dropped a map on the ground, and so I picked it up for safekeeping. Water base? This could be a chance to get a new lead. You guys stay here. My allies agreed, and I followed the map to see what secrets it held. On days 43 through 46, I arrived at the location on the map and discovered a secret Water Sphinx base. When I took a closer look, I saw some of my Sand Golem people trapped on a conveyor belt that would lead into a deadly pit of water.
The time has come. All of you will die. Prepare for your doom.
The minion powered on the belt, and the Sand Golems began to inch closer towards their watery demise. No! I have to help them! Determined to save my people, I ran into the base and began to use my sand powers to fight off the minions one by one. Although the minions fought tooth and nail to slow me down, I forced myself through them and made it to the conveyor belt. Using my Sand Golem powers, I destroyed the machinery, causing the conveyor belt to move to a halt. I smashed through the cages holding my people and successfully saved them from death.
Runzo, we're so happy to see you're okay.
Suddenly, clouds gathered in the sky, making it go black. Lightning struck, and the Water Sphinx appeared, wanting to stop me.
Who dares to interfere with my plans?
On days 47 through 50, I was confronted by the Water Sphinx himself. You have gone too far. Your evil will stop here.
So it's you. You're starting to be a real pain. I'm going to do what I should have done a long time ago.
Ha! You're going to have to give me your worst. The ferocious feline lunged at me with his razor-sharp claws. I braced myself for battle. He used his mighty claw attack on me, showing me the might of a god. But I wasn't going to give up so easily. I flew high into the sky, attempting to avoid his heavy hits. Even then, once I touched the ground, he had the upper paw. I tried my best to dodge his hits, but the mighty Water Sphinx was able to attack long range with his icy powers. I was able to push him back, but he was not budging no matter what I threw at him. Those claws were still as sharp as ever. His ice attacks followed me, no matter how much I dodged his hits. My sand attacks did nothing to him, not even my powerful sand vortex. I tried my best to put down the beast, but even with my upgrades, he was too powerful. It isn't enough. I'm going to lose. The Water Sphinx went in for another attack, but before he could hit me, a wall of sand shielded me. I turned around and saw all my Sand Golem allies working together to protect me with their abilities.
We'll handle this. Run. You're our only hope in defeating the Water Sphinx.
Thanks, everyone. I'll be back. I promise. With a heavy heart, I ran away while I had the chance, leaving my Sand Golem allies behind for now. On days 51 through 54, I reunited with Blaze and the Sand Spider and started to tell them about my encounter with my fellow Sand Golems who were captured.
Runzo, you're back. How did it go?
Not great. I was attacked by the Water Sphinx. I need to find more artifacts.
I have a friend that might be able to help you, but they aren't very nice to strangers.
I have to try anything. My people's lives are on the line.
All right, just be careful.
Yeah, what will we do if you die?
Don't worry, I won't. Blaze handed me a map, and I set off. After a bit of traveling, I arrived at a forest temple, surrounded by a stone golem village, full of golems of all shapes and sizes. Just then, one of them spotted me.
Intruder, everyone attack!
The golems came running towards me and beat me down with their rock-solid fists. I used my Sand Slash and Sand Cyclone attacks, but it did nothing against their hard stone exterior. I didn't use my stronger powers because I didn't want to hurt them. Instead, I begged them to listen. No, please, I'm friendly. Blaze sent me here.
Did he just say Blaze? Stop!
The golems all stopped attacking as their leader stepped forward.
If Blaze sent you, then you can't be all bad.
Yeah, I'm not a bad guy. In fact, I'm pretty good.
But to know if you are truly trustworthy, you must prove yourself by passing our trials.
Trials? Bring it on. On days 55 through 58, I was taken to my first trial, an obstacle course positioned over a dangerous pit of lava.
Your first challenge is to cross this obstacle course successfully.
All right, this can't be too complicated, right?
I wouldn't speak too soon.
What does that mean?
Time starts now. Go!
Using the platform that marked my path, I began to jump over the boiling magma. I was making good progress until mid-jump, a flame shot out from the fire. and hit the platform in front of me. It crumbled and it fell towards the lava below. I thought fast and used my sand abilities to create glass beneath me, saving me from instant death by fire. I built a bridge of glass and made it to the other side, technically completing the first challenge. I did it!
My, how innovative, but the trials have only just begun.
Bring it on! On days 59 through 62, I was taken to the next trial, where one of the other Stone Golem citizens was waiting for me in a big open field.
We honor the art and skill set of building. Build me something, and the better build wins.
Build you something better? Better than what?
Well, better than this.
The Stone Golem went first, creating a magnificent building of stone.
Beat that.
You're not making it easy for me, huh?
Never said they were going to be simple trials.
All right. Give me a minute. I took a moment to begin to focus. If I wanted to complete this trial, I would need all of my strength. Once I was ready, I unleashed my sand powers and constructed a magnificent palace made of sand. Behold, my ultimate sand castle.
What? But that's impossible. It's not fair. Mommy!
The Stone Golem citizen ran away in tears, and it was evident that I was the winner of the trial. Well, what's the verdict?
I think it's clear who the winner is. Prepare for the final trial.
I'm ready for anything. I followed behind the Stone Golem leader and headed towards the last area. On days 63 through 66, I was taken to my final trial inside of an arena. What are we doing here?
You must prove your strength. The final trial is a battle against me.
We're battling? This I can definitely do. Let's go! Without warning, the leader of the Stone Golem summoned men to attack me. The battle had begun. His swarm of Golem minions came after me with everything they had, while he watched me struggle against their numbers. I fought off the swarm of mods with my sand attacks, and turned to focus on the leader when they were taken care of. I charged right at the leader with everything I had. He began spewing out ancient energy blasts towards me, and I did my best to dodge his hits. I sent out everything I had, ranging from martial arts hits and my sand attacks. Jaws of the earth came from the ground, attempting to trap me in their stone grasp. I was fast and agile enough to make sure I wouldn't get caught by the leader, who made ancient magic fall down from the sky, piercing my body as it surrounded me. It made my sand skin burn, but it wasn't anything I couldn't handle. I used my martial arts abilities and was able to land numerous hits on him, as he had very limited movement due to his massive size. We were neck and neck, and it was anyone's game. Take that!
Not bad, but can you take this?
The Stone Golem leader went in and tried to trip me up with his ancient rain attack. Unfortunately for him, I dodged it, leaving him wide open. It's time to end this. I went in for the finishing blow and struck him down with a ground-quaking slam attack. I had won the duel.
I admit my defeat. The Stone Golems are now your allies.
Thank you. I will give them my utmost respect. Just then, clouds began to gather in the sky again, bringing a feeling of dread with it.
Water mobs are attacking. We must hurry back to the village.
On days 67 through 70, I arrived at the village to find that it was being flooded. Everyone, over here! Come take cover! I gathered up the stone golems and used my powers to create a shelter of sandstone. For the time being, this place is filling up so fast!
We need to find the source of the flooding before our entire city is underwater.
Leave it to me! I left the stone golems in their shelter and began my search for the source of the chaos. After searching for a while, I found a water crab monster messing with a mysterious artifact.
Here it is. The Sand Golem will never get his hands on this.
Oh yeah? Take this!
Huh? Take what?
I ambushed the oversized crab and began to beat him down with all of my attacks. Although I had the initial advantage, his shell provided him with enough armor to survive. The crab monster came after me, snapping his claws violently to try and cut me down to size. He began attacking me with his mighty claws, and I kept throwing everything I had at him, but he swung his shell towards me, defending himself from my hits. Bubbles flew through the air rapidly towards me. Each bubble portal bursted the second it touched my sandy skin. I fought back with everything I had, but the rain was powering him up. This was an unfair battle from the start. In a desperate attempt to get an edge, I went for the artifact and grabbed it, causing me to gain 5 hearts, and my cyclone became much stronger, tearing through anything in its path.
No! The artifact!
Let's see who's stronger now. I went after the water crab with my new abilities, overwhelming him with incredible strength. We clashed, but it was only a matter of time before I won the battle. The sky cleared, and I returned to the stone golems to tell them the good news. The golems were overjoyed that I saved their homes as their leader stepped forward. Is everything okay?
Yes, thank you for saving our home. We wish to help you with your quest to defeat the Water Sphinx. Come with me. I have something that might help you.
Thank you. Lead the way. I followed the stone golem leader to see what he had to offer for my journey. On days 71 through 74, I was taken to the mysterious temple in the middle of the town. A strange energy seemed to emanate from it. Whoa, what is this place?
This is the temple of my people. It should provide you knowledge in your search for power.
Here goes nothing. I walked through the entrance of the temple when suddenly I was sent into a vision. What just happened? I watched as some sort of ice creature was being chased away by the Water Sphinx.
Hand over that artifact!
The creature activated their ice abilities, freezing the artifact in a block of solid ice. The Water Sphinx struck them down, and I returned back to reality. What was that artifact? It could be the key to saving my people. I have to find out. With my new clue in mind, I began to head north in search of the frozen artifact from my vision. On days 75 through 78, I arrived in a snowy biome only to be stopped by a narrow ice bridge hanging over a bottomless pit. This doesn't look very stable, but I guess there's no way across. I carefully began to walk over the slippery ice, trying my best to keep from falling into the depths below. Unfortunately, I accidentally misstepped, sending me sliding off the edge. I used my powers to save myself with a pillar of sand, but I had already made a grave mistake. My screams had set off something even worse as the ground began to tremble. Oh no! Avalanche! I tried to jump back towards the bridge, but I wasn't fast enough. Snow collapsed onto me, and everything went dark. On days 79 through 82, I woke up inside of an excavation site, being watched closely by players trapped inside of a cage. Ow, my head. What happened?
Oh my god, the golem is alive! We must dissect it!
Oh, this is going to be great. Can I go first?
Dissect? I'm not your lab rat.
No, of course not! You're our lab golem, obviously.
I'm not your science experiment at all. I used my powers to break out of the cage, but the players weren't going to let me off easy.
He's getting away! Get him!
Not so fast, buddy.
The players took out their weapons and came after me with everything they had. However, their diamond swords wouldn't stop me. I used my cyclone powers to knock them back and construct a cage of sandstone around them. Those players weren't going to get me now.
Ow! My leg!
Let us out.
Sorry guys, you started it. Just then, I noticed a treasure map on the ground and picked it up. This might lead to the artifact, but only one way to find out. On days 83 through 86, I followed the map until I found the frozen artifact from my vision. The artifact! There it is! I reached out towards it when a Leviathan came out and stopped me.
You're not getting your gritty hands on that. The Water Sphinx will rule over all.
Hey, my hands may be a lot of things, but gritty isn't one of them.
Whatever, I'm gonna destroy you regardless.
I'd like to see you try. Without warning, the serpent came after me with a heavy bite attack. I fought them back with my sand powers, and I was beginning to get the upper hand. The Leviathan fell back into the water, where he was most agile, making it hard for me to land any attacks, as I couldn't go into the water. I did my best to land attacks on him, but he was just too fast in the water. The Leviathan continued throwing deadly water attacks at me that stung no matter how much I tried to dodge his hits. I gathered up all the energy I had and jumped across the water onto another glacier, gaining height advantage against him. I caught him off guard and was able to land a handful of hits on him before I jumped back onto the main glacier. The Leviathan came out of the water and ran towards me, back on the ice, ready to continue our deadly battle. He continued throwing everything he had at me, attacks ranging from whirlwinds to water slashes. I went in for the finishing blow, knocking them backwards onto the iceberg, holding the artifact. Feel my wrath! the Leviathan's body froze over and became one of brilliant ice. I had accidentally transformed my foe into an empowered ice Leviathan.
Thanks for the new powers.
Oh no, they're stronger!
Think fast.
The Ice Leviathan lunged at me, but a single hit from their new ice abilities were enough to make me black out. On days 87 through 90, I found myself in a dream realm. Standing before me were my parents.
Son, how are ya?
Mom? Dad? Am I dead?
No, you are simply knocked out.
And now you two are here.
We're so happy to see you.
I am too. I wish I could stay here with you forever.
As much as we wish that too, you must return back to the real world and stop the Water Sphinx. Our people are in danger.
But how? The Ice Leviathan was too powerful for me.
You've made it this far thanks to your willpower. Gather your strength and push even harder than before.
I love you, Mom and Dad. Our people need me, and I won't let them down. I took a deep breath and listened to my dad's advice. I gathered up my strength, and soon I woke up back in the real world with full health. Hey, bozo, miss me?
I killed you.
That's what you thought. My parents gave me a second chance, and there's no way I'm going to blow it. Let's finish this once and for all. My heart burnt with determination as I ran in for round 2. On days 91 through 93, I was once again fighting the Ice Leviathan. But this time, I wasn't going to waste the second chance my parents had given me. I used my sand attacks on him to try and keep him at bay, while he zapped me down with his ice abilities. He was tough, but I had an idea. I used my ground slam attack and smashed the monster into the iceberg once again.
You fool. That won't stop me.
You think that was me trying to stop you? Think again. The impact caused the iceberg to crack open, freeing the artifact I had been looking for. I took my chance to snag it, granting me 5 more hearts and the ultimate sand ray. Now this is me trying to stop you. Armed with my new abilities, I struck down the Leviathan, beating him once and for all. Thanks, Mom and Dad. The Water Sphinx won't know what hit him. Suddenly, Blaze the fire snake slithered towards me in a frenzy. Blaze, is that you?
Bronzo, thank goodness I found you. Come back with me. We found out critical information on the Water Sphinx.
On days 94 through 96, I returned to my allies to see what they had discovered. What's going on?
While you were away, we did some investigating and found out the Water Sphinx is planning a big attack.
A big attack? What do you mean?
Since he can't capture you, he's going to flood the entire world.
What? That means he's going to take everyone and everything down with the Sand Golems.
We don't have much time. He's going to go through with this plan in just a few days. But we don't know where he's hiding.
What are we gonna do? We'll be doomed if this plan goes through.
It's going to take a lot to conquer him.
Good thing I have this.
Blaze handed me a map that led to another water mob base. Nice. I'll start here. Wish me luck.
Good luck, Bronzo.
If anyone can do this, it's you.
Without another moment to waste, I followed the map to see what I could discover. On days 97 through 98, I made it to the water base, where I hoped to find the whereabouts of the Water Sphinx. I stealthed around the area, but with no luck. Every entrance was heavily guarded, and there was no way in. I was beginning to run out of time. Every second wasted here was another second that brought the Water Sphinx evil plans closer. I don't have time for this. Charge! Confident in my skills, I ambushed the guards with my sand attacks. At the beginning of my journey, they would have given me much more trouble, but I had grown much stronger. I managed to take out hordes of the minions all by myself. I finally reached the center of the base, where I found another map. That must lead to the Water Sphinx.
Not so fast.
To my surprise, a water guard stepped forward, and I could tell just by looking at him, he was stronger than the other enemies. The water guard and I clashed towards each other, a battle between sand and water. He summoned his shark minions, attempting to bite me with their sharp razor teeth. I did my best to avoid them, as I knew that the main goal was the water guard himself. He swung his trident, landing numerous hits on me, but I equally matched his attacks. The water guard pulled me into the water vortex, holding me captive in a massive ball of water. All I could do was wait it out until I was out of the water prison. No matter how many attacks we exchanged, we were evenly matched. I knew I couldn't wait much longer fighting him. I used my sand vortex powers to trap him in a pile of sand and snagged the map before he could kill me.
Mark my words, I'll find you!
On day 99, I arrived at the Water Sphinx temple with my allies. Thanks to the map, I was able to find it easily.
He's gonna execute his plan soon.
Then there's not a second to waste. With a roar, everyone marched into the temple, ready to fight. It wasn't long before the water guard from before stopped me though.
You should have listened to my warning.
He struck at me, but my allies came to my aid before he could do much. Thanks, everyone! The sand spider turned into his gigantic spider form. Both of my friends landed numerous hits on the water guard. Fire flew out from Blaze's mouth, hurting him immensely. The water guard threw everything he had at us, but they were no match for my friends and I. No matter how big his attacks were, we were still able to land hits on him. As expected, he was strong, but thanks to my friend's support, I was able to strike him down. Unfortunately, as soon as he fell, I noticed more guards running towards us.
We'll hold these guys off. Get to the Water Sphinx.
Thank you for everything. With my goal in mind, I ran ahead. On day 100, I arrived inside of the temple, where the Water Sphinx was preparing his final attack on the world. I had to stop him.
There you are, the Sand Golem that's been causing me all this trouble. This will be the day you die.
I can't believe we used to worship you. You're a monster.
Your kind is getting what it deserves. Never steal from a god!
We did it to defend ourselves, and I'm prepared to keep fighting. I'm going to defend us from you.
Do your worst.
The Water Sphinx jumped down, joining me on equal ground. The final battle between ice and sand. I used my martial arts attacks on him, slamming my fist down and dodging his hits. The Water Sphinx made ice come down from the sky, attempting to trap me, but it did nothing against me. I threw my sand vortex at him, holding him captive and letting me take a breather before he was free. Chains came down from the sky, attempting to trap me on the ground. I jumped over him, making him disoriented, and I gained the upper hand. Water beams came out of his mouth towards me, but no matter what he did, I still stood strong. I slammed the ground, and he went backwards, losing his footing, and then I managed to land numerous hits back. The Sphinx was tough, the strongest opponent I have ever faced, but I was tougher.
Take this!
He used his water beam attack, but I endured it in the name of everyone who had fallen to his evil ways. For my family! For my friends! I landed the finishing blow and saved the world from evil. Bronzo! Suddenly, I found an irresistible hunger for blood consume me as my mind shifted into my next body. I knew my journey had only just begun. On day 1, I spawned in as a baby blood golem with 10 hearts. Oh yeah, I'm a red-blooded rebel. I started testing out my abilities and found out I could send ripples through the ground with my axe of 1,000 metals. I looked to see if there was anybody around me, but I saw no one in sight. Hello? Anyone around? In the midst of the creepy stillness, I was ambushed by some spiders. Quick, let me use my axe. I was able to knock some up, but I was too frail to kill them all, so I ran away. As I was running through the forest, I stumbled upon Steve.
Oh wow, I've never seen a golem like you before. I gotta have you.
Before I could even speak, Steve tried capturing me, so I gushed out of there and outran him. Phew, that was close. I'm tired. Oh, maybe I can go sleep under that nice-looking tree. On day 2, I woke up feeling energized, and I decided to build an awesome base. I will create the coolest home anyone's ever seen. I started gathering up some wood to make a crafting table, and some tools, such as a pickaxe and sword. Ooh, I'm starving. What should I eat? I walked around the plains and found a nice village with several different crops to choose from. Don't mind if I do. As I was stealing some of the crops, I started getting attacked by an iron golem. This guy is so big! I gotta run! As I ran away, I noticed that one of the villagers praised the iron golem for trying to kill me, which made me upset, but also feel kind of bad for him. He probably has no choice but to listen to his creator. Oh well. It was getting dark, so I went to find a cave where I could rest for the night. On day 3, I left the cave and found a nice place to call home. Wow, would you look at that? This is the perfect spot, all red and creepy. I started chopping down some trees so that I could build my base. I'm gonna need some more supplies. I wanted my home to look epic, so I went mining for some stone. Then, suddenly, I started getting swarmed by blood skeletons. Oh no, the fireballs! The skeletons overwhelmed me with their attacks, so I dodged as many as I could and ran out of the cave. I still hadn't eaten anything and started hearing my stomach growl. Just then, I found a piece of land full of chickens. Ooh, come here, you little chickens. After killing some, I took the meat with me and headed home to do some cooking. This bloody golem deserves a feast. It was such a long day, so I devoured my food and went to bed. On days 4 through 5, I started feeling lonely, knowing I was the only golem who was free in the world. I need more friends. There must be more golems around here. I started searching for more golems and couldn't see any in sight. So I decided to go back to that same village from earlier. When I arrived, I found the iron golem and decided to have a chat. Hello, fellow golem. I have some questions to ask you. I asked him why he listened to the mean villagers, knowing he was much stronger than them.
I'm not gonna lie, one day I would explode if they keep me like this.
And then a villager approached him. Get to work, you golem. Why aren't you defending the village? You're useless. The iron golem started bursting with anger and couldn't take it anymore. He then went crazy and killed the villager.
You should go now. This won't end well for me.
I listened to the golem and started running away, watching him be bombarded by the villagers. I couldn't stand to watch. On days 6 through 8, I went mining after all that chaos. I was able to collect tons of iron. While I was mining though, I had a strange feeling. Something seems odd. I feel like someone is watching me. Who's out there? Am I acting paranoid? I still had a feeling that someone was following me, so I looked around and saw an amethyst golem spying on me. Whoa, come back here, you sneaky golem. I started chasing him until we reached a dead end and saw that the poor little guy was extremely terrified. He then started telling me that his family was taken by some humans. Don't worry, little guy, I'll be your friend. Let's name you Chip. I then went home and took Chip along for the ride. On days 9 through 10, I started building a room for Chip, adding many cute details to make him feel at home. I then began building a nice farm using some of the crops that I stole from the village. Well, these crops came in handy. I needed to go shear some sheep, so I left the base and headed off to do some searching. I looked around and found some sheep on a nice patch of grass. I then attained some of their wool and killed them for their meat. I ate some of the delicious raw mutton, and then something crazy happened. Whoa! After that tasty meal, I gained 25 hearts. Not only did I gain hearts, but I turned into a bigger golem and was able to teleport with my new Enderman hand ability. Suddenly, I got attacked by a giant redstone golem. Perfect timing. I can test out my new powers. The golem was too powerful. Not even my new powers could defeat him. So instead, I teleported away. I wonder why another golem would want to attack me. I thought I was one of them. After doing some thinking, I headed home and made some beds for Chip and I to get a good night's sleep. On day 11, I had an insane dream. I was in some sort of factory. What the heck? Why are all these golems working on an assembly line? Suddenly, a mysterious man walked up to me. Like what you see. Who are you? And what are you doing with all these golems? Oh, me? I'm Osnorb, aka Anti-Bronzo. And these little creatures work and exist strictly to serve me. Osnorb? That's so dumb. It's just Bronzo spelled backwards. Silence. So you must be the one causing chaos among the golem species. That's why that redstone golem attacked me. Oh yes, the redstone golem is one of my latest creations. You can't just create golems to do all your dirty work. We have rights too. That's where you're wrong. You see, I'm gonna rule every last golem there is on this planet, including you. You're insane for creating such a thing. I'm gonna stop you and free all the golems in the land. Golems shouldn't be servants for players. They should be equals, fighting side by side. Well, good luck trying to stop me and my mutant golem army. Obsidian Golem, come to me. No! Just like that, I woke up and knew what I had to do. From days 12 through 15, I hurried off to tell Chip about my dream. That's great and all, Chip, but we're gonna need more help if we want to stop Osnorb. We need to find more golems and bring them here, the Golem Sanctuary. First, I had to build more rooms for future golems to stay in. Now we're gonna have so much space. Next, I wanted to have some sheep live at the base to make the place look more alive, so I built a pen. I need some of this wheat for the sheep. I traveled and found some sheep. Using my wheat, I lured them back to the base and into the pen. I even grabbed some poppies along the way. They're missing something. Oh, I know. I placed all the poppies around my home. It looked amazing. The Golem Sanctuary is really coming to life. I used the rest of the flowers to make red dye and dyed some of the sheep red. They kind of look like blood sheep now. I wasted no time. I went adventuring for more golems to team up with. On days 16 to 19, I was exploring when I came across a new village. I wonder if I can make any new golem friends here. While looking through the village, I saw a strange-looking golem, a furnace golem, who looked sad. What's wrong, buddy?
All these villagers keep making me work for them. Smell this, fight that. It's so tiring.
I don't think any golem should be forced to do anything.
Well, what do you think I should do? Say no? So punish me.
We then came up with a plot to revolt and kill all the villagers in the town. Attack! Together we took down the villagers, and I used my powers to launch them into the sky, and I could outspeed them with my teleportation. The furnace golem used the flames within them to set the villagers on fire. Look at them burn! Finally, there was only one villager left.
Please, let me live.
No, you must be punished for how you treated the furnace golem. I then somehow lifted the villager into the air and glitched him out of existence. After that massacre, I went to go speak to the furnace golem. We did it!
Thank you so much for helping me. Here, take some coals for your troubles.
Thank you, but I'm always happy to help set other golems free. Hey, why don't you come live with me at my base?
I like that. Beats living in this ghost town.
I see what you did there. We then set off back to my base. We got back to the base for days 20 to 23, and to our surprise, Osnorb was there, wreaking havoc with his TNT golem. Welcome home. What are you doing here? TNT, do it! He then had his TNT golem blow up, destroying a huge portion of it. No! I was too dumbfounded to do anything and watched as Osnorb rode off into the distance. I swear I'll kill that Osnorb if it's the last thing I do. The furnace golem and I cleaned up the mess, and I even made an extra room for my new friend.
This place is great. I'm excited to live here and go on many adventures with you, Bronzo.
Me too, buddy. I went over to Chip to share the news of our new resident. I'm glad we are all acquainted, but the good times are almost over. We have a lot of work to do if we want to rid this world of that anti-Bronzo Osnorb. On days 24 through 28, I went mining for more iron to build the perfect armor set. I gotta be well equipped if I'm going into battle. I then collected enough iron and was able to build a chest plate and boots. After building some more armor, I headed home, and on the way, I ran into some cobblestone golems. They appeared quite interesting, made of cobblestone with 4 legs. Who do you work for? I didn't have enough time to talk to them. After I hit them, he acted like a creeper and blew up. Oh my gosh, what the heck? Suddenly, the little broken parts on the ground ran back to his form, bringing the golem back to life. You're built different. I kept fighting the golem, using my axe of 1,000 metals to take it down, but it kept exploding every time I tried getting a hit in. I tried to teleport away before it could explode in my face, but it was hard to get back to hit the little guys. Just then, an oxidated golem came out of nowhere and helped me kill the little guys. Hit the little beasts before they morph into one. Together, we were able to kill all the little tiny golems before they formed back into the giant cobblestone golem. Thank you for your help. Wait, you seem familiar. Oh, I know you! You're that iron golem from that village I had to desert. So, what happened to you that day?
It was a dark time for me, but I managed to escape into the forest and hid for some weeks.
Hey, don't worry. I have a plan for you. Come stay at my golem sanctuary. You'll be safe there. The golem agreed to stay with me, knowing he had nowhere else to hide, and we headed off to the base. For days 29 to 33, we got back to the base, and I wasted no time with making a new room for my old friend, the oxidized iron golem. I hope you like your new home. And here, a bed just for you.
I've never had a bed before. Thanks.
It was awesome to see my friend happy, and it was nice to finally have a moment of peace. But that was soon broken when Chip ran in. He told us that there was a giant purple golem destroying the sheep. I ran outside and saw it was an ender golem. This isn't good. The ender golem then noticed me. This really isn't good. The fight was initiated, and this ender golem was very powerful and used its ability to summon purple cubes from the ground. Just then, my friend, the oxidated iron golem, came out to help me. Eventually, the two of us were able to defeat this ender golem by working together and coordinating our attacks. We did it! Let's go! Just then, I turned into an iron blood golem with 50 hearts. Whoa, I'm so big now. I also had a new ability. When I put on this helm of darkness, I could turn myself invisible.
Wait, where'd you go?
I never left.
Oh, wow. That power is awesome.
And will come in handy when I need to be stealthy with my attack on Osnorb. On days 34 through 37, I walked around thinking to myself, wait, I just realized something. All humans must be contained or the golem species will never have peace. Just then, Steve showed up. This time, I wasn't going to let that sneaky guy get away. Oh hey, remember me?
Gulp.
I started chasing Steve as he ran away begging for help, and then pulled him in with my gauntlet of the guard. You think you can get away, huh? Think again. I then gave him a huge hit, causing him to surrender instantly. That's what I thought. Now tell me, why and how are you capturing golems?
It's actually a funny story. You see, it reminds me of Pokemon. Look.
He then pulled out his monster balls and showed me how they worked on a nearby cow. Give me all your monster balls, now!
Okay, fine.
Steve was hesitant at first, but eventually he gave me the monster balls and I immediately captured him in one.
Help me! Why?
I heard Steve muffling inside the ball, and all I could do was stare and have a good laugh before I headed home. This is just the beginning. Now don't get any ideas. On days 38 through 40, I started building a prison for all the humans using stone to make it as sturdy as possible. Now who should I add in here first? I looked at Steve and he looked absolutely terrified.
This is my prison? I can just mine out right now.
Oh no, you can't. Suddenly, I turned all the cobblestone into bedrock.
How did you do that?
I'm the blood golem. I can do anything.
You can lock me up all you want. I'll just sit here and watch you fail.
Better than being inside of that bubble, am I right?
You're no better than Osnorb if your plan is to capture every human on the planet. What a shame.
What Steve said to me had me thinking. You know, he was actually right. For once I was starting to feel like a villain, but then remembered my plan was to help my species. Whatever, have fun rotting in here. My eyes were on the prize, and I wasn't going to let anybody stop me. So I went mining for some more diamonds to build some useful tools such as a sword, pickaxe, and axe. I was satisfied with what I had collected for the day, so I left the cave and headed home to go to sleep. On days 41 through 43, I used some of my iron to make a helmet and leggings. The reckoning is upon us. I went from village to village, capturing different people, using my monster balls. Steve was right. This feels like a Pokemon game. Woohoo! After a while, I threw all of my hostages inside of my prison.
We're innocent. I have children waiting for me.
Are you proud of yourself? Their babies will never see their parents again. You're increasing the orphan population.
I knew this is what I had to do, so I apologized and headed off. Sorry, everyone. I promise you this will be worth it. I entered my home and found that the furnace golem had made something special for me.
I made you a gift as a thank you for everything you've done for me.
He then handed me a panic necklace, which he made with his own forge. What a neat looking piece. The necklace allowed me to move faster after taking damage, which was incredibly helpful. It felt good knowing that he had my back. So I thanked him and went to do some exploring. On days 44 through 49, I went to do some deep searching in the tundra. Just then, I started getting bombarded by some snow leopards. Thankfully, I have my special abilities to help me fight. I started off by teleporting around to confuse them and used my axe of 1,000 metals to destroy them. As soon as I finished with the battle, I ran into Osnorb, who was talking to some mutant snow golem. So I used my powers to go invisible. Haha, he can't see me. Let's see what they're talking about. I heard Osnorb threaten the mutant snow golem to join him. Otherwise, he would banish them into the dark forest dimension. I'll harm you the same way I did the diamond golem. So you better join my forces, or else. As soon as Osnorb left, I went to the golem to talk to them. Hey, I heard that stupid threat. Why didn't you attack?
Osnorb is too powerful now. We don't have enough members to fight against him. I don't know what to do.
This can't be happening. We need to come up with a plan and fight together. I then asked them about the diamond golem to see if there was a possibility of them joining our team.
You see, the diamond golem was the strongest and bravest of them all. But when they stood up to Osnorb, it all went downhill from there. Only one survived, but he was banished forever.
We lost the good ones. Well, I have a golem sanctuary where you can stay.
Oh yes, please. I can't stand being here any longer. I want to live.
All right then, follow me. I was happy to help save as many golems as possible, so I took the golem with me and we headed back to the base. On days 50 through 53, I made a bed for the mutant snow golem, so they felt comfortable in their new home.
How cozy. Thank you.
No problemo. I want to make sure you feel welcomed. I then started to wonder if the other golem knew any details about the dark forest dimension, so I went to chat with him about it. Hey, I have a question for you.
Ask away, my friend.
Do you happen to know anything about the dark forest dimension? I really want to know the way to get there.
I'm not too sure about that place.
The iron golem didn't seem to know anything about it, nor did any of the other golems around us. Well, I guess I need to do more research. Since nobody really knew anything, I decided to give up for now and go mining for some diamonds. I could use some more armor. Let's go see what we can find. I entered the cave and found several diamonds, enough to upgrade my armor. Awesome! I think I have enough diamonds for a chest plate and some boots. As soon as I finished building my armor, I continued through the cave and saw a bunch of amethyst golems being dragged around by a villager. Whoa. What's going on here? I approached the villager and decided to bring justice to the poor golems. You better set those golems free. Either you do as I say, or you'll do it the hard way. The villager took one look at me and completely refused my offer. Did you listen to what I said? You better set those golems free, or else. I stood my ground and gave them one more chance to let them go. But instead of listening, they just laughed at me and continued to drag the golems around. I guess you'll learn the hard way then. Off you go! I immediately glitched them out of existence and saw the amethyst golems wander around in excitement, knowing they were now liberated. Hey little guys, I have a wonderful sanctuary where you'll meet a ton of other golems like you. Why don't you follow me? I wanted to make sure these golems were never held in captivity again, so they agreed and followed me all the way to the base. On days 54 through 58, I arrived at the base with all the golems and gave Chip a little reunion. Hey Chip, look who we have here. It was great to see Chip reunited with his family. Well, I'm glad I could bring you guys together. I then left to make a bunch of huts for the amethyst golems to make sure everyone had a cozy nook where they could settle in. Rest assured, guys, you're safe here. After I finished building the huts, the amethyst golems absolutely loved them and immediately went to make themselves at home. Just then, the golems started sharing something insightful, letting me know about their recent discovery. Huh, that's interesting. I wonder how powerful this blood ore is. I might have to go check it out myself. The golems left me very intrigued, so I decided to go mining for blood ore to make some blood armor and found that it was extremely powerful. Oh wow, it's even better than diamonds. Suddenly, while I was mining, I ran into some trolls. Get away, you ugly trolls. They were tricky opponents, hitting me hard with their clubs and running around to get me distracted. I then fought back with my awesome powers and started to scare them away. This was the perfect time because I then glitched myself out of the caves. Oh, I have an idea. I then glitched the trolls outside of the cave and they immediately turned into stone because of the daylight. I then planted a bunch of poppies next to them so everyone would know who won this battle. On days 59 through 62, I decided I needed more help if I was going to stop Osnorb. Just then, Chip gave me a suggestion. Good thinking, Chip. I could definitely find some help there. I then went mining for some obsidian so that I could start building my nether portal. Alrighty, I think I have enough. I then was able to create my nether portal and went inside of it. Nice, I made it here safely. I spoke too soon because soon as I stepped out of the portal, I started getting attacked by some zombie piglins. You guys picked on the wrong blood golem. Now that I was this powerful, my battles were getting easier. I then killed all the piglins and continued my search. As I continued looking around, I came across a blood crawler. Whoa, interesting creature. I hit the blood crawler and it immediately took a step back. It even seemed friendly.
Hey, stop!
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I thought you were a feisty creature. I guess not.
Nope, I wouldn't hurt a bee. Now tell me, what are you doing around here?
Well, I could use some answers. Do you happen to know anyone or anything that can stop a supervillain?
I guess it depends on which villain you're fighting against, but I do know someone who could help.
I then saw the blood crawler think for a second, and then they gave me some more great advice. Oh, really? Who is it?
Yes, there is a giant nether golem who lives around here. I've heard that this creature can stop anyone that comes their way. Why don't you give them a try?
I guess it's worth a try. Thank you so much. I knew I needed to find the nether golem, and perhaps they could make the perfect teammate. So I thanked the blood crawler and left. On days 60 through 66, I ran into a golden golem who saw me as a threat and immediately attacked me. Hey, don't attack me! I'm a golem just like you! They started to use their smashing powers, so I had no choice but to kill them. What the heck was that about? I continued to do some more searching after defeating the golem and eventually came across the nether golem's location. Oh yeah, I made it! Now how do I get to the golem without getting attacked by them? I then met the nether golems, who had big hammers and shields and some spiky tails. One of them appeared as if they were captured and mutated to include some gold in their body. I come in peace. In fact, I have a proposition for you.
A proposition, I see. Tell me more.
I started telling them about the golden golem and how I was suddenly attacked by them.
They work for Osnorb, and everyone thinks nether golems are the bad guys since they look the scariest. Perhaps we are just misunderstood.
I see. Well, I don't think that at all. I actually need your help. I thought it was the perfect time to ask for some help, so I went for it. My proposition is that I need your help to take down Osnorb. Would you want to be my partner in crime?
That sounds tempting, but I can't live anywhere besides Nether. All I can do to help is give this to you.
The nether golem then handed me a netherite sword, which had 8 damage. Whoa! This is a very powerful weapon.
It's the least I can do to help.
Do you happen to know anything about the Dark Forest dimension? The nether golem seemed confused, but also acted like they remembered something.
I do not know about that forest dimension, but I do know someone who's mentioned it before. The witch. I've heard her talking about it when she's in the nether.
The witch. I'm gonna have to go find her to get some more answers. Thank you for everything. I thanked them for the support and took the weapon they had gave me. My next plan was to find the witch. On days 67 through 70, I returned back into the overworld. Now where is that witch? I went searching for her, looking left and right, knowing she could be lurking anywhere. Maybe she's at the swamp. I headed over to the closest swamp I could find, and then saw something very disturbing. Is that who I think it is? It was Osnorb, riding his obsidian golem. So I started to follow him. Ooh, I should go invisible. I then put on my helm of darkness and continued to follow follow Osnorb. I came to find out he led me to the witch who was working with him. Oh no, this is not looking good. Make me a potion, will ya? One that gives me complete control over all the golems.
Or what? Huh? You'll make me banish them into the dark forest again?
Just then, I noticed Osnorb grow uncomfortable, lowering his voice as he spoke with her. Shh! Don't talk too loud. Someone might hear us. They have no idea.
Well, you know how I feel about this. You've been asking for some ridiculous potions lately.
Just do your little magic and give me what I need. See you very soon. They wrapped up their conversation, and I saw Osnorb leave. As soon as he left, I uncloaked behind the witch and caught her by surprise.
Ah! Who are you?
Don't ask any questions. Tell me, where is the portal to the Dark Forest dimension?
You got the wrong witch.
The witch booked it and left me hanging with no answers. Luckily, I had my teleportation powers, so I started chasing after her. On days 71 through 74, I continued chasing the witch until I finally came up with a good idea on how to capture her. Ooh, I know what I can do. I brought out my monster balls and used them on her, trapping her inside of it. Oh yeah, these things are super handy.
Please let me out of here. If you do, I promise to tell you everything.
Everything? I might have to take you up on that. I decided to give it a try. After all, I really needed some answers. So I let her out and we did some talking. All right, you're out, but don't get any ideas. If I see you pull any weird move, you're going to be stuck in here forever.
Okay, I'll tell you.
All right, witch, spill.
Osnorb made me make the portal in exchange for exotic ingredients. I had no choice, I was running low on supplies.
I was getting closer to where I needed to be, so I asked her to take me there. Lead the way. We arrived at the portal location, and I saw that it was guarded by giant bugs.
Beware! Those bugs are called the Crivel. They are faster than you think and as sharp as a tack.
Nobody is faster than me. Let's go. I started fighting against these weird bugs, and the witch was right. They were extremely fast and packed a punch. Luckily, I was more powerful and killed them all. All right, let's go in the portal. It's now or never.
You're crazy for going in there willingly, but okay.
This had to be done. Even though the witch thought it was a bad idea, I took a breath and went for it. Here goes nothing. On day 75 through 78, I entered the Dark Forest dimension. Whoa, this place looks crazy. I looked around the dimension and saw that it was dark and full of glowing trees scattered around. Looks like we need to do some chopping. I took out my axe and started getting to work in order to make my way through the forest. As I continued doing some chopping, I started getting ambushed by Dark Forest zombies who raged against me. Ah, take that, you zombies! I had no time to waste, so I killed them all and kept looking. I need to find the last diamond golem while I'm here. After looking for a while, I finally found the diamond golem, and he was fighting off a bunch of dark cows. Here you are! I approached the golem and started talking to him, hoping to receive some advice. Hello there, diamond golem. I'm Bronzo.
Bronzo, get me out of here. I've been stuck in here for ages.
I can do that. I then helped him escape by making my way through the forest while fending off dark forest creatures. Some of them looked like weird endermen and stick figures with darkness powers. After we made our way through the forest, we arrived at the portal and ran inside of it.
Freedom!
Now that we're here, can I ask you something?
Oh yeah, ask me anything. I am so grateful to be out of that dark hole.
Could you possibly train me? I want to be the most skilled golem around.
I see. You're probably having a hard time controlling your powers. But you're kinda weird after all. Here, I'll help you.
I needed all the help I could get. The diamond golem agreed to help me train, and we agreed to start at dawn. On days 79 through 84, I started my training with the diamond golem, and he taught me all kinds of fancy moves.
Let the training begin.
First, he taught me how to sword fight, and it was the perfect time to use my netherite sword.
You're getting better at it. It's all in the aim.
I definitely feel some improvement. We then moved to using a shield I had crafted, and he taught me how to use it in the most efficient manner. We then finished our training session with some meditation. I felt myself changing from within. This meditation took me far beyond where I thought it would, turning me into my biggest form with 100 hearts. This is pretty cool. The Diamond Golem was proud of me for reaching this form, and he knew I was prepared to defeat Osnorb.
My efforts in this training were worth it. Just look at you. You're ready.
Offering him a place to stay was the least I could do, so I told him he could stay at my base. You should stay with me. There are several other golems here who could use your protection and guidance.
Thank you for the offer, but I just want to live in a free world again. That's all.
Sounds good, but I appreciate you helping me.
Goodbye, friend, and good luck with your journey.
The Diamond Golem left my base, which in my opinion was too soon, because later we were attacked by the Redstone Golem again. Stop what you are doing! This time, I was prepared to get revenge by using my Axe of 1,000 Metals and my teleportation to fight against him, and my netherite sword did so much damage on him. Eventually, I was able to kill the Redstone Golem, which made me sad, knowing I had killed someone who belonged to my species. I wish I didn't have to do this. Hey, what is that? I then noticed they had dropped a book, which read, Property of Osnorb Corp. If damaged or lost, please return to 153 Brownsville Avenue. Would you look at that? Now it'll be easy to find him. On days 85 through 89, the Furnace Golem came up to talk to me.
Hey Bronzo, I've been doing some thinking.
Yeah, what's on your mind?
Don't you think keeping these villagers here against their will is a bit much?
Do you know what would happen if they were free? They would capture you, and you would be held in captivity forever. It's either them or you. He then started to explain how an eye for an eye was not a good way to run a government. The Golem had a good point, but I still wasn't sure how to go about this in the smartest way possible. Well, let me see what I can do. I then went to go talk to the villagers to see if we could come up with something that could favor us all. Hey everyone, I have an announcement. If I set you free, then you have to travel all around the world and tell all the villagers that they need to set their golems free, or else the Blood Golem will come after them. Does that sound like a good plan? The villagers looked around at each other, and then they started to agree with my plan. So I set them free under my conditions.
Here, take this. With this hammer, you can mine way faster.
Steve gave me something that was incredibly useful. A hammer that could mine 3x3 chunks for ores, rather than just one at a time. So I thanked him and went to do some digging. I then went into the caves, and as I was mining for some blood ore, I tested out the new hammer and found myself working incredibly fast. Oh wow, I think I found enough to make an all-new armor set. On days 90 through 93, I was still in the caves testing out my new weapon. I met some coal golems. The golems were running from demon wolves who were trying to kill them. I'll help you guys. I then brought out my axe and swiped those wolves. It didn't take long for me to win the fight and talk to the coal golems, who were incredibly thankful for my help. You guys need a safe place to stay? Come with me. I then made the coal golems follow me back to my base, where I would give them a warm place to live. Seems like we're gonna have to expand the base, since we're adding members to the golem family. I started building a nice little house out of the dark forest wood I collected. Ooh, this place is coming together. I then noticed that the Iron Golem was super impressed by all my golems I was bringing.
Wow, Bronzo. Are you building an army?
I'm fighting for these golems, and they will always have freedom under my watch. For days 94 to 96, I saw the witch show up, and she had an important message to share with me. Look who it is. You're back.
Osnorb moved his base to a new dimension, one just for you, called the Blood Dimension.
She then told me about Osnorb's new plan, which was made just for me. Did he now? He's planning a trap, isn't he? I then realized that's where I needed to go in order to take him down.
I can't reveal too much,
but I do have something that could help you.
She then gave me a map to the portal, which led to the blood dimension. Oh, thank you. This will be an easy trip with this handy map.
I'm sorry for what you're about to see, Bronzo.
I was a little confused as to why the witch was suddenly so apologetic. Had she done something I didn't know about?
Unfortunately, I have spent too much time in the dark dimension, and I'm afraid to say that the darkness has overtaken me.
That's all right. You're here helping me now, which is good.
You don't understand.
The witch couldn't hold it in much longer. She then transformed into a dark forest witch. Hey, what are you doing? She then used her potions of weakness and poison on me.
At last, I am in my true form.
You traitor! I was able to win the battle, but I still felt bad knowing the witch sacrificed herself for the information she had now given me. On days 97 through 98, I followed the map, which led me to a giant red portal. This must be the entrance to the blood dimension. I walked right in, wasting no time, and I was instantly transported to the blood dimension. Whoa, this definitely is the right place. While I was there, I immediately started getting bombarded by blood furies. Not the furies! With the help of my powerful abilities, I was able to take them down super quickly. Then suddenly, some blood endermen appeared. One opponent after another. I then fought the blood endermen and was able to teleport just as fast as them. Aha! You can't see me! I then defeated all the endermen and continued looking around the blood dimension. This place is super creepy. Weird things in every corner. Suddenly, a floating eyeball came up to me and it didn't seem to want to hurt me. So I asked it a question. Oh, hello there, weird floating eyeball. Do you happen to know about Osnorb? The eyeball then told me about how Osnorb was using the power of the blood dimension to create more blood golems like me to release out into the world. That's terrible. I must stop him now. I knew deep down that I wanted to be around more blood golems like me, but that he would unfortunately use them for evil. I had to do something. Do you know where he is? The eyeball then took me to Osnorb's base, where I saw him placing a blood altar before he walked away. I knew I had to act quick, but I had one more thing I needed to do, so I said my goodbyes and headed home. On day 99, I headed back home and told all the golems about my mission to battle against Osnorb. It'll be quite the fight, but I am ready for it. The golems wished me good luck and gave me their support before I headed off to my battle.
Is there anything we could do to assist you before you go on your journey?
Oh yes, actually. Please go like, subscribe, and hit the bell notification so you never miss another video. Also, comment down below what mob you want to see me be for another 100 days video.
We can do that.
The golems all cheered for me, filling me with adrenaline and happiness before we parted ways. Thanks for all the support, guys. I'm gonna need it. I then shared a heartful moment with Chip as I saw him happily reunited with his family. I looked around and realized I couldn't let anybody down. They were now my golem family. I'm going to win, and I'll come back home. I promise. I finished saying my goodbyes and left on my journey, knowing I was about to enter an epic battle. I then arrived at the blood dimension and started heading towards Osnorb's base. Well, here goes nothing. On day 100, I got back to Osnorb's base and saw him standing in front of one of his altars, ready to confront me. Hello, Osnorb. I'm here to take you down. Is that so? I think it's a little too late for that. Osnorb then told me that once he activated his altar, the blood golems would take over. And not just in this world, but in all of them. That's impossible. I'm not gonna allow that to happen. I used my gauntlet of guard to force Osnorb away from the altar. And then we immediately started to fight. Osnorb pulled out his blood sprayer, shooting blood everywhere. Also using his void core and flamed dragon bone sword against me. I won't let you do this. I tried glitching him away, but he was incredibly strong. He then summoned a group of sprinkled golems to distract me, and then started running back to the altar. Not so fast! Too slow. You can't stop me now. I then teleported to him to block the altar, hoping it would keep him from activating it so soon. I don't think so, Osnorb. I then used my blood golem powers, and everything started to shake. The world even started glitching out. What's happening to me? I finally stopped the chaos as Osnorb glitched out of existence and won the final battle. No! Although the the battle was over, my journey wasn't. I felt a divine power call out to me as I was sent into my next form. On day 1, I spawned in as a tough golem. Oh boy, I can't wait to have fun. Huh? What was that? I turned around to see a massive battle happening out in this battlefield, and I was right in the middle of it. Oh no.
Come here, boy.
A man in a crown beckoned me over. I approached him carefully, unsure of what he wanted. What is it, Your Highness?
I created you for a very special purpose. Your duty requires the utmost discretion.
What is my duty, Mr. King, sir?
I need you to take my crown to the prince. My life is coming to an end, and he will need it to be king.
Why is there a war? What's going on?
There's no time to waste. You must get the crown to my son, Prince John, immediately.
Of course, Your Majesty. Where is he?
He is at Winter Shield Academy in the north. Follow the high road northward.
While the king explained my duty, he bled until his final moments, and then died right before me. My liege, I won't let you down. I lifted the crown and took it with me as I ran through the active war zone to get to the high road. The war was reaching its peak, with golems and knights dying everywhere. This is madness. I finally reached the high road, where my real journey would begin.
The crown is en route to Winter Shield Academy.
Perfect. Everything is falling into place.
Shall I send the rascals, sir?
Yes.
On day 2, I was traveling on the road for a full day now, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. Someone is watching me. I know it. I looked back, but no one was there. All I could see was more open road and trees everywhere. Something is not quite right around here. I better move faster. As I started getting nervous and picking up my pace, I got attacked by a rascal that appeared behind me. Stay back, you freak.
The crown is mine.
The rascal made me drop the crown, so he quickly took it and ran towards a cave. Hey, come back here! I couldn't let him take this treasure, so I chased after him, but lost him once I entered the cave. You rascal! That crown doesn't belong to you! Once I lost them, I kept moving in the cave until I reached a mine shaft. I'm gonna find that little rascal and teach him a lesson. Well, now that I'm here, I better make some tools to protect myself in case something like that happens again. I started gathering some wood to make a crafting bench, and then made a nice wooden pickaxe. Let's get mining. I mined for some stone and was able to craft some stone tools such as an axe, a pickaxe, and a sword. Hey, you again! I spotted the rascal in the distance, but as soon as I called him, he ran away. So I chased after him. Come back here, you fool! I was ready to fight and was now getting closer to him as we both continued running. Once I got close enough, I hit the rascal, but they hit the top of the cave and made some gravel fall on me. Ouch! You're gonna pay for this! The rascal ran away, and I noticed a cave spider come up from behind me.
I saw the entire thing, you weak little golem.
I'm not weak. I'll show you. I threatened the spider, and then saw that more spiders started approaching me.
You and what army?
Take that, you spiders! As I attacked the spiders, they bit me with their fangs and poisoned me, so I grew very weak. How dare you poison me! Although I felt weak, I needed to keep moving so I could find that rascal. During day 3, I had been traveling for a while until I finally heard an unusual voice. What the heck is that? I've got to check it out. I followed the voice and I saw the rascal. Oh, and an iron golem? He's huge. This place is filled with all kinds of jewels and shiny things. I better hide and listen in.
Here's the crown, my lord.
Good. With this, I'll be able to destroy all human influence on golems.
Yes, without the crown, there is no one who can tell us what to do.
Oi, I said that already.
Sorry, my lord.
Any other news?
Yes, actually. I stole the crown from a new type of golem. The king called it a tough golem.
Tough? I'm the toughest golem of them all.
No, my lord. Tough like the ore, not tough like you.
Either way, they must be destroyed before they ruin my plans. This crown can never be delivered to the prince.
I gotta get out of here.
Who goes there?
It's that tough golem, my lord.
Seize him!
Gotta run. On day 4, I returned back into the mine shaft, knowing the rascal was still on my tail. I won't be able to run forever, not with these little legs. It was now or never, and I decided it was now. You want some of this? Come get some. Hiya!
What did you do that for?
You stole the crown from me. Why exactly does that giant iron golem need it?
That's none of your concern.
I'll hurt you if you don't answer. Is the crown the reason why the war has begun?
It's part of it, maybe, but not the entire story. If the golems have control of the crown, humanity won't be able to rule anymore. The golems can finally step up and free themselves from years of imprisonment.
Well, that's not my mission, so I need you to go back and return the crown to me.
No can do. I'll be dead either way. Giant iron golem isn't anything to mess with. But hey, you've spotted me 3 times. I'm obligated to give you something enchanted.
What? Why?
Heck if I know. It's just the rules. You know genies grant 3 wishes when their lamps are rubbed. Us rascals give enchanted items when we've been spotted 3 times.
The rascal then threw an enchanted iron sword over to me. I picked it up and saw it had sharpness. But when I turned around to thank the rascal, he was gone. Not again? Where'd you go, you little rascal? Whatever. I need to get that crown back. But first, I'm feeling a little hungry. By day 5, I was still chugging along, barely taking a break. I need to find some grub. I dragged myself to a nearby shore, where I saw a strange lump protruding from the ground. Oh boy, an egg! It sure looks tasty, but just as I was about to dig in, the egg began to crack.
Ah! I'm just a small little sniffer. Please don't eat me, mister. I probably don't taste very good.
The little sniffer was so scared. I couldn't eat something like that. I'm not gonna eat you. I'd rather be your friend than eat you.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
I decided to ask what their name was.
My name? I don't have one.
You don't have a name?
Is that a serious question? I just hatched from an egg.
Oh, yeah. Well, the king named me on day 1. I'm Bronzo. How about I give you a name then? I like that little patch of grass on your back. You know what? I'll name you Mossy.
I actually really like that name. It's super original.
Thanks. I came up with it all by myself. Just then, my stomach started growling even more. Say, Mossy, I'm really hungry. I bet you are too. Do you think you can help me find some food?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Great, lead the way. Mossy's nose led us to a spruce forest with a tall thicket of trees. The perfect place for foraging.
I think I got something.
Mossy trotted over to a spot nearby and found a massive collection of sweet berries. Awesome! Thank you, Mossy. We started picking berries and digging in, eating to our heart's content.
Hey, you! Those are our berries. What do you think you're doing with those?
A fox had found us, and he did not seem too happy about us crimping on his stash of sweet berries. Oh, we're sorry. We didn't know it was yours.
Oh, I'll give you something to be sorry about, all right?
The fox pounced on us.
Come on, back me up, goons.
Responding to the fox's call, a pack of foxes showed up to help. We were seriously outnumbered. Well, this isn't good. Run away! Mossy and I ran as fast as our little legs could carry us, and the berries we grabbed.
Don't let them escape.
There, in the clearing.
Are you kidding me? It's wide open.
Just trust me.
We sprinted into the clearing and hid under a little hill.
This way, goons.
The pack of wolves lost us, and we hunkered down for the night, eating the berries we had scourged up. On days 6 through 8, I woke up in the morning and reminded myself of my one duty. I need to get the crown back. I've spent so much time goofing around, I nearly forgot. Mossy and I traveled together, and I began telling her about the mission. All right, Mossy, we got one goal we need to focus on. Getting the crown and taking it to the prince so he can rule.
Okay, we can do that.
As we continued moving, we came across a little home that seemed to be abandoned. Hey, I wonder who lives here.
It looks like nobody does. We should check it out.
We decided to go inside since we needed a place to rest for the night. And as soon as we approached the home, a nice villager working on his garden in the back saw that we were trying to enter.
Hey, no golems allowed in here. Stay away before I hurt ya.
Wait, don't hurt us. I'm actually trying to help humanity.
That ain't true. I don't believe a word you say.
Listen, I'm on a mission to deliver the king's crown.
The king's crown? I see. Well, you're not like other golems I've seen. I'm sorry about that. You're welcome to come inside. My name's Manny.
The nice villager allowed us into his home, and he began telling us about why he didn't trust the golems.
You see, it's hard to trust anyone nowadays, especially golems. Let me tell you why. The way I remember it was back in my home village. Iron golems were never really treated with respect.
Get back to work, or I'll send you to the scrapyard.
And what happened next?
Well, there was news. Bad news.
The king has fallen!
Once the Iron Golem heard the news of our fallen leader, he took the opportunity to strike, killing many villagers. And that's how I ended up here. I needed to escape.
I realized that nobody was safe. And now I not only had to fulfill my duty, but I also had a threat on my own species.
Well, since you're helping restore things back to normal, you and your weird dog are welcome to stay here for however long you need. I've got spare beds upstairs you can use.
We'll take that offer. Thanks, Manny. On days 9 and 10, I woke up with a lot of energy and ready to take on a new day. Good morning, Manny. I will be heading out very soon.
Sounds good, buddy.
Before I left on my journey, I decided to give Manny a nice little gesture for allowing us to stay for the night. So I headed outside to gather some straw. All right, this should be good. I'm gonna make him a nice straw hat. Once I finished crafting the hat, I gave it to Manny and thanked him for giving us a safe place to stay at.
Yeah, that's a good hat, I tell you. I'm gonna go pull some weeds from my farm now. See you soon, pal.
We have a crown to find, Manny, so we'll be on our way.
But it's not safe out there. We should stay here.
No, Mossy, we can't keep staying at other people's homes. It's not polite. We need to make our own home. Mossy and I headed out and went looking for a nice open area. This is a great spot. Now let's get into that cave over there and collect some stone and coal. And once we got enough material, we headed back to the nice spot we found and began building our base. After we built the structure of our home, I placed some chests and furnaces and then decided I should make a nice little hut for Mossy next to the house. Hey Mossy, check it out. I made you a little hut.
Whoa, it's awesome. I love it. Thank you. Say, Bronzo, I could put my nose to use and get us a variety of seeds for us to start a farm.
Great idea, Mossy. I'm sure you know how to make your own way back home, so I'm gonna do some exploring. On days 11 through 13, I went exploring. I need some better equipment if I want to stand a chance of getting that crown back. I found enough iron to make an entire iron tool set, such as an axe, pickaxe, and a bucket. I even made a complete armor set. Nice. Now I'm ready for anything. I left the cave and immediately saw 2 amethyst golems having a chat, so I decided to listen in. What are those guys talking about? I overheard them talking about the mutant iron golem and how he secured the crown.
Surely the humans will give up now.
I started to think about how I felt tired of not living up to my tough name, so I went out of hiding to fight them. Tell me where the crown is!
Look at this pathetic wannabe golem.
Oh yeah? Take this!
What the heck, man? I didn't even say nothing.
Now tell me the plans, or I'll hurt you some more.
Alright, the mutant golem is planning to continue the war until every human is non-existent.
That's what I thought. Now run before I kill you too.
Okay. Jeez, man. Anger issues.
Now that I had an insight on what was going on with the mutant golem, I headed back to the base to get some well-needed rest. I woke up for days 14 through 17 with Mossy on top of me.
Get up, there's something you need to see.
I looked outside and there was an entire iron golem army being followed by the mutant iron golem and the rascal. They must be heading back to their base. I have to follow.
It's too dangerous.
I know, but I have to get that crown back.
Okay, but I'm not going.
Fine. You can watch over the base and start a farm or whatever. I'm going after that crown. I waited for the army to fully pass by before I started following. I gotta make sure I'm unseen. I am stealth. While I was trailing the army from a safe distance, I found a little goblin that was also following the iron golems. Hey there!
Peter pal, these are my shinies, not yours.
I'm not sure I follow.
Scabby follow shinies, Scabby take shinies, then Scabby sell on black market for big money.
Shinies? You mean the crown?
Yes, big shiny.
There's no way I can let you do that. The crown needs to be delivered to the prince. The goblin kept throwing splash potions at me. That gave me slowness. Hey, stop throwing those at me. I could barely move. Luckily, Scubby had bad aim and would splash himself.
Oh, Scubby's slow too.
Good, now we can play fairly. I continued beating on the goblin with my sword, and once the slowness wore off, Scubby couldn't take it anymore.
You're a big meanie.
I let the little creature run away. I didn't have time to deal with him anymore. I gotta catch back up with that Iron Golem army. By days 18 through 21, I continued following the army as they led me into a giant iron castle. I watched as the mutant Iron Golem went towards the top of the castle, into his living quarters. I should probably wait until night so I can try and steal this crown while everyone else is asleep. I waited until nighttime. I started to dig my way to the castle. Just gotta break this and jump. Ouch! I had to be extra sneaky as I saw the golems guarding the entrance.
Did you hear that? This place is old. Probably just a foundation settling.
So I kept moving, and luckily they didn't notice me. And I located the mutant Iron Golem's sleeping quarters. I gently towered up to the top and crawled through the window. There I saw the mutant Iron Golem sleeping. And the crown! There it was. All I had to do was pick it up, and then off to Winter Shield Academy. Come to Papa! Huh? As soon as I touched the crown, I felt a sharp pain in my head as images started flooding in. I saw a vision of the king.
Please, spare his life. He has done nothing wrong.
You see more actions as an act of cruelty. In truth, they're acts of mercy.
Please.
I then saw the mutant Iron Golem kill the Copper Golem.
No!
I snapped back to reality. What the heck did I just see? Then the mutant Iron Golem began to stir from his slumber. Oh no, gotta get out of here! Thanks to some quick thinking, I was able to jump out of the room and survive with a water bucket clutch. I then broke through the gates. Just before I crossed the threshold, I heard a lot of shouting.
The crown! The crown has been stolen! Guards, search the premises! Do not let anyone leave!
On days 22 through 25, I continued running away, but eventually, 2 Iron Golems caught up to me.
We're not going anywhere, Bozo.
Actually, it's Bronzo.
Whatever, Bozo. We need that crown back.
Just then, one of the Iron Golems hit me and hurt me pretty badly. Ah, tough crowd. Out of nowhere, a Furnace Golem came to the rescue and helped me fight against them with ease. I towered up with some dirt and hit the Iron Golems. Haha, you can't get me up here. With the help of the Furnace Golem, we took them down successfully. Hey, thanks for helping me. I couldn't have done it without you.
Of course. I'm glad I could help you out.
I'm trying to stop the mutant Iron Golem from his plans to rule over the humans.
Well, that's good. I believe humans and golems can live together in peace and benefit from each other.
Well, in order to restore some peace, I need to get the crown from the prince. But I lost my way and don't know how to get to the Winter Shield Academy.
I think I know someone who can help.
I appreciate that. In the meantime, you want to come back with me to my base?
Lead the way.
The Furnace Golem and I left together, but we didn't notice the 2 goblins that were watching in secret. During days 26 through 29, I had made it back to the base. Oh, hey, Mossy. I see the farm is coming along nicely. Also, meet the Furnace Golem.
Hello. Yeah, I got some nice veggies growing here. You want to try some?
Sure, I can use them for fuel.
As we all ate some veggies, Mossy grew to a full-sized sniffer. Way to go, Mossy.
Whoa, look at me. I'm so much stronger now.
Next, I wanted to make a house for the Furnace Golem. It was the least I could do with how much he helped me back there. Ooh, I should make it fire-themed. Wait here, I'll be right back. I headed into the caves and began gathering some coal and lava. Hey, some tough ore. That's awesome. I better get as many as I can. I was pretty happy with all the neat materials I had gathered, so I headed back to the base to make the fire-themed house. As I was building the home, I added some furnaces, stone, and coal, with a river of lava around it to stick to the theme. Hey pal, what do you think of your new home?
Wow, it's fire.
Oh yeah! On to my next project. I needed some wool and red dye for the next project I wanted to start. So I went to find some sheep and took them back home with me. Once we got the sheep inside of their pen, I dyed them red, breeded them, and sheared their coats. Perfect. Time to make a statue. I took my materials with me and began building a tough golem statue and started off with the legs and a bit of the bottom of the robe. Hey Mossy, what do you think of it so far?
Looks like a skirt.
Maybe it's a kilt.
No matter what it is, the statue looks like it'll be awesome.
I decided to ask the Furnace Golem what he knew about Winter Shield Academy. Hey, do you happen to know where the Winter Shield Academy is?
No, but I do know someone who might know where it is. The Warden.
The Warden? On days 30 through 33, I made my way into the caves, looking for the ancient city. We gotta stay as quiet as possible. I was looking around, hoping not to make a sound and make the wardens angry. Unfortunately, I had to sneeze and attracted their attention.
I told you intruders to leave this place!
I had no choice but to run from the warden. It was way too strong and had a great sonic boom power. I tried hiding from the warden, and the more I told him I didn't want to fight, the more angry it made him.
Now you're going to leave the hard way.
This was it. This was the end of my journey. As the warden was about to take my life, when out of the blue, Mossy strolled in. Mossy? The warden immediately halted its attack.
I hear 6 stout legs. It can't be true. That's a sniffer, isn't it?
Yeah. How do you know?
The warden and sniffers used to live in harmony centuries ago, but then one day the sniffers left and never returned.
Interesting.
Anyway, I won't kill you now since it seems like the sniffer is a friend of yours. But what exactly are you doing here? And what are you? I'm having trouble trying to figure you out.
Well, I'm the tough golem. I was created by the king, and my mission is to deliver the crown to the prince.
What does that have to do with being in my home?
I was looking for the Winter Shield Academy. I heard you may know where it is.
Yes, I know of it.
Great! Can you please give me directions?
No, I don't ever leave this place ever. I do, however, have an item from Winter Shield. It's a book that an adventurer left after I killed him.
Nice. We'll take that book. We can use it to track the scent back to Winter Shield.
Okay, here it is.
Wow, it smells like stress and sadness. It must be from a school.
Thanks. We'll be out of here now. See ya.
I spent days 34 through 37 leaving the ancient city and climbing back up to the surface. Once there, Mossy took another big whiff of the notebook.
I think I got a lead. Follow me.
Right behind you, buddy. I followed Mossy and his trusty nose all the way into a swamp? Hey, Mossy, I don't want to question that nose of yours, but are you sure it's around here?
Not sure. My nose says so, but I could always be wrong.
We continued to follow Mossy's nose, stumbling upon a hut in a swamp. A witch might live here. We had better be careful. Before we could even say anything more, the witch burst out of the woods, chucking splash potions at us. Here, behind this. I built up a wall of blocks to hide behind, while Mossy and I figured out a plan.
Get my swamp, you ugly piece of junk!
Jeez, she's really angry, huh?
All the more reason to take her out. I'll take the left, you take the right. Mossy and I darted out from both sides of the wall and took her down with a combo attack. Yes, we killed the witch! I looted the chest inside of the witch's hut and found a ring of glory. It heals the wearer for every mob killed. That's awesome! Mossy apologized for his nose not being quite as accurate as he thought it would be. It's okay, Mossy. I still trust you. Let's go! After another day of traveling, we could finally see the school in the distance. There it is! Winter Shield Academy! I looked down to my sniffer companion, worried for his safety. I think I've got it from here, Mossy. Thank you for all your help. I think you should go now.
Gladly. The scent of danger is very pungent here. I'm not sure I want to be around for that.
As Mossy trotted off, I got worried about what he meant. I have to hurry. If Mossy smells trouble, that must mean the mutant golem is on his way. Or something worse. From days 38 to 41, I arrived at Winter Shield Academy, and it was overrun by goblins. Oh no, I gotta be careful around here. Too many freaks. I hid behind a bush until a small goblin spotted me, and he looked familiar.
You again? You have the crown, don't you?
No, I don't. I wouldn't be here if I did, but now that you're here, take me to your leader.
Why would I, you dumb rock?
Because I'll end you right here if you don't.
Fine. Scubby doesn't want any problems. Follow Scubby.
He then took me to the main part of the academy, where the Goblin King had made his headquarters. Greetings, Goblin King.
Who goes there?
My name is Bronzo. I was created by the late king in order to deliver the crown.
You could have better uses, like being a good bedside table for me.
I'm more than a bedside table or a glorified item frame. I'm a tough golem.
I don't care what you are, if you don't obey the Goblin King.
And I never will.
Okay then. Olga, Agnes, come take our little friend away.
Wait, what? I won't let you. I tried to fight my way out of getting captured, but the two ogres were too much for me. No, not the head. Next thing I knew, I was knocked out and woke up in a strange place. Where am I?
Hey, what's up, Rock Dude? You're basically in the Goblin King's dungeon.
Aw, come on. Do you know if the prince is around here?
Nah, Prince is one of the lucky ones who got out before we were taken prisoner.
That's disappointing, but at least the prince is safe.
Who the heck cares about the prince? What about us?
I kinda like it here. Well, trust me, I'm gonna come up with a plan and get us all out of here. On days 42 through 45, I started coming up with a game plan on how to retake the school. All right, how are we gonna do this?
A few other students and I will start by digging up the science room.
Hey, that sounds like a good plan.
Once we're there, we'll take all the potions that we can fit in our inventory. While that's happening, Bronzo and his team will sneak into the gym where all the weapons are kept. In the meantime, the nerds need to study the patrols of the goblins and pinpoint the perfect time to strike.
Love the enthusiasm, but why don't we just charge them? They are only like 2 feet tall, and the bros and I already grabbed the weapons. We battled against the goblins. It was almost comical how inept they were. I then went in for the Goblin King.
Prepare to die, you fool!
The king was furious and started using his magic to fight against me. Slowness? That's not fair! Neither is spawning more goblins! Luckily, I overpowered him, and he started pleading for his life. Think again, loser. If I let you go, you have to promise to leave the school forever.
This isn't the last you've seen of me, Bronzo.
What'd you say?
Nothing.
The Goblin King began to leave, and now it was time to get back to business and find the prince. On days 46 through 49, I got some vital information. Okay, now tell me where the prince could be.
Well, I don't know exactly, but I maybe have a few ideas.
Well, what are they?
I was thinking the beach, having a nice vacation, somewhere on a farm, or in a stone-like place with towers and thick walls.
Are you telling me the prince is in another castle?
I don't know why you would phrase it like that, but yeah.
Well, thanks for your help. I want to make you something special. I used some string and red wool to make a fez. Here you are.
What's this for?
Proof of how brave and resourceful you were today. You were a true leader.
But thank you.
By then, I decided I had spent too much time away from home and needed to go check up on Mossy to make sure they were okay. Time to go back to the base. As I was following the path, I felt like someone was watching me, so I kept focusing on my surroundings until I finally saw something hiding behind a bush. You rascal! I charged at the rascal, and it begged me not to hurt him.
Oh, no, please! I won't follow you anymore. Just please don't hurt me.
Why shouldn't I kill you right here and right now?
Because I want to help you.
I can't trust you, but if you want to help, then I need you to stop spying on me, and instead, bring me info on the mutant golem. The rascal agreed and then darted off in a flash. Hey, I've got a swell idea. Why don't you just give it to me now?
Them's the rules, Bongo.
For the last time, it's Bronzo. You're already gone. At the beginning of the group of days 50 to 53, I arrived back at the base and told Mossy all about what happened at the academy.
So, let me get this straight. You left a boarding school alone to be run by children.
I feel like that's how it already was. It was unclear.
Weird.
Anyways, I need to continue to search for the prince. But first, let's work on that statue.
All right, let's do it.
I headed out to go mining for more tuff, since I needed more for my awesome statue. Hey, I got some here. While I was mining, I even found a few diamonds along the way. Might as well upgrade my tools. I made some nice diamond tools and then went back home to work on the statue. Once I arrived, I started building the body of the statue with the help of Mossy. This looks pretty solid. Now let's finish up the arms and details later. After all that work on the statue, I began building a second level to the base, making a dining room area.
It looks and feels like home. Great job, Bronzo.
I agree, Mossy. All right, it's time for me to head out now. I need to go find the prince. I left my friends at the base and went to the savannah, hoping the prince would be there. On days 54 through 57, I kept exploring the savannah when I finally found the prince's castle. I made my way towards the castle, and once I arrived, I was greeted by an amethyst golem, but this one was nice.
Hello, welcome. Can I take your coat?
I don't have a coat. The castle was mostly staffed by amethyst golems, who appeared to be working very hard. Hey there, do you happen to know where all the people are?
They have departed for the king's funeral.
Oh, okay. Is the prince still here?
The prince? No! He's not supposed to be here!
Why did nobody tell us he was here? We haven't even seen him!
Hey guys, calm down. I wasn't saying he was here, I was just asking if he was.
Well, he's not here. But you can stay here for the night if you'd like.
I'll take that offer. I stayed in the castle for the night, since I needed to get some rest anyways. On days 58 through 61, I woke up in my lavish guest suite at the Savannah Castle. Oh, this place is nice. I would not mind living here. The amethyst golems even acted like my butlers during my stay. I couldn't complain. I felt like a king. They gave me a golden apple breakfast and made sure I was in tip-top shape.
I saw your armor looked rather damaged, so I took the liberty of polishing it for you.
Thanks, guys. Really, thank you. But all of this isn't really necessary.
Of course it is.
You see, I'm not really some sort of honored guest. You don't have to do the whole song and dance thing.
Every guest is an honorable guest. Enjoy your treats and stop complaining.
Oh, okay. So, do you like working for the royal family?
Oh yeah, we love it. We get paid very well.
We get benefits too.
We even get dental.
Oh, wow. That's a pretty sweet deal you got there. Well, I'm glad to know the king was nice to his golems. Anyway, I need to leave. Thanks for everything, though.
Okay. Thanks for stopping by.
I said my goodbyes and then headed off to the tundra. During days 62 to 65, I traveled from the tundra. Boy, this is a long journey. I hope this crown is worth it. As I kept exploring, I found a familiar face. You again!
Oh, hey.
You don't seem too happy.
Yeah, the snow golems are battling with the iron golems.
How's that going?
Last I saw, they were losing pretty badly, so I don't know how much longer they could hold out for.
This sounds pretty bad. If the prince is there, that means he's in big trouble.
Well then, you better move quickly.
The rascal began to walk away, and everything seemed a bit suspicious. Are you forgetting something?
Your priorities are way out of whack, man.
The rascal wouldn't budge, so I stood my ground until he finally offered me something.
Fine, here's a diamond chest plate with this Dawn's enchantment. Go nuts!
Thanks, pal. I equipped my new chest plate and then continued to the tundra. As I was leaving, there was a goblin in the distance that neither of us knew about.
Interesting.
On days 66 through 70, I arrived in the midst of a fight between the snow and iron golems. This looks like the trenches of World War I. And I had to step in to find out where the prince could be at. So I went to talk to the snow golem general, who was in the bunker. Excuse me, I have a question to ask you.
Well, you better hurry. We need to stay focused. This is our last line of defense. If we lose here, we lose everything.
I see. Do you happen to know where the prince is at?
The prince? He's not here. Last I heard, he was at the Winter Shield Academy.
I guess I better head to the jungle then.
Wait, you aren't going to help us?
I suppose I could. The snow golem then gave me a bow and arrows of harming. I then towered up and started shooting the iron golems with my arrows. Take that, you dummies! As I was shooting, I saw the rascal run up to the mutant iron golem and then point me out to them. Ugh! I knew he was a traitor! The mutant iron golem started charging at me, and before he could get to me, the snow golem general started fighting against him.
Run! Save the prince while you can!
I jumped off the tower and ran for my life. Okay, now to the jungle to save the prince. On days 71 through 74, I headed back to the base to check in on things. Once I arrived, I began building more of the statue and finished up the arms and the details with the leftover tuff I had.
Wow, looks great, friend.
Oh, hey! I didn't even realize you were gone.
Yes, I brought some new golems with me. They needed some refuge.
I looked at his new friends, and they were all whole golems and stacked up on top of each other. Welcome, everyone. This gave me a great idea. Here, take these masks and give them to the blacksmiths once the war is over. For now, you can live here with us.
Why, thank you. We'll take these.
After giving them their welder masks, I decided to make a few small stone houses to give them a safe place to stay. All right, guys, make yourself at home. On days 75 through 78, I arrived at the royal family's timeshare in the jungle. As I headed inside of the premises, I saw the prince with the Goblin King right next to him.
I will kill the prince if you don't give me the crown.
Come and get it then.
Let's see if you can defeat my ogre.
You think your little minion is going to stop me? I ran outside to kill the ogre. He was fast, but luckily I was stealthier than him. And although it was a tough battle, I became victorious. Easy fight. What else you got? I may have been bluffing because I felt pretty weak. And now I had to fight against the Goblin King.
Bring it on!
Take this! The prince threw an enchanted golden apple at me, so I ate it and healed up pretty quickly. The prince also joined me, and together we fought against the Goblin King. They used their staff to shoot magic balls of energy at me, and they kept spawning in little goblins to help them fight. And eventually, the prince was able to strike the final blow, killing the king. We did it! Thank you for your help.
Of course. Thank you for saving me.
I was ready to present the crown to him. Here, I have traveled a long journey to bring this crown to you. Take it.
Not now. We have to get out of here. The goblins might be upset that we killed their king. Come on.
Okay, follow me to my base. By days 79 through 82, I escorted the prince back to my base and made sure he was safe. This is my home.
Nice. Thanks for having my back.
I'm glad I got a hold of you. It took me a very long time to finally give you the crown. Are you ready to take it?
You saw the way I handled myself with the goblins. Maybe I'm not cut out for it.
No! You're the rightful king! And this is what you were trained to do! The prince was very doubtful and began telling me about how he missed his father.
I can't do this without him. I need his help.
I didn't know what to do, but I had to come up with a way to convince the prince that he was ready to be the new king. I understand you're in a tough position. Here, I'll do something to make you feel better. I then began building a cozy little home for the prince to make him feel good, and perhaps this would help him make a decision. Here, get all nice and cozy. I'll give you some space.
This is very kind of you. I'll be here. Just thinking.
Okay, you do that. I'm gonna go check up on things.
Hey, Bronzo, what's up with the prince?
Yeah, what's going on? He's been skulking all day.
He just needs more time. He did just lose his father after all.
I see. We should all get some rest then.
Good night, guys. On days 83 through 86, I tried talking to the prince, but there was one problem. Why don't you want to talk to me right now? Fine, I'll do something else, while the entire world is being overthrown by the mutant iron golem.
Okay.
Kids these days. I decided to work on myself and my statue. First, I went mining and found some diamonds. Yes, the shinies. I collected enough diamonds to finish my armor set. Awesome. Now I'm ready for anything. It was time to head back home and work on completing the statue. I added the final details to the statue and it was finished. It's done. It looks amazing.
Sorry to bother you, but we need to get the prince ready to become king.
I know, but he needs more time. On days 87 through 90, a group of goblins arrived at the base. Hello? What are you doing here?
Our leader is dead, and there are no viable heirs. We have nowhere else to turn.
They explained to the prince that since he killed the Goblin King, he is their new sworn leader.
Father, please don't go!
A great man does not seek to lead. He is called to it.
I have a lot to think about.
The prince ran off to his hut, leaving me with the goblins.
So, will you be our leader?
Me? I'm no ruler. I just like holding people's hats. See? I built a large house for the goblins to stay in and made it look like a dungeon so they would feel at home.
We love it. We'll decorate it some more. Thanks for helping us.
On days 91 through 93, it was the next morning, and the prince came to talk to me. Have you made your decision?
Yes, I have decided that I should become king.
That's great news. Now, how do we do that?
Well, for the coronation to be official, it needs to take place in the throne room, and the crown must be presented by a tough golem.
That sounds easy enough. You've got your tough golem right here.
I'll make the arrangements for the ceremony. You just sit tight here.
Okay. I couldn't just sit tight knowing that I could be stronger. I needed to be more powerful so I could better protect the prince. I need to talk to the warden. With that, I set out to find my old friend. It was now days 94 to 96, and while the prince was busy arranging his coronation, I had finally arrived to the home of the warden. Yo, warden, I need to talk to you.
Nice to hear from you again, Bronzo.
Hey, I was wondering if you could train me.
Really? Why would you want training from a blind creature?
I want to protect the prince, so nothing like this situation happens again.
Okay, I like your cause. Let's do it.
The warden wanted to work on my strength building, so he handed me 64 blocks of diamonds. What do I do with this?
Lift it, kid. Over and over until you're ripped.
Oh, okay. I repeatedly raised and lowered the diamond blocks until I felt like my arms would fall off. Suddenly, I grew twice my size. Yes, I'm stronger now.
Good. Now you're ready for some mental training.
We ended up meditating for hours on end in a steamy room filled with lava. It was relaxing, and I cleared my mind. Sweet! I gained 10 hearts! That was great, Warden!
You are now ready. Here, take this treasury projection gauntlet.
Whoa, what does that do?
It's an ancient weapon, and it can summon swords from other dimensions to wherever you are aiming, harming your enemies greatly.
All right, I'm gonna test it out right now.
Not on me.
Oh yeah, sorry. Thanks for your help. With that, I headed back to the base. On days 97 and 98, I was on my way back to the base when I was confronted by the rascal again.
Give me that crown!
Oh no, not this time.
I'm warning you, hand it over.
Not a chance. I fought the rascal and showed him no mercy. I used my new power, killing him instantly. Ha! He never stood a chance. Good riddance, traitor. I headed back to the base to get ready for the coronation. And when I got there, Mossy and the furnace golem came up to me.
Is there anything we can do to help you?
Actually, yeah. You can help by liking the video, subscribing to the channel, and ringing that bell so you never miss another upload.
Should we also comment below to tell you what mob we'd like to see next?
By all means, yes! With that taken care of, I set off to the prince's castle. Day 99, the day before coronation. I arrived at the castle, making good time too. Seems like everyone is still making preparations. I was about to go in when the guards stopped me.
Halt! Who goes there?
I'm here to see the prince for his coronation.
This is the trusted friend I told you a lot about. Let him through now.
With that hiccup out of the way, the prince took me to the lavish throne room. Something was on his mind.
I have a plan, Bronzo. We're gonna bait the mutant iron golem into showing his face. I made sure news spread all around the realm, so there's no way he hasn't heard of it.
And with the coronation happening tomorrow?
He'll want to stop it.
Then what?
That's where you come in.
The prince seemed confident in his plan, but was it confidence or rather arrogance? Are you sure you are ready?
Please, I was born ready.
I spent the rest of the day making preparations for the coronation. It was day 100, Coronation Day. There was a huge crowd, and trumpets were playing music, the whole 9 yards.
Hear ye, hear ye. We are here today to honor the prince as he becomes the king.
I strode through the room, crown in tough hands. Just before I was able to bestow the crown upon the prince, the mutant iron golem charged in, interrupting the ceremony.
Right on schedule.
Our brothers and I will not sit idly by while you put another tyrant on that throne.
The prince is no tyrant. He has a good heart and wants to bring peace between the golems and the humans.
You've thwarted me once. Should you get in my way again, I will strike you down.
We charged at each other and exchanged blows. His hits were really strong. Luckily, I had my gauntlet from the warden to hit him back with. He kept hitting me with smash attacks and knocking me back. And then I used my gauntlet one final time to finish him off. Yes, I did it! I then went up to the prince and presented his new crown to him.
Thank you, Bronzo. I pledge from this day forth to be a fair and just king. From now on, all golems shall have full equality with their human counterparts. They will only serve if it is their desire to do so.
So kinda like Pokemon? Awesome! Just then, corruption began to take over my body as my mind was ripped away into my next form. On day 1, I spawned in as a baby cursed golem with 10 hearts. Whoa, my skin! I look pretty cool. I then looked up and saw a wizard standing in front of me. Ah, who are you?
Not quite what I was expecting.
The wizard looked a bit disappointed, and I wondered if he was the one who made me. Huh? What do you mean?
You are my weakest creation yet. This isn't good.
Hey, I'm not weak. He then told me that he was wrong about me, and it made me feel like I was a mistake. Well, what was I supposed to look like?
Doesn't matter. The truth is, you're a little weakling, and the zombies will feast on you in no time.
The wizard then vanished and left me questioning everything. Zombies? Oh no, I better run! I saw a bunch of zombies everywhere, converging on me. I had to do something. Get away! I'm only a baby! The zombies started hitting me, and I found a way to escape before they were able to kill me. Phew, I was close. Who was that wizard, and where could he have gone? Suddenly, I got ambushed by some creepers who were flooding the area I was in. I better be careful. Everyone wants to eat me. I then noticed that as a cursed golem, I could pick up blocks and throw them to deal damage. Cool, this'll work. I then grabbed anything I could and chucked it towards the creepers. Haha, take that, you green meanies. I managed to kill all the creepers and realized I wasn't as weak after all. Hey, not bad. I'm stronger than that wizard thinks I am. On day 2, I decided I needed a safe place where I could stay away from predators. I'm gonna need a good base of operations. So then I started gathering some wood to make a wooden pickaxe, and then mined some stone and made stone tools, such as an axe, a sword, and a pickaxe. Nice, now I'll be able to defend myself better. I then used some of the wood I gathered to start building my base, and it was turning out pretty great. Alright, this is a good start. While I was doing some building, I started getting attacked by some corrupted chickens. Ah! You guys look crazier than regular chickens. I tried fighting them, but they were small, and there was an overwhelming amount of them. I need to get out of here. There's just too many. I had no choice but to abandon my barely built home and used my Ender Soul hand, which helped me to teleport away from the chickens. Whoa, what other powers do I have? I was sad I had to abandon my base. Now I'll have to start over from scratch. I need to find some food now. I want to feel stronger so that I'll be ready to defeat more enemies. It was very dark, and luckily I found a nearby village with some crops, such as carrots and potatoes. Oh, this all looks scrumptious. I started stealing the crops, and then suddenly I was getting attacked by an iron golem. Wait, another golem! Hey, don't attack me. I'm one of you guys. I was so upset, and then I saw the golem get glitched out of existence. Whoa, where did he go? I was so confused after what I had just experienced. He disappeared as soon as I got angry. That was weird. Did I do that? Was that part of my special powers or something? I decided I didn't need to overthink it. I continued minding my business and stealing some of the crops, and then I headed out of the village. On day 3, I found a new spot where I could rebuild my base. Hopefully I don't get attacked again while I'm building my home. After I made some good progress, I started placing some chests and furnaces inside of my home. Let's make this place nice and cozy. I took a step back to admire my creation, and I really loved what I had done. It looks awesome. What else should I add? I then thought of the perfect idea, a farm. I'm gonna make sure I have all the crops I need so I never go hungry again. I then went to find some sheep and killed them for their meat and wool. This meat will make for a great meal. After getting the meat and the wool, I cooked the meat in my furnaces. Ooh, this is so yummy, just what I needed. The meat was so nutritious that it made me transform into a bigger cursed golem with 50 hearts. Oh, wow, I just need to keep eating this good and I'll be unstoppable. I also noticed that I had a new vampire ray staff that shot blood particles. Whoa, I need to try this out. Suddenly, some pillagers came to attack me, but now I was much more prepared. Ooh, this is perfect. I used my new powers to kill the pillagers and realized life was only getting better from here. Oh yeah, I love these new powers. After that battle with the pillagers, it reminded me of when I was a golden allay for 100 days. Those were good times. I then went back home and made a bed so that I could rest for the night. For days 4 through 5, I woke up from a good rest and went wandering around the forest. Time to go exploring. As I was walking around, I heard some barks coming from somewhere. I felt the need to go investigate. Hello? What's going on around here? Just then, I saw the wizard killing a pack of wolves. Oh no, why is he doing this to those wolves?
I'm not little wolf, but not so fast. We shall see what this will do to you.
The wizard then turned the last wolf into a cursed wolf. What is this sorcery? The wizard then left him in his misery. I decided to go up to the cursed wolf because I noticed how sad it was. Hey, are you all right? I saw what he did to you. That's not true. You look awesome and different from anyone else. Don't worry, I'm going to get revenge on that stupid wizard who did this to you. The cursed wolf then started warming up to me, now that he knew I was here to help him. Of course, let's be friends. I'll name you Glitch. I then went home and made a den for Glitch, so he could feel happy and safe. Hey Glitch, you like your den? From days 6 through 8, I went mining. Gonna need a lot of resources while I'm down here. I found some iron and coal and used it to make myself an axe, pickaxe, and helmet. Then I stumbled across some diamonds. Whoa, diamonds this early in the video? I bet I can make something crazy with these. Now time for a diamond sword. I made the sword upside down and made a cursed diamond sword. A cursed sword for a cursed golem. This weapon may be all bent out of shape, but it's still sharp and will get the job done. Watch out, world. I'm ready for any kind of fight. I spoke too soon because just then I was attacked by some creepy crawlers. Yuck, spiders. I swung my cursed diamond sword at the spiders and there must have been some cursed effect on the sword because when I hit the spiders, they floated up into the air. The magic of being cursed. After killing the spiders, I collected all the string they left. Now it's time to head back home. As I was traveling home, I ran into some amigos. They definitely lived up to their name since they were friendly.
Hola, amigo. We have a warning. Something terrible is about to happen.
That doesn't sound good. Care to explain?
The wizard is back, and they are creating new monstrous foes. You better watch out.
I got this, amigo. I hope I see you again. I then continued on my way back home. Once I got there, I hit my bed and went to sleep for the night. On day 9, I had the strangest dream with the wizard. Where am I? I looked around to see what I could find and noticed that it looked like it was the place where I was born. I then saw the wizard walk up to me as I stood in fear.
Hello, little golem. Do you remember me?
That horrible wizard really had the urge to ask me if I knew who he was after everything he did. Of course I remember. I'll never forget what trash looks like.
What did you just call me?
The wizard started getting super angry and made some weird faces at me. You heard me, stupid piece of trash.
I regret ever creating you. What a disappointment you are.
Yeah, well, you're going to regret those words when I'm ready to kill you. Just watch.
Ah, you really think that you can do that?
Yes, I'm getting more and more powerful by the minute.
Think again, you little weakling.
The wizard then started laughing as his voice got distorted, and then he transformed into a giant ape. Whoa, what are you doing?
You have to get through all 9 of my strongest creations before getting to me. So good luck, you fool.
No! I woke up and couldn't believe it. This fight was going to be very complicated, as I was not only trying to fight the wizard, but all his creations as well. What am I gonna do? On days 10 through 12, Glitch came over and asked me what the yelling was about. Oh, Glitch, you won't believe what just happened. I then started telling him about my dream with the wizard. He's way stronger than we think, and he has an army full of weird creations he wants me to fight against. You think so? Glitch was reassuring me that as a team, we could stop the wizard if we focused hard enough on a plan. You're right, we can take them down. I just need to become stronger. I then thought of how defeating each creation would give me more powers, which could aid me in the final battle. If I defeat all of his 9 cursed creations, I'll have all the strength I need to take him down. Just then, the corrupted chickens came back and started attacking Glitch and I. We were able to kill all the chickens using my powers of the vampire staff and my ender soul hand. Stay away from my friend. Yeah! We then got their meat to do some cooking. Time for a feast. After we ate a good meal, I told Glitch about my plan. I'm gonna follow where they came from. I bet it could give some answers. I then left the base and then went into a field where I found a little chicken. Hey there, little chicken. What are you doing out here all alone? I knew that this bird creature they were talking about was definitely the wizard's first cursed creation. I know what's going on here. Do you happen to know where you last saw that giant bird? All right then. Stay safe, little chicken. I then thanked the chicken for the information and headed off to find this first weird creation. For days 13 through 15, I kept traveling as I knew I was getting closer to my target. It must be here somewhere. I then finally spotted the beast and saw that it had a long neck and hollow eyes that were already staring at me. This is the first creation? Oh no! Suddenly the creature started yelling some weird noises at me. What does that even mean? The cuckoo immediately started throwing a bunch of cuckoo eggs while attacking me. I then saw the eggs started hatching into cuckoo chickens that started running everywhere. I fought against the creatures using my awesome weapons, such as my cursed diamond sword to make them float in the air, and my vampire ray staff so that the projectiles could help me keep my distance. Ooh, these weapons work wonders. We battled back and forth while I dodged the eggs and took a couple of his hits, but was able to defeat the monster. I did it! After I killed the cuckoo, I noticed that it dropped a map. Oh, sweet! This will be super useful. I opened up the map and noticed there was nothing in it besides land. After looking at the map, I saw that the wizard appeared and told me something.
Not bad, just 8 more to go.
You got that right. I'm going to take all of you down. The wizard quickly vanished after what he had told me, so I took the map with me and headed back home. On days 16 through 19, I arrived back home and told Glitch all about my latest adventures. Glitch, I need to share what just happened to me while I was gone. Glitch was glad that I was alive, but really worried for me at the same time. I killed the first creation. Then I saw the wizard, and he warned me about the other 8 I have to kill. I knew I could fight the rest of the creations, but first I had to be prepared because something was telling me that they were gonna get more and more powerful. I got this. I just need to armor up. I needed to build some tough armor to help me battle against the creations, so I went mining. I'll be back, Glitch. Guard the base. As I went mining, I found a bunch of iron, enough to make a full set of armor. This will be just what I need to protect myself. As I was mining, I started getting attacked by some cursed serpents. Whoa! I fought against the serpents, and when I killed them, some even dropped bones. Take that, you serpents! I killed all of them, using my sword and soul hand, and then finally left the cave. That was a good fight. These powers are awesome! As I left the cave, I found some cows, so I could kill them for their meat and leather. Oh, nice. Now I'll have more meat to make sure I'm well fed. I then left home and made 9 item frames, and a room to place them all. Okay, let's see what we're working with. I started placing the first map on the top left corner to see what the whole picture would entail. I'm not quite sure about this. I decided to go to bed and it left me wondering what it all meant. But for now, I needed to get some rest for another day of my journey. On days 20 through 23, I woke up and figured I could make a statue to show the wizard I was still alive. This way, he'll know who's the boss around here. Before I left the base, I started seeing all the planks in the house turn green and corrupted out of nowhere. Whoa, what is happening? I figured the wizard must be slowly corrupting the world. I need to stop him before he corrupts everything. I then started making a pen and gathered some wheat. This little pen will make a great home for my sheep. Alrighty, time to go now. Alright, just warning you, there are going to be terrible monsters out there, but we can fight them together. We headed off and then found some sheep, so Glitch used his laser beam cannon to kill all of them. What? How did you get that, Glitch? I was amazed with Glitch's powers. He was cooler than I thought he was. Okay, let's keep finding more sheep. And this time, not kill them. We then found some more sheep and gathered them to take them back home with us. This way, little guys, follow me. I then put them in their new pen and went to find some cornflowers and some red poppies. These are nice. The colors will look great. Out of nowhere, I started getting attacked by some demon wolves. Ah! Take this, you freaks! I was so strong and killed all the demon wolves with just a few hits. And then I headed home. Now it's time to dye my sheep. When I arrived, I took the red and blue dye and combined them to make the color purple. I then bred my sheep and started dyeing them. Would you look at that? Purple sheep. It was a long day of work, so I went to bed and fell asleep. For the days of 24 through 28, I woke up on a bright sunny day and went to work on my statue. I grabbed some wool from my sheep and then got to work. We made both legs, but I ran out of wool, so that's as far as we got for now. Glitch and I then stopped to admire the work we had done, and we were proud of how it looked so far. Oh wow, it's looking awesome, don't you think? After working on the statue, I headed off to find a village to talk to the fellow villagers and get some answers. I need to find out more about that wizard. I asked around to see if anyone knew anything about him, and some people began to share their stories. This wizard is trying to ruin our lives. If you know anything, please share.
Yeah, I know Credence very well. He's my brother.
Oh, what? Seriously? I then wanted to know more about why he went mad, so I asked him some more questions. Why is he like this?
Well, he was always an odd child growing up. He even turned our parents into pigs. My poor mom and pap.
This led me to think that he was always like this. Born a monster, perhaps. Well, he must be stopped. He's trying to curse the entire world, and soon enough, all of us will die. Just then, the wizard appeared and began turning all the villagers into pigs.
What's with all this trash talking? Haha, take that, you fools!
Credence, please, we're brothers.
You're not my brother. You're a pig!
He then turned his brother into a pig and bursted into laughter. Stop this nonsense! The wizard then walked away, so I took the opportunity and killed all the pigs for some food. I'm gonna need better armor to fight that monster. I then took the meat with me and headed off to go mining. On days 29 through 33, I headed into a cave to do some mining. Alright, time for an upgrade. I gathered enough diamonds to make a diamond axe and a cursed diamond pickaxe. This will work great. I used my cursed diamond pickaxe and it was able to mine all the blocks around the block I mined in a 3x3 pattern. This makes mining so easy now. I then headed out of the cave and went home, only to find out the wizard was there. What are you doing here?
I'm here to spice things up for you. Have fun with this one.
He then summoned up a giant saber-toothed cat, Flippardo, who had super sharp fangs. The cat began launching towards me with all its might, and it was extremely fast and strong. I tried keeping my distance from it and used my cursed diamond sword and vampire ray staff to make it float so I could avoid some hits while it was in the air. Take that, you feisty cat. Eventually, I was able to kill it, and it dropped another part of the map. Oh yeah, another clue. I then took the map with me and placed it on the second part of the map wall. What is this telling me? I noticed a pattern was beginning to form, but I could not understand what it meant yet. We need more maps to figure this out. I realized I needed more help to fight against the wizard, so I went out to seek it. On days 34 through 37, I ventured on my way back to find the amigos. Amigos, I need to talk to you about something important.
Amigo! Oh, look at you looking so strong. So, what's going on?
I began asking them for help with fighting against the wizard. I need all the backup I can get. Can you guys help me?
I hate to break it to you, amigo, but our king has been captured by the wizard, and he's being guarded by some giant T-Rex looking monster. Some scary stuff, if you ask me.
If the amigos were going to help me, I needed to help them back, so I came up with a great idea. Don't worry, I'll save him. Then maybe you can help me once you have everything in order.
Oh, wow! Really? You would do that for us? Okay, then count us in!
I left the amigos and went searching for their king. For days 38 to 40, I made it to the desert and found the amigo king in a cage. I then saw an Oilerus who was guarding the king, which meant I had no choice but to fight against it if I wanted to save him. I used my sword to slash it, but it was a tough opponent. It even spawned wither skeletons. Yeah, take that, you crazies! Oh no, the wither effect! Eventually, I defeated the freak, and it dropped another part of the map. Oh look, a new clue! I grabbed the map and then went to free the amigo king. Your Honor, I'm here to set you free, so you could go back to your amigos.
Hey, amigo. Thank you. I was starting to feel sick in there.
Now that you're free, I want to ask you something. Would you be able to help me defeat the wizard? The amigo king seemed hesitant to help me at first, but then said something that gave me some hope.
Look, I just need some time, okay? I'll make you a little something that will help.
Okay, anything helps. I thanked the king and then made it back home. I placed the third map on the wall, and it was all starting to come together. However, it was time to expand my base. Now that I was a bigger golem, I'm gonna need a larger home to fit my size. Hey, at least the wood didn't turn green this time. Well, spoke too soon. On days 41 through 43, I gathered my wool and started working on the statue. After working on the torso, we took a step back and felt great about the turnout. Wow, I love the work we've done. After all that work, the wizard showed up and said I was running out of time.
You'd better hurry. Soon I will curse the entire world.
Why would you do such a thing? The wizard then used his powers to transport me into a vivid memory. I noticed that it wasn't my memories, but his. What is this? It started with entering several moments of the wizard's life, showing me the harshest things he experienced.
You left me alone all day, Mother. Why do you hate me?
I knew you were a freak since the day you were born.
Then I saw another memory of the wizard being bullied by another villager.
You freak show?
We then saw the story of his wedding unfold, where his wife left him at the altar.
I can't marry a freak. I don't want my kids to be like you.
But I love you.
I never loved you.
We then snapped back to reality, and it honestly made me feel so bad for the wizard. I'm sorry for what you went through, but cursing the world is still wrong.
You'll never understand my pain.
The wizard then summoned Endermancitos and disappeared. No, wait! I fought against the Endermancitos, who were extremely fast, but with the help of my sword, I killed them all. What an experience that was. For days 44 to 49, I figured I needed to head out to sea to learn more about this wizard. We must sail away and find more answers. I then crafted a boat and started traveling towards the ocean. What a nice little boat. During my sailing, I ran into some sirens who gave me nausea, but luckily I used my vampire staff to kill 2 of them. You should have not made me sick. I then glitched the last siren out of existence. Whoa, I forgot I could use that power. After that, I continued on my journey. In the ocean, I found a big ship which had skeleton pirates on it. I wonder what kind of things lurk around here. I climbed the ladder off the ship to go talk to them, and they seemed friendly too. Fellow sailors, have you seen anything odd in these waters?
You betcha. We're looking for the biggest catch of the day. Am I right, boys?
Oh, really? Do you happen to know what it is?
Last time I heard it was a monster. Hey, Cookie, what was the name of that giant?
Just as he was asking his fellow pirate friend about the catch of the day, a giant Iktormi appeared. The Iktormi began shooting green explosives out of their mouth, which caused the ship to explode, killing most of the pirates on board. Oh no, this is insane. I knew I had to act fast, so I jumped into the ocean and noticed I could breathe underwater. Whoa, I didn't know I could do this. I fought against the creature and even teleported underwater to confuse it. Eat that! The creature ate some of the skeleton pirates, but I continued my fight, making sure I wouldn't get eaten as well. How do you like blood shooting at ya? The creature threw some explosives at me, but thankfully, I was strong enough to defeat them. Whoa, he dropped another map. I took the map with me and got back on my boat to continue sailing back home. On days 50 through 53, I got my buddy Glitch to help me work on the statue. Would you look at that? We're almost done. We added some more blocks to the statue and then took a step back to see the progress. And we were amazed by all our hard work. Oh wow, we're doing a great job, Glitch. After working on the statue, I took some time to get a feel of all my powers. And now I needed to work harder on perfecting them. I need to master my abilities. I realized that the one thing that could improve my fighting skills would be to fly. So I headed off to do some learning. I traveled to a tropical forest biome where I would start my training. This area full of trees would help me learn faster. I then ran into some tigers who did not seem happy to see me. Whoa, 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 stop attacking, stop attacking. You don't know who you're messing with. Even though they were able to pull me in with their claws, I was still easily able to kill them with my powers. Take that, feline. Suddenly, a praying mantis came up to me and shared some words.
That was quite impressive. You have potential.
Thanks, I'm still learning. The praying mantis then offered to train me so that I could become stronger.
Join me, I'll show you my ways.
I agreed to join him and learn as much as I could to improve my techniques. We then started our training by picking up and launching blocks that got heavier as I made progress. Oh, this is getting harder and harder.
You've done well. Now let's see how well you are at avoiding my attacks.
We then started fighting against each other, and I dodged his evoker fangs with my teleportation.
Aha! Your skills are on point. Now time for some meditation. A clear mind will do wonders.
We then started meditating, and during that session, I slowly started to levitate. Whoa! This meditation is gonna help me fly!
That's right. Meditation is key for focusing. If you focus hard enough, you will fly in no time.
The more I focused, the easier it was to get myself up and fly around. I finally did it! Look at me flying!
One last thing before I go. Remember this. Sometimes your enemies may not be within this realm. Good luck.
Thank you for teaching me your ways. After our training session, I thought of his words and flew my way home. I'm ready for anything that comes my way. On days 54 through 58, I had returned home thinking of what the praying mantis had told me. He said some of my enemies may not be within this realm. I wonder what other realms he's talking about. Just then, I heard a familiar voice, and then saw the Amigo King.
Amigo, I brought you something.
Hey, it's good to see you again.
I would never let you down, especially after what you did for me.
He was holding a gift he had brought for me. What is this? It smells pretty good.
It's a mushroom stew.
I didn't want to offend him, but I honestly had higher expectations for his gift. After all, how could one mushroom stew aid me in my battles? Thanks, I guess. Do you know how this stew could help me?
Oh, you see, it's not just any mushroom stew. This will take you across many dimensions.
Now I knew what the mantis had meant. There were other dimensions I had not explored yet, and with the help of this stew, I could find my way there. That's awesome. Thank you so much for this.
You're welcome. Use it wisely.
After the king left, I took a sip of the mushroom stew and felt my vision begin to wobble. Whoa, this is definitely doing something to me. Suddenly, I was in a new world, which had several floating blocks and purple skies. I can't believe it. That stew is like a teleportation device. I then figured that my new cursed creation would be somewhere here, so I went looking for it. Just then, I ran into some Endorial, some squid-like creatures with many eyes that would float around me. Ah, you weirdos, take that! I used my sword against them and flew around, but after I killed them all, I then kept looking for my bigger opponent. There it is, a Fluto Queen. I finally found the cursed creation, number 5, who was a giant alien bug-like creature. I began fighting it, and the alien would attack me with her giant bug-like arms, and even shot Fluton at me. Ah! It poisoned me! I flew around dodging her Fluton, and used my staff to weaken her. She even spawned mini Flutos, but after a long fight, I finally managed to kill the beast, and it dropped another map. We're one step closer. Suddenly, I was back in reality with a map in my hand and was ready to add it to my wall. Thanks for those words, Mantis Sensei. You were right. For days 59 to 62, I was finally ready to add the final touches on my statue. Time to add some nice details and bring it to life. Before I got started, I needed to get some more resources, so I went exploring. I started collecting some terracotta so that I could then dye it into different colors for my masterpiece. Alright, this amount is good. I then took all the materials back home with me and started dyeing the terracotta in all the colors that fit the scheme of my statue. Ooh, this is some beautiful colors. We then headed towards the statue and started by working on the legs. After working on the statue for a while, it was now nighttime, so I worked on studying the maps. What does all this mean? As I was doing some thinking, I heard some slithering outside and found Glitch fighting a bunch of Dracania. I'll help you, Glitch. As I helped Glitch fight against the Dracania, I noticed they gave me hunger effects when I hit them. Oh no, this is making me weak. We finally killed them all. And I realized I needed better armor to avoid that happening to me again. I need to be well prepared. On days 63 through 66, I went into the caves to mine for lots of diamonds. This time, I'll get plenty. I then collected enough diamonds to make a full armor set. After I finished building my armor, I put it on, and then started getting attacked by some Cerebus, who were fiery horned demon wolves. Aha! You demons have nothing against me! They tried biting me, but I killed them using my sword, and had my great armor to protect me. Alright, let's keep looking. I then found a big open area and saw a mutant wither skeleton. Okay, this giant is gonna be a little tricky, but I got this. I started fighting against the skeleton, but it knocked me out into the air and used its jewel blades to hurt me, which also gave me a wither effect. Ah, I have to keep going. It was a tough battle because of the effects he used against me, but of course, I was a better opponent and blew him up. Oh, look, another map. Oh yeah! Now that I had another map, I headed home to place it next to the others. On days 67 through 70, I arrived home and placed the new map on the wall. This is starting to look familiar, but I still don't understand it well enough. I needed at least another map or two so that I could understand the bigger picture. So I left the maps and went to work on the statue. I started adding more details to the head and arms of the statue and noticed it was starting to look more and more like me every time. It's really coming together now. As I was walking back to my base, I noticed a magma cube. So I quickly pulled out my vampire staff and started shooting blood at it. What is your problem? You coming over here with your dangerous flames? Stay away. Really? What is happening? They explained that in the Nether, there are monsters that are so large, it wasn't safe to stay in the Nether anymore. One of the creatures even escaped. I see. Do you happen to know where the portal is? All right, thank you. Now carry on, my dude. I then left the magma cube with some answers and knew where I needed to go. On days 71 to 74, I traveled with Glitch looking for the Nether portal in the jungle. We then ran into a leaf leaf, a big leafy-like creature that looked absolutely wild. We both fought against it. Glitch was using his awesome beam powers, while I used my flying skills and shot it with my staff. We finally defeated the monster, but then I noticed Glitch wasn't looking his best. We did it, Glitch! Hey, you look pale, my friend. Are you all right? Out of nowhere, Glitch turned into a Mateus, a huge monster, which totally caught me by surprise. I don't want to do this. Glitch was now trying to fight against me, and I had no choice but to fight them. No, Glitch, please! I fought against Glitch, realizing I was about to kill my best friend. And then I was finally ready to take my final hit. I went towards Glitch with all my might and killed them, which made me incredibly sad and cry a little. How could I lose you like this? Oh man, this sucks. As sad as I was, I noticed he had dropped another piece of the map, which meant he was cursed into being one of the wizard's creations. I grabbed the map and then went to give Glitch a proper burial. Goodbye, my friend. On days 75 through 78, I went looking for the Nether portal, and eventually I found it. Whoa, there's something else around here. I noticed that there was also a netherite monstrosity boss. This must be the 8th creation. It was time to fight against the beast, so I flew towards it and used my staff to shoot blood at it as it hit the ground to smash me. You can't catch me! Haha! After flying around the beast and shooting it, I finally killed it after all the lava it shot at me, and then transformed into my final form! Oh, nice! Now I have 100 hearts! I look so powerful! After killing the monstrosity, it dropped a map, so I went to pick it up and then realized something. I think I need to take care of other things before I enter the Nether. I took the map with me, destroyed a block from the portal, and then headed home before any other beasts approached me. On days 79 through 84, I returned home and saw that the magma cube from earlier had some backup and set my whole base on fire. Oh, you're gonna regret this, you cubes! I was so angry to see everything I worked so hard on in flames, so I charged at them with full speed. How dare you ruin my base! After flying around and shooting all the cubes, I finally killed them all. I looked at my burnt home and felt very discouraged. Everything I once loved was taken away from me. Well, there's one thing left. I went to finish my statue, as it was the last precious thing I had left in this life. I guess I gotta transform back to my original form to work on it. After my transformation, I finished adding the details to the torso of my statue and noticed that the ground of my base turned into rainbow blocks. Aw man, there isn't much time left before the entire planet is cursed. I need to do something now. I left the statue to head towards the Nether portal. Once I got there, I placed the obsidian I broke earlier to ignite it. For the days of 85 through 89, I made it inside of the Nether and went looking for the massive cursed beast. The 9th creature could be anywhere. This place looks crazy. It was not hard to spot. The lava behemoth was humongous, so I didn't waste any time and went in for the attack. Be cursed! Although the creature was big, it was super fast, using its head to knock me up and sometimes swallowing me whole. That was gross. I fought it using my vampire ray staff and cursed sword, and suddenly I now had a lava stick to help me out. Take this lava. Oh, I guess that didn't really help out since, you walk on lava. This lava behemoth was a tough opponent, as it was the wizard's last creation. But then I saw the perfect opportunity to finish it. Over here, you freak. I flew to the perfect spot and bombarded the behemoth with all my powers and finally killed it. Right before my eyes, all the lava turned into obsidian, and then a map fell down. Oh yeah, this will be the last piece to place on my wall. After that fight, I headed back to the portal and exited the nether to head back home. On days 90 to 93, I made my way out of the portal and found myself in an entirely new dimension that was barren and creepy. This doesn't look like home to me. I went exploring it for a while, but saw no signs of life, just a bunch of dust and eerie sounds everywhere. How do I get out of here? I then immediately got attacked by a hollow team that was spinning around me, shooting lava. This guy is tough. Oh no, he gave me nausea. With my new form, I was unstoppable and used my staff and aimed for its head, which then killed him. Nice. Okay, where am I? This place is starting to look familiar for some reason. As I made my way to an open area, I noticed it was my base in another dimension. What? My statue? My house? What is going on? I then realized that the worlds must have been collapsing on themselves after all the cursing from the wizard. Everything looks the same, but it feels different. Just then, Glitch rose from his grave and told me some terrifying words that made me feel miserable. No, Glitch! What? No, you were dead, and you weren't you! Glitch, it wasn't my fault! I had to do it! He then disappeared, and I took a deep breath. I had to focus. I needed to go back to my dimension. Oh, there's no place like home. There's no place like home. I began phasing in and out until I finally felt myself dissolve into another reality. On days 94 through 96, I entered another realm, but it wasn't my home. Am I stuck in a loop? This still isn't the right place. I looked around to notice all the details and saw that everything was purple, like me. So I went exploring. I need to get some answers. Maybe I truly am cursed. I then saw the wizard along with a group of baby cursed golems, and I couldn't really tell what he was doing. Hey, you! I tried confronting the wizard, but he couldn't see, hear, or feel me. This must have been another memory.
My cutest and strongest creation yet. The Cursed Golems.
Hey, can you hear me? I'm talking to you! The wizard had no idea I was there. I felt helpless. Then the wizard started getting attacked by an arachne. The cursed golems all ran away in fear instead of helping him fight, except for one of them.
Don't just stand there weeping your eyes out. Help me here.
Together, the cursed golem and the wizard defeated the arachne and her spider babies. But then I noticed that the wizard was now upset with the rest of the golems for leaving him.
You cursed golems are a disappointment.
The wizard then looked at the cursed golem with anger and was ready to kill it. While this was happening, I had the sudden realization that that tiny golem was me.
I'll spare your life, wipe your memory, and send you to the overworld to die instead.
No! On days 97 through 98, I had faded away from that memory and made it back to the overworld. Now sad knowing the truth behind everything. How could he do this to me? That evil wizard! I headed home and noticed that more things were looking out of place. The trees were made of bedrock, rivers were filled with lava, and now the rainbow blocks were expanding. Nothing is the same anymore. Along the way, I started getting attacked by some spider pigs. I was tired after that mind-boggling experience, but I had to keep fighting. Die in the fire! After killing the spider pigs with everything I had, I ran into the praying mantis and the amigo king, who were together by a nearby jungle. Hey guys, what are y'all doing here? It's dangerous. Both of them were worried sick about the cursed world taking over.
Orale, you gotta do something about it. Our home is no more.
Yeah, what he said.
I'm working on it, boys. I gotta keep moving. It was day 99. I finally made it home and put the last part of the map on the wall. I then looked at the final picture and it finally started to make sense. It's the wizard's location. That's what it was the whole time. Once I finally understood the map, the wizard showed up.
Hey, I need your help. Oh, and I see you finally figured out my puzzle.
And why would I help you? All you've done is cause chaos.
You don't understand. I was trying to protect you all this time, ever since you were a baby.
Then please explain, because apparently all you've done is hurt everyone. The wizard then started telling me about his latest creation, a bomb waiting to explode.
I didn't mean to take it this far. I regret leaving you, but now I've created something that I cannot control. I need your help so that we can stop it before things get worse.
Fine, I'll help you, but I'll need something in return.
Sure, I'll do anything. This is serious business I'm telling you about.
All right then, you need to like, subscribe, and hit the bell notification so you never miss another video.
Sure thing. You've got it. Now, help me, please.
All right, let's go. The wizard then took me to his base, and the whole time I made sure to have my guard up, just in case he was planning anything sneaky towards me. On day 100, we finally made it to the wizard's base.
There he is.
Oh, wow! We looked up and saw the giant lunar storm wail in the sky. I knew this would be my toughest fight yet, but at this point, I had no choice but to help the wizard.
He's out of control. What should we do?
We have to charge at it with everything we got. You ready? I agreed to help the wizard take down the monster, so we transformed into his ape form. Let's go! I then flew up into the sky and attacked the whale directly, using my staff and my lava stick to shoot lava explosions at it. The whale kept shooting dangerous cannon-like projectiles at us, and at some point, it even swallowed me whole. Eventually, I made my way out of his mouth, and we combined our forces, destroying the lunar whale at last. Finally, we did it! We killed the beast!
That was a tough fight. Thank you, Bronzo. Alrighty, I gotta get back to my work.
Not so fast, you wizard!
Son, no!
There was no way I was letting him get away with his evil intentions, so I glitched the wizard out of existence! Goodbye, freak father! I had reached my full potential, but I remembered someone else that had also become different kinds of amazing golems. My best friend, Maxcraft.
Thanks, Bronzo. I'll take it from here. On day 1, I spawned in as a baby iron golem. Although I had only just spawned, I knew my sole purpose was to protect the land and all of its residents. I'm gonna be the best security guard there is. Just then, a pillager king emerged with his army and said,
"In 100 days, my secret weapon will be completed, and every village in the world will belong to me and my army."
But I'm just one golem! How am I supposed to defend every town in the world? On day 2, I decided to start small and seek out a village that could need the help of an iron golem. After a bit of traveling, I spotted a village being ravaged by spiders. Time to kick some butt! I rushed into battle and began to fight them all off. As a baby iron golem, I had 20 hearts, and my attacks packed a punch. Each spider I hit was launched into the air. I had super knockback. After some back and forth, I managed to take down the swarm. Not bad for day 2. Upon my victory, members of the village gathered around and praised me for saving them. What happened to your local golem?
He's been on the fritz. We don't know what's wrong with him.
Well, maybe I can talk it out with him. On day 3, I traveled in search of the lost golem, but no matter how much I looked, I couldn't find him. Where could he be? Suddenly, I was ambushed by a pillager.
Aw, a little baby iron golem. You're coming with me.
No way! I tried my best to fight him off, but he was too tough at my size. It didn't take long for him to overwhelm me and knock me out cold. When I came to, I was at a pillager outpost. I was trapped in a cage, and in front of me stood the pillager king.
What's a foolish little golem doing in my neck of the woods?
None of your business! I'm gonna stop your plans!
Ah, at this size, you're hilarious. Soon my weapon will wipe you all out.
The pillager king left, leaving me at the mercy of his guards. I thought I was finished, when suddenly an armored golem appeared.
Leave the kid alone.
He began to fight off the group of pillagers with his incredible strength. He seemed unstoppable and could knock them back with ease. He's so cool. Dozens of pillagers began to pile in, but he was still able to put up a fight. I had never seen an iron golem with this strength before. I have to become just as strong as he is. The dust settled and the golem came to set me free. But just as he was about to, a pillager snuck behind him and landed a powerful hit. The golem slayed him and let me out of my prison. Afterwards, the two of us ran away from the outpost before more backup could arrive. On days 4 through 7, I found a hiding spot for me and the Iron Golem to hunker down. Thank you for saving me.
Of course. I wish I could do the same for my village.
Wait, you're the Golem I was looking for. What happened?
Something hasn't been feeling right, so I haven't been able to protect my village properly. That pillager hit me hard. I don't have much time.
Is there any way I could get strong like you? I want to defeat the king.
You're a fool if you think you can do that. He's too powerful.
I won't go down without a fight.
Well, there might be one way. Seek out the other golems across the land. They all want to protect their homes, the same as you and I.
The Iron Golem succumbed to his wounds and dropped a mysterious upgrade in his place. I picked it up out of curiosity and suddenly transformed into an adult Iron Golem. I now had 30 hearts. I won't let you down. I'll protect your village and all of the others. On days 8 through 10, I knew if I wanted to survive my journey, I would need to start working on a home base. Time to get gathering. I punched down some trees for wood, which I used to create a crafting bench and make a wooden pickaxe. Afterwards, I mined some cobblestone and upgraded to stone tools. With all my tools completed, I went back and mined for a ton of cobblestone. Afterwards, I got to work on my base, using the materials I had on hand. I wanted it to eventually become a massive security HQ. Yeah, it's got a long way to go. All of that building had really worked up an appetite, so I set off in search of some grub. Just as the sun began to set, I came across another village. Could I have some of your crops?
I would if I had some. There's something that keeps eating our crops at night.
That's no good. I'll check it out. On days 11 through 14, I decided to camp out at the villager's garden to wait until I could catch whatever was terrorizing the crops. Wait, what was that? I saw something out of the corner of my eye and leapt into action, chasing whatever it was deeper into the woods. It was fast, but I was determined to protect those crops and that village. It bobbed and weaved around the trees like its life depended on it. I finally caught up to it when… Wait, where did it go? It was nowhere to be seen. Things don't just disappear. Where are you hiding? All of a sudden, something fell and hit my head. What the? Food? I looked up and saw a copper golem munching away in a tree. Hey, get down here! That's not yours!
I'm sorry. The pillagers destroyed my home and now we're so hungry.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, little guy. Well, if you promise not to do it again, maybe you'd want to come stay with me.
Really? I love that. A new home.
What's your name?
I'm Gizmo Gonzopoulos IV.
I'll just call you Gizmo. We returned back to the base and I started to build Gizmo a room to stay. Maybe he'd be able to help me turn this place into a real security headquarters someday. As a gift of thanks, he shared some of his food with me. Knowing it's all he had, it really meant a lot to me. I was excited to start this new friendship.
Yay! Thank you, Max.
On days 15 through 18, I went out in search for more golems. The more golems I could find, the more help I could get to protect the land from the king's weapon. After searching for a while, I came across a village swarmed with zombies. It looks like all the villagers have been zombified. This is horrible. All of a sudden, a golem appeared from around the house and was trying to fight off the zombies. Oh my gosh, I have to help him.
Wait, please don't hurt them. These are my people.
I think they're kind of a lost cause, dude.
Please, I think I know a way to save them.
I had to think fast if we were gonna save these zombie villagers and somehow turn them back to normal. I quickly built a small pen to corral the zombie villagers. I made sure to add a roof so no sunlight would cause them to burn either.
Whew, thank you for respecting my wishes. My name is Gary.
Sure, I'm Max. You really think you know a way you can cure them?
I know a guy. He's well versed in alchemy, and I'm sure he can brew something that can fix this.
Okay then, let's go find this alchemist.
I should stay here and keep an eye on my villagers, just to make sure they stay safely in this thing. But follow this, it'll lead you right to them.
Good plan. All right, I'll follow this map and be right back. On days 19 through 21, I followed the map until I could find the alchemist. I'd never heard of curing zombieism before, but it would be incredible if this rumor was true. After much travel, I found a flower forest where a nature golem was waiting. Are you the alchemist I was told about?
Intruder!
He suddenly lunged at me and knocked me back with a mighty blow. Whoa, ouch! What gives? I'm not here to fight.
All shall fall for the mighty king.
What? It seemed like it was no use. The nature golem charged at me and all I could do was try to defend myself. I didn't want to ruin the only chance those zombie villagers had, but I couldn't fall here either. Snap out of it already! What is wrong with this guy? While trying to knock some sense into this guy, I saw a potion fall off of him and land on the ground. I ran over and grabbed the potion and ran off before things could get any worse. I am out of here!
The Pillager King will guide us all!
I returned to the zombified village and hurried over to tell Gary what happened.
That doesn't sound like my friend. This has to be that awful pillager's doing.
Wait, you think he's taking control of the golems? On days 22 through 24, I used the mysterious potion I got from the alchemist to cure all of the villagers of their zombieism. Wow! I'm so happy that worked! As a gift of thanks, the villagers gave me tons of seeds and crops that I could use for my own garden.
You're the best, Max. Thank you.
It's all in a day's work.
Thank you for all of your help, Max. Please take this as a token of my gratitude.
Wow, thanks, Gary. I appreciate it.
That map will lead you to a magnificent city ruled by a powerful golem. If anybody could help you on your journey, it would be him.
Amazing! I'll be sure to visit him. Hopefully the Pillager King hasn't gotten to him too. I left the village, but now I had new things to be worried about. My golem brethren were now being controlled by an evil king. If I was gonna save them and stop him, I was gonna need to get stronger. I mined for some coal and iron, and built a furnace nearby to craft an iron pickaxe. Further down the mine, I even found some diamond. With those in hand, I crafted a new diamond pickaxe. I headed back to the base to regroup. I caught up with Gizmo and expanded the base to make room for our materials. I built some chests and filled the room with them. Afterwards, I used my iron ingots to make a bucket. I also crafted a hoe so I could finally get started on my garden. I gathered some water in my new bucket and started forming my garden outside the base. Now we don't have to worry about food anymore. Gizmo then walked up and handed me a poppy. Hey, thanks. What's this for?
Norwegian. I just thought you'd like it.
Oh, us iron golems do love poppies. Thanks, bud. I planted Gizmo's poppy right next to mine. Now this is really starting to feel like home. On days 25 through 27, I decided to follow Gary's map to find his rumored magnificent city and powerful golem. As I searched, I realized that only a small percentage of the viewers watching are actually subscribed. Smash that subscribe button and ring the bell for notifications. After a while, I discovered an entire city made of diamond. Whoa, this is beautiful. I wonder what it's like to protect a city like this. I made my way towards the gates when suddenly a massive diamond golem stopped me in my tracks.
Sorry, you may not pass.
Why not?
You need a diamond badge to pass. Only golems who receive all 4 pieces of the badge will be allowed inside.
It's really important though.
You seem like a good kid, so I'll give you some advice. You can get pieces by protecting villages. Go to the Dark Village of the East. Nobody goes there.
Well, I do like to help others. I'll do it. Thank you. I started to travel towards the Dark Village in search of my ticket inside. I wanted to know what was so special about that place that they had to keep it locked up. I'll have to find out when I get the badge. On days 28 through 31, I arrived at the Dark Village of the East, and immediately I could tell the place lived up to its name. The place was run down, and criminals ran through the streets. The residents stayed in their homes, too fearful to step outside. This place is eerie. I peeked through narrow alleyways until finally discovering an iron golem in critical condition. What happened here?
I am the Iron Golem of this village. Our town is a crime zone. It's always been like this.
Well, not anymore. I'm here to help. I began my quest to stomp out all crime in the Dark Village, as well as build up its defenses. I started by going in hot pursuit of a robber that had stolen someone's shulker box. Here you go, sir.
My hero.
Next, I scared off some punks causing trouble for the residents. They underestimated my strength, and I put them in their place.
You're not the usual Iron Golem we mess with.
That's right. I'm the golem who won't put up with your baloney. Get out of here! Finally, I rebuilt some of their damaged infrastructure, and the village was beginning to feel safer and safer. People were even beginning to leave their homes and enjoy their town. This is great! Suddenly, I heard a massive crash in the distance. I ran to check it out and discovered a TNT golem destroying a newly built structure.
All hail the king.
Hey, stop that! I don't want to hurt you! My pleas didn't matter. The golem charged at me full speed. On days 32 through 34, I had to fight the giant TNT Golem. The last thing I wanted to do was hurt another protector, but right now, he wasn't in the right mind. He threw explosives wildly all over the place, leaving craters in the ground. I dodged the best I could and tried to use force to knock some sense back into him. You're supposed to protect, not destroy! I'm sorry, but I have to stop you.
What's going on?
Hey man, are you okay?
I don't know. The last thing I remember is, a prototype. He took over my mind.
Onward, men!
Come out and face me yourself, King.
You're a strong one, aren't you? Well, now it's time you lend your strength to my army.
All hail the king.
Wait, are you saying that what's taking over Golem's minds is only a prototype?
That's right. If the Pillager King completes his weapon, all Golems will be under his control forever.
That's awful! I can't let that happen!
Thank you for freeing my mind. I will stay and help rebuild this village that I wrongly destroyed.
The Golem then tossed me a piece of the diamond badge. Awesome! Thank you! Only 3 more pieces to go. On days 35 through 38, I returned home. I realized that I needed to beef up my own base after hearing what the king was capable of. I don't want to get mind controlled. I started by rethinking the foundational material of the base. I was an iron golem, so it should be made of iron. I took out my pickaxe and got to mining, getting loads of iron ore in the process. After a lot of gathering, I crafted up a bunch of furnaces which I used to smelt the ore into ingots. Finally, I used my iron to craft plenty of iron blocks. Now it's time for the fun part. I replaced all of the oak pillars with my new iron ones. I could already tell that this structure was much more secure now. While I was at it, I expanded too, adding a few additional rooms. Now I just need one more thing. I used my excess cobblestone to make some walls, which I used to start a perimeter around the base for extra protection. Let's see the pillagers attack us now. As I was wrapping up, Gizmo ran up to me.
There have been reports of pillager outposts being built nearby.
Time for some sabotage. On days 39 through 41, I traveled to the outpost that Gizmo had told me about. But when I arrived, I saw I was too late. The outpost had nearly been completed, and it was placed on the remains of a village that had been torn down. This is terrible! I couldn't save this town in time. Even though the village was destroyed, I could still drive out the pillager army from causing further harm. I rushed down the mountain and into battle to fight the pillagers. I pummeled them with all my strength and sent them flying into the sky. That's what you get for hurting innocent people! Their numbers were overwhelming, but I still managed to come out on top. I thought the battle was over, until suddenly a giant pillager emerged from the outpost. Uh-oh, you're big. Armed with my stone sword, I moved in to land swift attacks on the enemy. His powerful hammer packed a punch, dealing heavy hits to my health bar. Thankfully, I was able to outclass him with my golem strength. Finally, once all the pillagers were defeated, I began to scout out the town for any survivors. After a bit of looking, I discovered a family of villagers hiding inside one of the remaining houses.
It's safe to come out?
Yes, but this village is too far gone. Come stay at my base. It's safe there.
That sounds great.
I returned to the base and quickly built them a house to call their own besides the HQ.
Thank you for your help. Please, take this.
What is it?
It's a part that belonged to your iron golem. He died protecting everyone until the very end. He would want you to have it.
I thanked them and accepted their gift. The upgrade suddenly disappeared and gave me 10 hearts. I won't let something like this happen to a village ever again. On days 42 through 45, I was tending to the base when suddenly I was visited by the Pillager King. What are you doing here?
You've been a real pain in my side, so I thought I'd pay you a visit.
What do you want?
I want you to stop meddling into things that don't involve you. I've always hated you golems. You always put your lives on the line to defend villages, but as pillagers are left to fend for ourselves. You have never been anything but a nuisance to our kind, and now I'm taking what's ours. When my weapon is complete, all of you golems will belong to me at last.
You won't get away with this!
With you out of the way, I will.
Just then, the king summoned a massive netherite golem.
Enjoy, my little abomination.
The king fled, and the netherite golem charged at me full speed. No, wait! I don't want to hurt you!
Fall, pathetic golem, and bow to the king.
The massive creature didn't respond to my voice at all. He was no longer a golem, but a monster completely lost to the king's spell. I have to protect my home. I'm sorry. I stopped holding back and went all out on the mind-controlled golem. I pulled out my axe and started swinging, but his giant shield was hard to get around. Luckily, my powerful knockback ability could launch him into the sky. He swung with his giant hammer, but I maneuvered around him the best I could. I switched to my sword to get some swift hits in when he was vulnerable. Seeing that I was faster than him, he spun and hit me with his giant tail. After a fierce battle, I summoned all of my strength, and the netherite golem finally fell to his death. Has his mind control gotten stronger? On days 46 through 48, I made myself an iron axe and sword. Afterwards, I was worried about the growing power of the king's abilities, when suddenly I realized the nature golem was still in danger. He could be getting worse. I have no time to lose. I returned to the sanctuary where I originally discovered him, but there was nobody there. Just then, I heard a massive crashing noise in the distance. Uh-oh. I followed the crashing sounds and found the nature golem terrorizing a forest and its animals. Hey, stop that!
Death to all traitors!
I went down to intervene, and without a second thought, the nature golem once again attacked me. I pleaded with him to make him stop, but my words weren't doing anything again. Guess I just have to knock some sense into you. I began to fight back. The two of us were neck and neck and equally matched as golems in strength. However, I had something to one him up. My sword! I sliced down the nature golem and even used the terrain to land an attack from above. After a while, I used my axe to dwindle him down, which was very effective. He was starting to crack. Maybe it was the fact I had gotten stronger, but by some miracle, I managed to knock the nature golem out of his trance.
I'm so sorry, my boy. The Pillager King,
Don't worry, I'm glad you're okay, but this is getting out of hand.
I'm well versed in alchemy, and I made numerous potions. Perhaps I can cure the Pillager King's spell. I'll need time, but I'll get to work right away.
That's a great idea! I left the golem a map to the base so he could return when he had more updates on the status of the cure. On days 49 through 52, I began to travel back home when I was stopped by a zombified piglin.
Please, you have to help me! Our golden golem has gone berserk!
Even golems in the nether? Show me the way! I followed the piglin through a nether portal. We arrived at a bastion, which was being terrorized by a massive gold golem. Stop this now! I don't want to hurt you!
I will crush you, tiny defender!
Just like all the others, the golem lunged at me with all of their strength. I had to fight. The two of us went back and forth, landing heavy blows from each side. The zombified piglins had nowhere to run, but they gave us space to duel it out in the ring. I juggled the big ugly taxi beast in the air with my knockback ability, and sliced into him with my sword. He was tough, but my axe helped crack his armor. However, he didn't show any signs of letting up. The Pillager King really has a tight grip on this one. After a lot of struggle, I managed to knock out the gold golem cold. I knew he could still be mind controlled, so I quickly got to work on a cage as a precaution. By the time the golem came to, he was trapped.
All hail the king! All hail the king!
Is he really gonna be okay in there?
Yes, I promise I'll have a cure soon.
Well, thank you for your bravery. Please take this as a gift of thanks.
The piglin then handed me the second piece of the diamond badge. I won't let y'all down. On days 53 through 55, I was worried that the king's mind control was getting stronger with each passing day. I better reinforce the base even more. I can't risk his weapon affecting any one of us. I added more layers to my walls to try to keep the king's mind control out.
Max, I found some things that could help improve our security.
Oh, really? Awesome! Lay it on me. Gizmo tossed over tons of cameras and high-tech computers. Wow, Gizmo! Where did you find all of this?
I like collecting gizmos. That's why people call me that.
Cool! Let's go install these right now. I began expanding the headquarters to make a whole room dedicated to Gizmo's new tech. With all of these cameras at my disposal, I could really step up my game in the security business. I went around and revisited all the towns that I helped so far and installed cameras throughout each of them, giving me eyes and ears all over the world, just in case any of them needed my help once again. When I returned to the base, I found the nature golem waiting for me. Have you already finished the cure?
Not yet, but things are getting dangerous outside. Can I stay here?
Of course. I then moved the nature golem into his own room in the base.
This is perfect. Thank you.
On days 56 through 59, I decided I needed some more help. I went out to search for more golems who could help in the cause. I came across a new village, but it was one consisting only of creepers. This place is a time bomb. I walked around, but the place was a ghost town. All of the residents peered at me through the windows of their home. I have a feeling I'm not welcome here. I stumbled upon a lone creeper outside minding his business. I figured I could ask him for directions and continue on my way. Excuse me, sir? Oops! After the eruption of the creeper, I heard heavy footsteps approaching me from behind. I turned around to find their cobblestone golem towering over me. Sorry, I didn't mean to. The cobblestone golem blew up, dealing massive damage to me in the process. I thought he was done for, but he was able to combine all of his pieces back together to revive himself. Uh-oh. The cobblestone golem clearly didn't want me around in his village and was willing to explode himself to get me to leave. How was I supposed to fight something that could just reform itself together once it broke apart? I tried slashing at the little pieces of the golem that were scattered around. I figured the less pieces that make it back to the main golem head, the weaker he was getting. The golem wouldn't stop exploding long enough to listen to reason, so I had to take him out if I wanted to escape with my life. After I broke apart the last piece of the golem, the horde of creeper residents ran after me as a mob. I had no choice but to run away. I'm sorry! On days 60 through 63, I came back from my weird adventure to regroup at the base. It turns out the nature golem was there waiting for me.
I've crafted a new potion for you to test out on the mind-controlled golem. I believe it may actually remove the king's mind control.
Really? Does it work?
I can't know for sure. That's why I need you to test it out.
I remembered that the gold golem in the nether needed help, so I headed straight there to test it out. I arrived to see that the gold golem was still deeply mind-controlled. Luckily, he was still locked up, so he couldn't hurt anybody. Here goes nothing. Oh, you're so cute! He was so small that I figured I could let him out of his cage. He couldn't hurt a fly now, but out of nowhere, he grew to an even bigger size than before. Oh no, not cute!
All hail the king!
Oh man, bad day, bad day, bad day! He chased me around all over the place, even faster and stronger than before. Things weren't looking good for me, but all of a sudden, the golem stopped and shrunk back down to normal size. Are you still loyal to the king?
Of course not. That guy stinks.
Ooh, you're cured.
Thank you so much. Now that I'm free, I'm going to go back to protecting my village. Keep up the good work.
On days 64 through 66, I returned to the base to tell the nature golem what happened.
It's definitely got some kinks to work out, but I'm getting close. Thank you.
The nature golem got back to work, and Gizmo walked up to me.
Hey, Max, I want to show you something.
I followed Gizmo, curious as to what he wanted to show me. Finally, we arrived at a magnificent field of flowers. Whoa, this is beautiful.
I thought you'd like it. My mama always loved flowers, too.
I'm sure you miss her.
I do, but I have you as my family now.
You're my family too, buddy. The two of us enjoyed the view. Everything was good in the world, until suddenly the Pillager King emerged.
Oh, how touching.
What do you want?
Only to have you off my back. You're forcing my hand, foolish golem.
I won't stop until you fall from your throne.
Then you leave me no choice.
The Pillager King took out his prototype and zapped Gizmo. He immediately started acting weird. Whoa, buddy, are you okay?
Max, I don't feel so good.
All of a sudden, Gizmo changed forms. He had been corrupted by the king's powers.
All hail the king.
Gizmo ran at me full speed, ready to attack me to the death. I pleaded with him to stop, but he wouldn't back down. No, Gizmo, stop! I couldn't bring myself to fight my friend, and ran away as fast as I could.
Run while you can. You're going to be next.
On days 67 through 70, I rushed home to tell the nature golem what had happened.
I gave you the last of my antidotes, and my new batch won't be done for a few days. Give me time.
I was feeling anxious about Gizmo, so I decided to try and sleep it off. Unfortunately for me, I fell asleep into a horrible nightmare. I was inside of a void, where there was nothing but black for miles around me. Where am I? Before I could get my bearings, the Pillager King emerged in front of me.
Let me into your mind, Max.
I'll never let you toy with my head. Suddenly, a corrupted Gizmo appeared behind me.
Join the king. You'll be so happy.
What? No,
Join the king. You'll be so happy.
Join the king. You'll be so happy.
Join
the king.
No!
You'll be so
happy.
I woke up in a cold sweat. Thankfully, it was only a nightmare. The king's trying to get into my head. I have to save Gizmo, now! On days 71 through 74, I spoke with the Nature Golem again to find that he had finally completed the next iteration of his cure. That's great news!
But I must warn you, this brew still has its faults. There's a chance it could cure the user, but it could also be lethal.
Lethal? I wanted a cure, not poison!
There's only a 1% chance of the user dying. I'm afraid it's the best I can do right now.
Okay, I'll take it just in case. Thank you. With my questionable cure in hand, I left to find the whereabouts of Gizmo. It didn't take too long before I stumbled upon him wreaking havoc with some pillagers. I'm coming, buddy! I started by taking out the pillager army. I had fought off so many of them by now that I knew their attack patterns. Even so, they could still pack a punch thanks to their sheer numbers. All the while, Gizmo attacked innocent villagers. I took out the fleet, leaving only Gizmo remaining. Snap out of it, Gizmo! I'm your family!
I will kill all who oppose the king.
I had no choice but to fight him. Thanks to my knockback, I was able to keep him off me, but he was far stronger under the influence of the Pillager King. We traded hits back and forth, but the longer the fight went on, the more difficult it was to keep him at bay. I struggled to keep up, and he showed no signs of stopping his onslaught. At this rate, I'll lose! I had no choice but to throw my potion at him, causing him to almost immediately stop in his tracks. Everything went silent. Gizmo? On days 75 through 77, I watched as Gizmo transform back into his normal self.
What? Where am I? Max?
Gizmo! You're okay!
Ugh, I feel horrible. Thank you for saving me.
The two of us headed home, and when I got there, I figured it was time to finish my base. I began expanding the HQ to make it look more like a security hub. With that, I built more houses for people to come stay, a fountain, and I installed new security cameras to the surrounding area for extra protection. After that, I went around recruiting people who had lost their homes to stay at my HQ. We traveled back to the base, where I showed local villagers into their new high-security homes. Finally, I added a poppy garden for all to enjoy, but especially in celebration of Gizmo's return.
Yay! Yippee!
With that, my super high-tech security base was complete. Nobody's getting hurt on my watch. This place is a fortress. Just then, the Nature Golem approached me.
I'm still improving the cure, but take this in the meantime. It will make you stronger.
He dropped me a potion, and I drank it immediately. Its effects gained me 10 more hearts. Whoa, now I'm stronger than ever. Thank you. On days 78 through 81, I traveled through the night until I came across a bunch of jack-o'-lanterns scattered around a snow biome. That's ominous. I decided to follow the trail, which led me to a town made entirely of pumpkins. As I explored further, I realized that all the residents were snow golems. A village of golems? That's nice. Eventually, I found a circle of snow golems surrounding a mutant snow golem in front of them. What are you guys doing?
Our golem has shown us the way of the Pillager King. We always do whatever he says.
What? But the king is bad news.
No way! Our mutant snow golem would never do anything to harm the city. You'd have to mind control him to do that.
Well, about that. Just then, the mutant snow golem spotted me. Uh-oh.
All hail the king!
He instantly rushed over and started attacking me, bringing his army of snow villagers with him into the fray. I had no choice but to duke it out with them. He was incredibly strong and used his huge fist to try to do me in. Luckily, I was no pushover either. I launched him into the air while fending off angry villagers at the same time. They were swarming me all around, and it was super hard not to hurt them while trying to wake up their snow golem leader.
Don't let that iron golem attack our leader!
Stop! I'm trying to help! After a lot of back and forth, the mutant snow golem snapped out of his trance, causing all of the snow golem villagers to stop fighting too.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry for the trouble. Take this. If anyone deserves to witness a Diamond City, it's you.
The mutant gave me the third piece of the badge, making me one step closer towards the secrets of the city. Only one left to go. On days 82 through 84, I came across a straw maze of some sort. I guess this matches the whole jack-o'-lantern theme.
Please help. Please help. My baby. I think he's lost.
Your baby? Of course, ma'am. Where did you last see him?
In the hay maze. Please help me find my little Timothy.
I bravely rushed into the maze to try to find her son. Timothy? Timothy! Where the hay are you? I hit dead end after dead end, trying to find my way deeper into the maze. I ran as fast as I could through the maze, yelling for Timothy. You're not Timothy, are you? Right, sorry to bother you. I kept moving until suddenly I saw something bolt by. Hey, hello? Timothy? I chased the mysterious figure through the maze until, ha-ha!
Hey, I'm washing here.
Oh, oops, I'm sorry. I left, leaving the dude in peace.
Ooh, the horrifying Timothy has spooked you!
Oh no, you got me! But your haunting will have to end here. Your mom has been looking everywhere for you.
Alright, fine.
We made our way through the ridiculous hay maze and met back up with Timothy's mom.
My baby! Oh, thank you so much for finding my boy!
No problem, ma'am. Just maybe next time try a smaller maze. Ooh, I sure am hungry now. She thanked me by sharing her amazing homemade bread, and then I made my way back to the HQ to rest. On days 85 through 88, I returned home to find the king waiting for me. What are you doing here?
I see you freed your little friend. It's no matter. I always wanted you to begin with.
Why do you keep coming here? I'm not falling for your tricks.
You've become very entertaining to watch, but my weapon is nearing completion. Soon you will also succumb to my mind control.
I'd rather die than serve you.
Fine. Then die.
The king summoned a massive furnace golem to do me in. His face turned bright red, and he stomped towards me to attack. I started by using my sword, which broke almost instantly. I switched to my iron axe and continued to duke it out. The golem's metallic fist packed a punch and even set me on fire. Luckily, there was a nearby body of water for me to extinguish the flames. I did enough to crack his armor, but even so, he was too powerful. He overcame me and I lost.
Aren't you going to run?
Ugh, I'll stand with my people until the very end.
You golems are all the same. So boring. I can't kill you like this. I'll be back when my weapon is complete, and I'll make sure you're the first mind I take.
He left with his monster, leaving me defeated. That was too close. I have to get stronger if I want to beat him next time. On days 89 through 91, I made a diamond sword. It's about time. Once I had everything situated at the base, I finally set off in search of the final piece of the diamond badge. As I passed through villages from a plains biome to a desert biome, none of them needed help. It seemed like my security had reached all parts of the overworld. I'm glad everything is peaceful, but I need that last badge piece. Suddenly, a little Enderman teleported up to me. Who are you?
I'm Endy Jr., messenger of the End City. I heard your stories of saving golems, and we need your help.
Lead the way! I followed Endy Jr. all the way to his city. It was far, but once we arrived, we discovered an obsidian golem rampaging across the entire city. I could already tell that he was a lost cause. He didn't even notice that I had arrived to stop him. Alright, nature golem, don't let me down. I took out my diamond sword and ran in for battle. I could have thrown the potion on him immediately, but I wanted to see if I could conserve my only cure. I only had one potion, so no redos. The obsidian golem was so focused on attacking the Enderman that he didn't pay me any mind. I tried to talk some sense into him first, but no matter what I did, he wouldn't snap out of it. As he continued to kill Enderman, I had no choice. I took out my potion and threw it at him. Please, no side effects! The obsidian golem ceased to attack me and came to his senses right away. The cure, at long last, was a success.
Thank you for saving our city. Please, take this as a thank you from all the Endermen.
Endy Jr. awarded me with the final missing piece, transforming all of my pieces into a diamond badge. Now I can go to Diamond City! On days 92 through 94, I finally was able to enter the Diamond City. With my new protector badge, I walked right up to the gate proudly.
Good day, little one. I see you've gotten your badge. Excellent. You are now free to enter.
Awesome! Finally! I was ushered through the gate and into the massive, beautiful Diamond Castle. It was amazing! I was soon led to the Diamond City's library, where the Diamond Golem stopped in his tracks.
I will no longer pass beyond this point. Speak to the Master Golem with utmost dignity.
I walked inside to find an ancient golem waiting inside of the library for me. Greetings, sir. I've come to tell you about a threat to all golem kind. I told him everything I knew about the Pillager King, including the discovery of a cure.
I'm afraid a cure would only be a temporary solution. Once the weapon is completed, the Pillager King will overpower all of us regardless.
We can't let that happen.
I agree. You must take the Pillager King down before his weapon is completed. Allow me to train you.
Of course. When do I start?
Now.
With that, my training session began.
Lesson 1 is parkour. You must jump from platform to platform over a pit of lava.
Why do I have to do something so life-threatening?
We must be able to protect in any situation. If you cannot traverse difficult terrain, you are not a worthy golem.
I mustered all of my courage and began the difficult task. There were a few close calls, but I managed to clear the jumps.
Lesson 2 is endurance training. I will hit you with my sword. Your body will crack, but your armor will grow stronger once you recover.
Sounds tough, but let's do this. The Master Golem chipped away at my armor little by little. It was a tough task, but once I was low enough health, he gave me a potion of regeneration. I healed myself back to full health and gained 5 hearts in the process. Whoa, that really worked. After a lot of training, it was finally time for my last lesson.
Lesson 3, Combat. You must win in battle with my most powerful warrior.
Who's that?
Me.
On days 95 through 98, it was time for my final test. A duel with the Master Golem. You want me to fight you?
To know you've truly mastered the skills I've taught you, we must fight.
Well, I know you're a worthy opponent, but just know I won't go easy on you.
I'm counting on it.
I rushed into battle, using all the skills I learned to take down my master. He was extremely tough, and his diamond exterior and shield didn't make it any easier. Additionally, he had a massive diamond blade of his own that cracked me in a short amount of time. Despite his size and power, I wasn't going to be outmatched that easily. Using my own diamond blade, I landed clean hits of my own that even knocked him back. After a lot of back and forth, his armor began to crack as well. Yeah! Ouch! Yeah! This was by far the most intense battle I had ever faced. But by the end of it, I managed to defeat my master and even gain 5 hearts. Whoa! That training really did a lot!
I have nothing more to teach you. Please take this weapon as well as armor to aid you in the battle with the Pillager King. You're our last hope.
I thanked him for everything and continued on my way. The time to end this was now. On day 99, I returned to the base and started to make any necessary preparations for the battle ahead. I gathered plenty of food and said my goodbyes to the residents of my home. As I was finishing up, Gizmo walked up to me.
Are you sure you could take him on? He's incredibly powerful.
I've been training for this moment. Nothing is gonna stop me now.
Good luck. Let's look at the flowers again when you come back, okay?
Before leaving, I checked in on the nature golem to say my goodbyes.
Max, I have one final brew for you.
He handed me a potion of strength. This'll come in handy. Thank you. I left in search of the Pillager King's whereabouts. As I looked, I discovered some pillagers making a ruckus. Stop right there! I jumped in and took out the group. There was a decent amount of them, but I was able to take them down with my brute strength. Upon their death, they dropped a map to a palace. That's convenient. I followed the map until arriving at the Pillager King's domain. This would be my final battle for the fate of the world. It's time to end this. On day 100, I entered the Pillager King's palace. The place was crawling with guards, who took notice of me right away. Using my new sword, I slashed at them repeatedly in quick succession. I thought I had finished the job, when more came barreling down the stairs. I continued to use my blade to cut the onslaught down to size. They were no match for my strength or sheer speed. I need to go before more show up. I rushed down the steps into the throne room, where I found the king was already waiting for me inside.
Well, well, well. If it isn't my favorite Iron Golem.
Your days of terrorizing villages are over.
Ha! My weapon will be completed in a matter of minutes, and you will be the one terrorizing for me.
What makes you think I can't take you out now? You've never fought me yourself, and nobody is here to save you now.
Oh, I'm already one step ahead of you.
Suddenly, the Pillager King transformed into a giant golem mecha.
You like it? I call it the Golem Grinder. You're going down, weakling.
The Pillager King lunged forward, and the final battle began. The Pillager King was incredibly powerful. Armed with his prototype, he struck me down with intense lightning attacks. His Golem Grinder wasn't just a flashy name. I could feel his immense power with each hit he landed. Unfortunately for him, I had grown much stronger than I was before. I sliced him down at great speeds with my blade, but he had another trick up his sleeve. The Pillager King summoned Furnace Golems to aid him in battle.
Did you miss your friends? Get 'em, boys.
They were the same kind of golems that defeated me before, but my training had led me up to this moment. Their attacks all set me ablaze just like before. Luckily, I had a bucket of water just in case. I poured it out and used it to extinguish the flames. After a lot of fighting, I took out the last Furnace Golem, leaving only me and the Pillager King once again.
No, this can't be.
With one final hit, the Pillager King went down. finally freeing all of Golem kind from his mind control. Yes! I did it! Suddenly, I felt creatures of another realm calling out to me as my very spirit was taken to another form. I knew that one final threat stood in my way. On day 1, I spawned into a massive graveyard as a baby spirit golem. All of the other spirit inhabitants were running for their lives as the necromancer appeared on his phantom horse. His army of the undead swooped in from the skies above and brought terror onto our home.
Rid these souls, messengers, and give me what is rightfully mine.
The messengers of the dead attacked the spirits with everything they had. Even though they were already dead, the messengers had the power to make them cease to exist altogether. How is this possible? Suddenly, the necromancer appeared in front of me.
You've escaped me once, but you won't again.
He charged at me with the intent to kill. Galloping at full speed on horseback, the necromancer tried to swipe at me with his sharp polearm. Luckily, I was able to dodge the end of the blade by an inch. He was able to recover quickly from my swift movements, using his horse to pivot around with pinpoint precision. The horseman took to the skies and came hurtling down towards me like a comet. I did my best to defend myself, but against the might of the Necromancer Knight, I was powerless. The thunderous hoofbeats of his steed signaled the windup of a powerful attack from his gigantic glaive. What did I do? I just spawned! I couldn't keep up the fight, so I took my chance and ran outside of the graveyard.
Men, after that golem!
On day 2, I was being chased through a haunted forest by the Necromancer's army. I tried to shake him off my tail, but more of his undead goons crawled up from the ground around me. I tried to use my fight ability to my advantage, but his ghostly minions came down from the sky too. They're everywhere! Unfortunately, I was soon met with a dead end. I was completely surrounded by the Necromancer's messengers. The goons closed in on me, and I knew I wasn't gonna make it. Out of my way! Suddenly, my powers as a spirit golem manifested in the form of a haunting scythe. I now had a way to defend myself. I clutched my new weapon and charged into battle. They had an advantage in numbers, but I wasn't gonna go down without a fight. I started swatting them with my scythe, dealing loads of damage to the multitude of enemies. I ripped through the haunted souls, taking them out in groups with my rapid swipes. One by one, the horde is getting cold after each power strike, sending the wraiths and ghouls to their graves. With each group of ghosts I sent to the afterlife, I regained small bursts of health that allowed me to keep fighting. Even as their numbers dwindled, more undead emerged from the ground beneath my feet. It didn't seem like a fair fight, but with my new weapon, I powered through the Necromancer's minions. After a lot of slicing and dicing, I managed to defeat the horde. Who's next? Just then, the ground opened up beneath me and some creepy ghosts dragged me down into the depths below. On day 3, I woke up inside of a cave where a massive gravedigger was looming over me.
The necromancer will be pleased when I hand you over to him.
Not on my watch! I took my scythe and jumped into battle. He opened up the fight, trying to chop me in two, but while I was able to dodge it outright, he followed it up by spinning his spade around his body, hitting me with a wide area of effect. I fought back with my spiritual slashes, but the gravedigger wasn't about to fight fair. He kneeled down and pulled a ghoul out from the cobbles and tossed him onto the battlefield. The gravedigger's mini minions swarmed me both on the ground and through the air. I was able to extinguish most of them, but the gravedigger was relentless with his attacks. I couldn't keep up. Despite using my new powers, the gravedigger proved to be too powerful of a foe. He hit me with a heavy blow, leaving me with low health. The gravedigger prepared to land the final blow, when out of nowhere a mysterious girl appeared and blasted him with her magical powers.
Leave him alone!
The girl began to duke it out with the massive gravedigger. It was an enchantress versus the undead. The battle was close. Either side could give in at any moment. Unfortunately, the gravedigger had something up his sleeve.
Get the golem, men.
He sent his goons flying at me. I braced myself for the end, but to my surprise, the girl teleported in front of me.
He's too powerful. Run!
Me and the girl took off running as the gravedigger followed. On days 4 and 5, the strange girl and I were being chased by the gravedigger's ghouls through an intricate tunnel system. Who are you? A ghoul popped out in front of us, and the girl blasted it down with her magical abilities.
Means Alice, but let's keep moving. These guys are gonna kill us.
We kept running, but the gravedigger's men continued to follow us through the tunnel maze. Things got worse when his minions came out all around us, cornering us into one spot. We're surrounded!
Fools! I carved these tunnels myself. You cannot escape.
With nowhere to go, we were forced to try and fight our way through his undead horde. The goons all charged in at us. I used my spirit scythe, eliminating a couple of skeletons. Alice jumped in to aid me in battle and used her powerful magic to heal me when I needed it. Whenever she came into contact with the mobs, she used her umbrella as a weapon to plow into them. As the swarm was beginning to to be too much for her, I rushed in to help her as well, slicing down the undead bit by bit. Alice then transformed her umbrella into a massive sight to thin the horde as the battle continued. More and more goons kept coming up from the ground. We fought with all of our might, but it wasn't enough to take down the army. We had to get creative.
Stand back.
Alice used her incredible powers to open a hole in the ground, causing all of the goons to fall into the depths. Things were looking up until one of the goons snuck up from behind and knocked my friend into her own trap. Alice! Without thinking, I jumped into the hole after her. On days 6 through 7, I floated down into the hole to find a mysterious cavern, but Alice was nowhere in sight. Hello? Just then, a massive end beast jumped out from the shadows. One look at the beast and I could tell I was outmatched. Its huge size and powerful jaws could crush me in an instant. I ran for my life as the beast stampeded after me. I couldn't shake it off, and it was gaining on me fast. As I was about to give up, I spotted a strange temple door in the distance. I have to take my chances. I swooped into the structure in hopes of losing the monster. However, the door soon shut behind me, locking me inside. I have a bad feeling about this. The room shook violently and lava began to float down from the ceiling above. I flew up to gain some space, but the boiling magma was creeping its way higher and higher. I need to find a way out of here or get burned alive. On days 8 through 9, the room was slowly filling with lava. I had to find a way out before it was too late. I flew around the perimeter of the room, but the place was sealed shut. I was running out of time. Suddenly, I spotted a button on the ceiling. I pressed it as a last resort, and a secret passageway opened up. Bingo! I fled through it just before the lava was able to scorch me. When I made it to the other side, I heard footsteps approaching. I took cover behind some nearby rocks, narrowly avoiding some of the Gravedigger's goons as they walked by. What are they up to? I quietly followed behind the minions and was led to an area where Alice was trapped in a cage hanging over a pit of acidic lava. Oh no! Alice is in trouble! I couldn't leave her like this, so I quickly flew in and landed a surprise attack on the minions. I charged in and immediately struck at the horde of baby skeletons with my cleaving spirit scythe, knocking them into the air. I slashed and sliced in an aerial combo, knocking them down like bowling pins. Their numbers were great, and their durability was surprising. They were able to grab me and do lots of damage with their tiny skeleton hands. I used the powers of my scythe to push a handful of them into the bubbling acid below, melting them to nothing. My health was low, but I managed to take out all of the horde. Or so I thought.
Max, look out!
I turned around and to my horror spotted one of the goons pulling a lever. The floor vanished beneath Alice's feet and she fell down towards the boiling pit of sludge. No! On days 10 through 11, I unleashed a powerful spell that caused a platform to appear above the acid pit, saving Alice. Whoa, I have more untapped magic than I thought.
You'll pay for that.
More stronger looking goons dropped down and quickly surrounded Alice.
You're messing with the wrong witch.
The goons quickly charged in, overwhelming her. She swung her umbrella in a circle to keep them from getting in close. The golems were tiny but quick, so they were still able to keep their pursuit on her. There were a lot of them, so I decided to jump in and aid her in combat. I used my scythe's power to thin the herd of monsters. But as we did, more would jump into battle. A combination of the necromancer skeleton goons swarmed the area with their numbers increasing by the second. We continued the onslaught, taking out as many as we could. There were too many. We were fighting a losing battle.
Quick, go deeper into the temple cave system. There, you will find the key to ending this fight.
Sounds like a plan. Alice held off the goons while I ran deeper inside. Eventually, I found myself in a massive room that held a mysterious rune. Something about its magical properties drew me in closer. Is this what Alice wanted me to find? Just then, the Gravedigger dropped down in front of me.
You're not getting your hands on that.
He lifted his shovel and ran towards me. On days 12 through 14, I was fighting with the Gravedigger in an attempt to claim the magical rune. I was still no match for his strength. One wrong move brought me down to low health, and I was a single hit away from death. I have to risk it all! In a moment of desperation, I lunged for the rune. My gamble paid off, and I got my hands on the artifact. In an instant, visions of my past flashed before my eyes. I saw a masked man tinkering with different objects, as well as the necromancers stalking him like prey. I snapped back to reality, and my body transformed. I sprouted 2 legs, and my chest became bigger. My green spiritual magic shifted to teal, and I gained 5 more hearts. I was now an adult spirit golem. What were those visions? I didn't have time to think as the Gravedigger continued his onslaught. This time, I was much stronger and ready for this battle. His onslaught began by him grabbing one of his scary-looking minions from the ground and throwing them at me. The Gravedigger thought he already had a plot of land with my name on it. With my new powers, I countered back, summoning my Scythe Demon to attack. The dark spirit I summoned was extremely powerful, launching back my foe and his minions with amazing force. More and more of his goons kept coming, and I eliminated them one by one with my power spirit swipe. My larger golem body was able to match my enemy in size and made it easier to take out the lesser goons. The Gravedigger used his shovel to send shockwaves into the ground, causing some minor damage to my health. Since my hearts were increased by this newfound power, I wasn't phased. Thanks to my new strength, I sent the undead foe off the edge of the platform and to his doom. Was that masked man from my vision my creator? I need to find him. He has to be the key to stopping the necromancer. Suddenly, the room trembled violently and Alice ran inside.
This place is gonna collapse. We have to get out of here.
On days 15 through 17, Alice and I ran through the temple as it collapsed around us. I saw a glimpse of hope when I caught sight of an exit. However, it was robbed from me as rubble fell down into our path. No! The integrity of the cave collapsed beneath our feet, causing us to fall into a massive hole. With my new form, I could no longer fly. I blacked out. I woke up and found myself in a deep dark biome. Are you okay, Alice? Shh! Just then, a winged warden flew up to us. Alice and I held our breaths as the terrifying creature listened to our whereabouts. We can't make a sound. That guy is bad news. We began to stealth our way through the deep dark, trying to narrowly avoid the warden around each twist and turn. I made one wrong move, stepping on a skulk sensor, and the warden looked in my direction. I froze up and waited without moving a muscle. Luckily, it couldn't detect my movements and continued moving. Finally, we spotted a mysterious passage that could serve as an exit. Just a little more. I began to walk towards it, but in my excitement, I foolishly stepped on a skulk shrieker, alerting a winged warden. His screech caused a horde of wardens to emerge from the ground. There was no hiding now. The powerful mob surrounded us. On days 18 through 20, the horde of wardens charged towards us. The wardens all simultaneously reared back and let out a sonic screech. Alice and I split up, and the wardens divided their attention between the two of us. I fought off 3 wardens with my spirit scythe while Alice was completely surrounded by them. The beasts were incredibly powerful, but we couldn't give up yet. With Alice's help, we managed to defeat the cursed mobs. With their death, they dropped an Ender Soul hand. This'll come in handy. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble again, and tons more of other wardens appeared around us. I didn't even hit a shrieker this time!
The necromancer must be controlling the spirits on their chest. Brace yourself!
We prepared ourselves as the horde of wardens attacked for round 2. We tried doing the same as we had before, but one group of wardens was hard enough to defeat. Facing army after army was impossible for us.
We can't win. Hurry into the passage and find a way out of here.
I reluctantly listened to Alice and entered the escape route. On days 21 through 23, I entered a strange area where a mysterious rune was floating on a pedestal. What's that? I walked towards the artifact when the ground began to tremble beneath my feet. To my horror, a massive mutant warden burrowed up from under the surface. I braced myself as the beast of the deep dark lunged at me. I was immediately blinded and felt the earth shake as it charged towards me. It landed a heavy hit, but I hit back using my psychic powers. He assaulted me, bashing me with his massive hands and cutting me with his razor-sharp claws. I backed away to get some breathing room when suddenly it jumped at me, slamming into the ground and releasing a shockwave of rocks and debris. I teleported away, but the monster bounded across the room at incredible speed, catching up to me in an instant. I teleported away again, desperate for a chance to collect myself, when I saw the beast burrow into the ground. I had no idea where it had gone or where it was going, until it suddenly burst out of the earth in front of me, catching me off guard and landing some heavy hits with his giant claws. I gathered my strength and retaliated with a spinning scythe attack, slicing effortlessly through the air and into it. I unleashed my soul siphon attack, stealing health from him with every hit, allowing myself to be healed as I continued to fight the beast. I was stuck, getting launched into the air, but bounced back and let loose the flurry of lightning-fast scythe slashes. The fight was my most difficult yet, but I gathered all of my strength. I couldn't let Alice down. With one final blow, I struck down the mutant warden. With him out of my way, I rushed towards the mysterious rune and claimed it as my own. Suddenly, its magic sent me into a flashback. I saw my creator, the masked man, building a golem inside of a jungle biome.
You'll bring a lot to this world, my creation.
Suddenly, the necromancer stampeded towards him on his phantom stallion.
Your soul is mine.
My creator was chased through the jungle as the necromancer went after him for his soul. He discovered a mysterious ruin and rushed inside to protect himself. Suddenly, I snapped back to reality. I had 5 more hearts and a stairway had opened up in front of me. That was my creator! I have to find that temple and learn more. Just then, Alice ran in, being pursued by wardens.
Run!
We took the new stairs and fled as fast as we could from the deep dark. On days 24 through 26, Alice and I fled to the surface and found ourselves in a jungle biome. Whoa! It's just like my vision. We weren't on the surface for long before the Necromancer's messengers found us once again. They charged in, and Alice and I prepared to fight. Alice began swatting at the enemies with her umbrella, knocking them back. I let loose with my scythe, slicing into the wraiths and skeletons to her side. I used my soul siphon attack to keep myself sustained during the fight, lashing out and stealing the health of any foe foolish enough to approach me. I watched as Alice transformed her umbrella into a scythe, slashing them effortlessly. When enemies strayed too far for her to strike, she released screaming soul blasts that launched themselves at her enemies. How did they find us?
The Necromancer has eyes everywhere. Keep moving. I can take care of these guys.
I took Alice's advice and ran deeper into the jungle. I didn't look back until I realized I was now in the dark side of the forest. The place had a heavy atmosphere, and I couldn't help but feel uneasy. Is someone watching me? Just then, horrific plant monsters emerged from the thick jungle and snapped their mutated jaws at me. On days 27 through 29, I was under attack by the evil plant mutants. I took out my scythe and tried to defend myself. I was assaulted by a valley of thorns as I watched a horde of jungle guardians approaching me. I charged into attack, focusing on the ranged foes first. The thorns hurt, so I needed to act quickly to minimize their threat. I cut one down after the other, dodging between their projectiles, but was beginning to get surrounded. I had to switch targets as the jungle guardians had closed the distance and began to slam me with their iron-hard tree-bark fists. I fought back, but they had completely encircled me, and their blows were relentless. I unleashed the power of my soul siphon attack to keep my health up, but it was starting to feel hopeless. Everywhere I turned, I saw more and more plant enemies coming to attack me. In my adult form, I was able to slash with the enemies like weeds, but no matter how many times I sliced them down, more would grow in their place. I have to stop them at their source. I ran deeper into the jungle as the plants continued to attack me from the trees. They snapped their jaws at me, causing me to take damage as I navigated the trees, but I continued to move through the pain. Finally, I arrived at a clearing where a massive mutant flower had bloomed. Gotcha! I readied myself and began to fight the oversized plant. As I charged at it, a giant tentacle came bursting out of the ground. I was able to dodge, but the mutant plant summoned some vicious bugs to attack me. I was able to eliminate those threats quickly as I moved to attack its side, but more vines reached up from the earth and pinned me right where I stood. It launched a barrage of exploding seeds at me before I was released from its grip, causing some serious damage. I ran, and the plant attempted to grab me again, so I teleported out of the way, dodging the attack and slicing it for extreme damage. More seeds exploded around me as I realized the mutant was releasing a steady stream of poison whenever I got close, making the use of my soul siphon attack a necessity. I felt like I was fighting an entire forest, vines and bugs distracting me from its main body. I weaved between these annoyances and closed ground on the main target, striking the heart of the mutant plant with a flurry of side swipes. The mutant lashed out with more giant vines, slamming them into me with surprising force. The flower was stronger than the smaller plants I had fought, but I had to end this now, otherwise I was gonna get swallowed alive by the jungle. With one final slash, the flower fell to my strength. Unfortunately, upon its death, the ground caved in beneath my feet, sending me falling into the earth below. On days 30 through 32, I landed inside of an old ruin, but something about it felt familiar. I followed some stairs up to see a large temple in the middle of a jungle. This is the same ruin from my flashback. I knew I was getting close to the next clue about my creator, so I started looking around the place. However, in my excitement, I didn't realize that the Necromancer's goons were heading straight towards me. I jumped inside and quickly took cover behind something, and narrowly avoided being seen by the patrolling guard. They're down here too? I have to keep quiet. I stealthed through the halls of the ruins as Necromancer guards patrolled the area. I had to be mindful of my larger size, as it almost gave me away multiple times. Luckily, I managed to slip by my foes until finally laying my eyes on the exit. There it is. While the coast was clear, I made my way towards the exit, but I didn't notice the pressure plate waiting at my feet. I misstepped and hit the plate, causing a clicking noise to ring through the air.
There's the spirit golem! Get him!
The guards barreled towards me and I had to make a run for it. On days 33 through 35, I was being chased through the jungle temple by the Necromancer's undead goons. I ran until making it into a room with a massive hole waiting at its center.
Nowhere to run.
Then bring it on! The guards jumped towards me and I prepared myself for battle. I clashed with the undead monsters in a good old-fashioned slugfest. The Thrasher skeletons approached quickly and brought their hammers slamming down around me as their skeleton friends reached out and battered me with their ghoulish limbs. My trusty soul siphon allowed me to keep up my strength as I continued to fight fight the undead horde. I teleported around the enemies as I tossed blocks at the ghouls, watching them crumble to the ground as the blocks impacted. I was enduring the best I could against the undead, but their numbers seemed unending. It became clear that there were far too many for me to take on alone. I teleported away, trying to think of something that could turn the tables, but luckily, I had an idea. I positioned myself towards the edge of the hole and tried to lure them over. Hey, over here! The guards foolishly ran towards me. I circled around and smashed them backwards with everything I had. The goons went flying over the edge of the bottomless hole. Don't mess with the spirit golem! Suddenly, the ground at the temple trembled and a massive ancient golem emerged from the chasm.
Who disturbs my slumber?
On days 36 through 38, I was face to face with a massive ancient golem. Wait, you're a golem like me!
I don't have to answer to a pathetic weakling like you. You'll pay for waking me.
Did you know my creator? Despite my pleas, the massive golem smashed his fist into me. He didn't want to listen. He wanted to fight. With a terrifying roar, the massive golem summoned a giant block, bringing it down in an attempt to smash me like a bug. I dodged back and rushed in to slash it with my scythe, watching carefully to avoid its mighty blows. I thought I was safe when a giant laser came tearing through the environment, decimating anything it touched. Rock and fire exploded around me. It brought its arms back, springing them forward to create a thunderous clap attack, sending the entire arena shaking. I retaliated with a spinning blade, slashing its limbs as they neared me. It battered the earth furiously, sending the ground shaking all around me. I unleashed my soul siphon, sapping its strength and trying to keep my own topped off. I was determined to find the answers I was seeking. I landed one more hit, causing the ancient golem to fall to my might. Upon his death, he dropped the next rune I was looking for. I picked it up and was sent into another flashback. My creator was running through a snowy biome and quickly slid behind cover to hide from an incoming entity. I soon saw that the necromancer was seeking him out.
Come out, little man. I know you're around here somewhere.
I'm running out of time. I need to hurry.
I returned to reality and my body began to transform into a different shape. The rocks that constructed me grew larger and I gained a powerful jaw. I now had 5 more hearts and the ability to send ghostly balls of energy flying through the air and rippling ectoplasm rolling across the ground. Why was the necromancer hunting my creator? I have to find out. Before I could gain my bearings, lava poured from the ceiling and a lava monster emerged from the lava fall. On days 39 through 41, I was face to face with one of the necromancer's goons, and this one had the ability to manipulate fire. I unleashed my new power, sending soul coils arcing through the floor. The lava monster seemed unfazed and grabbed me, lifting me into the air as he assaulted me with a fiery blast up close and personal. After breaking free, I tried to run. The intense heat emanating from his powerful attacks began superheating the floor and turning it into lava. I dodged as best I could, attempting to get close enough to use my soul siphon, but he was just doing too much damage to me. I was about to get absolutely crushed when Alice came running into my aid.
Looks like you could use some help.
The ruin started to grow hotter as she charged in to fight the goon, swinging her umbrella wildly. The lava monster snatched her up, ready to blast her point blank with fire. She unleashed a burst of bats to catch her breath, before transforming her umbrella into a deadly scythe. She swooped in and out of his range, avoiding the lava monster's attacks while slicing at him viciously. I tried to help, landing scythe attacks when he left himself open, but I was still weak.
We have to run.
I quickly followed Alice to an exit, escaping the goon's range.
Run while you can! I'll stop at nothing to bring you to the necromancer!
Luckily, we lost him in the caves and made it back to the surface, but she was badly injured. Are you okay?
No, this isn't just an ordinary burn. I'll die from it if you can't get me a cure. Go north to the snowy mountains and find the chill crystal before it's too late. And take this. You'll need it.
She handed me a magic scroll, giving me the power to shrink. Thanks, Alice. I won't let you down. With that, I headed north as fast as I could. I needed to get there quickly to try and save Alice. On days 42 through 44, I adventured into northern mountains and found myself in the midst of a blizzard. I had to find that chill crystal to cure Alice before it's too late. I was trekking steadily through the snow, but it was exhausting. I was running low on energy when I spotted some food on the ground. No way! What luck! Don't mind if I do. I grabbed some food and started chowing down, when suddenly a pack of polar bears appeared out of nowhere to attack.
Hands off! That's our meal. Time to die, food thief!
The pack came at me, summoning ice from the ground and freezing me in place. I used my scythe to try and fight them off, but they were super quick. I felt like they were trying to push me off the mountain, so I started unleashing the soul coils across the peak. The polar bears were ferocious in their attack and outnumbered me, but I was still holding my own in the fight. I managed to cut one down as I dodged and weaved between the bears and ice spikes. Their attacks were ruthless, so I began using the soul siphon to top off my strength, cutting another down in the process. Suddenly, out of nowhere, they all ran off.
Yeah, that's right! You better run, you punk!
Slowly, I turned around to see what was making the noise and realized there was a frost moth standing right behind me. There wasn't any way I'd be able to take this guy. I had to get out of there ASAP. On days 45 through 47, I was being chased around the mountains by a horrible frost moth. I was running as fast as my legs could carry me, but that thing was tailing right behind me. I tried to teleport away, but I couldn't escape him. I was growing exhausted when suddenly everything went black. I came to in an icy den. I tried to move, but found myself frozen in a block of ice. I looked around the room trying to figure out how to escape when I spotted the chill crystal and another rune. There's the cure I need for Alice. I need to grab that thing and get out of here before it's too late. No matter how hard I struggled against the ice, I just couldn't get it to budge. I was beginning to think it was hopeless when suddenly the ice started to thaw out and melt around me. What the? Now free from the ice, I turned around and realized the lava monster had found me. No way! You tracked me all the way here?
I told you, you can't deceive me!
The lava monster suddenly lunged at me. On days 48 through 50, I was facing off against the lava monster. I teleported around the small arena, desperate to avoid his attacks. I tried to corner him and unleash my soul siphon, but he was too powerful, and he blew me back. I started shooting more soul coils at him as he filled the room with fire. He grabbed me with his burning fist, lifting me before slamming me back into the icy floor. I retaliated immediately by unleashing a flurry of sliced slices, cutting into him like a warm knife through butter. Our powers seemed even, neither of us able to gain an advantage. We continued to battle when suddenly the frost moth showed up.
Oh, come on! You've got to be kidding me!
The frost moth charged in and launched a powerful blizzard blast from his mouth. I jumped out of the way, slashing with my scythe, but as soon as I landed, fire flew past me. I avoided the flames by moving to the side, only to fall into striking distance of the frost moth. As I moved to dodge the frost moth's fist, the lava monster would attack me with its flames. I was fighting two monsters at once, and there wasn't any way I'd be able to keep this up. If I was gonna win, I needed to figure out a way to even the playing field.
That's it! I've got an idea!
I dodged a fire attack from the lava monster, causing it to hit the frostmoth instead. The frostmoth died instantly and dropped a nice artifact. Nice! That's just what I needed! I ran over and grabbed the artifact. With it, I expanded most of its power and froze the lava monster in place and bought myself a little more time. I quickly ran over and nabbed the chill crystal, but when I reached out to grab the rune, I was suddenly sent into a flashback. I saw a vision of a strange forest, surrounded by dark trees of blue leaves. Amongst the trees was a hut. Much to my surprise, my creator was in there. I saw him building a golem that looked kinda like I did.
You will be a refuge. The necromancer won't be able to hurt us soon.
Suddenly, I came to and snapped back to reality. I had gained 5 more hearts. That place, it must be my home. My creator has to be there. I need to get back to that hut. My thoughts were interrupted as the lava monster began thawing himself out of the ice. He was burning even hotter than before.
Enough of this! You're dying now!
The lava monster blasted me with a powerful flame. He was too strong. I needed to get out of there. On days 51 through 53, I was being pursued by the enraged lava monster. His flames were causing the ice all around the cave to thaw rapidly into streams of water. Wait, that gives me an idea! I managed to make it out of the cave, and quickly used the last remaining power of the Frostmaw artifact to seal the lava monster inside of the cave with a wall of magical ice.
Let me out!
The cave was slowly filling up with water, and the lava monster began to accept his fate.
You may have defeated me, but the necromancer will come for you. This, I swear.
With that situation taken care of, I needed to get to Alice as quickly as possible before she succumbed to her injuries. I returned to her and immediately handed over the chill crystal.
Thank you, Max. I already feel much better.
Anything for you. You're my best friend.
Really? Thanks. I actually need to do something. I'll be right back.
Alice left, and I was confused. Why is she acting so strange? Suddenly, the necromancer appeared right behind me.
Oh, how touching. Too bad your pathetic life is going to end soon.
On days 54 through 56, I found myself face to face with my arch nemesis, the necromancer. What do you want?
I'm merely here to observe the golem that seems to always slip through my fingers. It'll feel good when I finally rip your spirits out of that stone shell of yours. close.
You're not gonna do anything to me! I'm gonna find my creator and stop you!
Your creator? Now what makes you so sure he'll help you?
He's my father! Of course he'll help me! Once I find him, we're gonna stop you once and for all!
Foolish Golem. I enjoy watching you struggle.
With that, the Necromancer attacked me! The steed thundered towards me, and although my final form was substantially large, atop his towering mount, the Necromancer and I were eye to eye. The foe's strikes were relentless, leaving me struggling to retaliate against his lightning-fast assaults. With a swift charge, he closed the distance between us, and cleaved through the air with his massive blade, leaving a searing gash in my stony exterior. Desperation welled within me as I attempted to mend my wounds with my Soul Siphon ability, but the enemy's unrelenting attacks made regaining any health nearly impossible. I switched gears, unleashing the power of my rippling ectoplasm ability in an attempt to gain an edge. Yet once again, my adversary's agility thwarted my efforts. I teleported in an attempt to evade his never-ending onslaught, but the foe's speed proved insurmountable. I was unable to escape his earth-trembling blows. I was low on health and desperate when Alice came rushing in to help me fight.
Hurry! Find the answer you seek!
Alice teleported me away, leaving herself to fight the Necromancer alone. On days 57 through 59, I found myself teleported into the mysterious forest I had seen during the vision. Recognizing the area, I navigated through the trees and found myself in front of the hut. This is it! It's my creator's home! I wonder how Alice knew about this place. I approached the ruined doorway when suddenly an amethyst golem appeared, stopping me from getting any closer.
Halt! Who dares to enter this place? My creator instructed that no creature was allowed to enter.
Your creator? We must have been made by the same person. We're brothers!
Negative. No spirit golem is a brother of mine. You will not enter.
The amethyst golem moved in to attack me. With the swing of his blades, I was sent hurtling backwards through the air. Swiftly, I teleported away from his relentless assault and summoned my rippling ectoplasmic ability. Despite my greater size, the enemy was capable of dealing devastating blows with unmatched precision. Gathering my inner strength, I channeled my Soul Siphon attack, mending my wounds just in time for us to clash once more. Yet still, the force of his dual-wielded cleavers proved to be too overwhelming. Determined to win, I tapped into the full extent of my spiritual powers and was able to turn the tides of the fierce battle in my favor. The amethyst golem was tough, but I was able to keep an advantage over him.
Enough. Initiate defense duplication mode.
Suddenly, he duplicated himself. Oh, come on! That's cheating! The trio closed in swiftly, their blades slashing from all directions, leaving me surrounded and trapped within their barrage of attacks. Using my teleportation, I distanced myself from the enemies and unleashed the power of my rippling ectoplasm once more, managing to damage all three foes at once. While I was able to siphon some of their health, their relentless sword strikes allowed me little respite from the heat of battle. Then, the creatures once again used their area of effect attack, sending waves of purple blades cascading across the battlefield. It was clear I couldn't risk getting close to siphon any more health, so I consumed my rabbit, bolstering my strength to its fullest potential. With newfound power coursing through me and my spirit powers reinvigorated, I managed to take down the enemies one by one. It was a tricky fight, but I finally managed to overpower the amethyst golem after its clones. I'm sorry, I didn't want to destroy you, but I have to know who my father is. With a heavy heart, I entered the hut, eager to find my creator. On days 60 through 62, I arrived inside of my creator's home, only to find nobody waiting there for me. What? Wait, where's my father? Just then, I noticed a rune sitting on the floor and picked it up, sending me into another vision. My creator was standing inside of his house with the empty golem, when suddenly the door was blasted open, revealing the Necromancer.
Enough of this game of tag. Surrender your soul.
The creator finally removed his mask, revealing that he was me! I'll never surrender to you! This golem will protect me! The creator unleashed a spell, causing him to fuse with the empty golem and becoming the spirit golem. I snapped back to reality with 5 more hearts. Wait, I am my own creator? I lost my memories, but the soul of my creator is inside of me. But how am I supposed to defeat the Necromancer? Suddenly, Alice appeared before me once again, but something was wrong.
Now that you know the truth, will you surrender yourself?
What? Alice? No, I can't.
Wrong answer.
She started attacking me relentlessly, and I quickly blacked out. On days 63 through 66, I woke up in the underworld trapped inside of a cage. Standing right in front of me was the Necromancer, and Alice was nowhere to be seen. What's going on?
Alice did a great job wrapping you around her finger. Now you're all mine. After all this time, your soul is finally mine for the taking.
No way! Alice wouldn't hurt me! Where is she?
You really still don't get it, do you? Where you're headed, it won't matter anyway.
Suddenly, the floor disappeared beneath my feet and I plummeted down into the unknown. I landed in a creepy execution chamber, where a massive ghost skeleton was waiting for me. Oh no! You're not getting my soul without a fight! As our battle commenced, the foe unleashed a relentless barrage of bubbling purple lasers that streaked through the air. Desperate to regain the upper hand, I attempted to use my soul siphon ability. But before I could regain much of my health, the ghoul slammed his colossal bony fist down with earth-shaking force, sending shockwaves through my body. I was helpless, being beaten into the floor and struggling to regain my footing. Not wanting to meet my fate at the hands of this soulless fiend, I tapped into my rippling ectoplasmic ability, summoning its power to give me a fighting chance against the towering abomination. I was neck and neck with my executioner until he called out for help.
Gods, come quick!
I tried to finish him off, but he disappeared through the floor. Worse yet, I heard footsteps growing closer. Time to get out of here! On days 67 through 70, I was being chased through the underworld by the Necromancer's guards. I tried to throw them off my tail by teleporting around and shooting quick attacks behind me while running away. But no matter what I did, there was always more waiting for me. I can't believe it! How do they always know where I'm going? As I got ready to teleport once more, I noticed a pair of eyes that were peering at me from a distance, watching my every move. Hey you! That's cheating! Knock it off! I ran at the Watcher, trying to stop them from broadcasting where I was to the enemies. But every time I got close, they just teleported away. It seemed hopeless. I just couldn't catch up to the eyes. And more guards kept pouring in around me. I was running out of time and accomplishing nothing. Dang it! I have to get these eyes off of me before it's too late! Desperate and running out of options, I suddenly had a realization. Let's see if this works. I hope you didn't bring a pair of glasses. I shrank my size down, hoping the eyes wouldn't be able to see me and I could make an escape. On days 71 through 74, I was making my way towards the enemy, hoping to catch them off guard. The pair of eyes were darting around quickly. My plan had worked. It lost track of me. I took advantage of its confusion and managed to get in a sneak attack, killing it. That ought to do it. With the Watcher destroyed, I ran behind some cover and returned to my normal size. A bunch of guards ran past me, unable to find my location. Nice. Now I just need to get back to the overworld and find another way to defeat the Necromancer. I decided to follow behind a guard to see if they could lead me to any clues or ideas. After a bit of time, we arrived at their base. It was crawling with evil goons, so I teleported in stealthily and saw Alice talking to some minions.
So did you manage to apprehend him?
No, we lost track of him.
What do you mean you lost track of him?
He took out our Watcher, and we lost track of him after that.
Fools. When you find him, kill him on sight.
Suddenly, we locked eyes, and I realized the jig was up. Uh-oh!
There he is! Get him!
I took off running, needing to get out of there as quickly as possible. Alice commanded a large beast to come rushing after me. On days 75 through 77, I was being chased through the underworld with the beast hot on my heels. I fired off a few attacks as I ran. It didn't even slow down. Nothing seemed to have any effect on it. I continued to run, trying to figure out some kind of plan when I suddenly found my path blocked by a pit of lava. Oh great. I guess I don't have any other choice other than to take you head on. I unleashed my powers against the formidable beast, but it was unafraid and undeterred, charging forward to deliver a devastating headbutt that tore through my defenses and inflicted massive damage. The creature then attempted to crush me with a snap from its enormous jaw, only to be met with a face full of gravel as I dodged his attack at the last second, briefly halting the monster's onslaught. As it barreled towards me once more, I narrowly evaded its strike, and I realized I couldn't continue evading. I needed to fight back. Unfortunately, all of my attacks proved to be futile and wearing down the indomitable foe. We were pretty even, neither of us able to get the upper hand. It was anyone's game, when suddenly my size shrank and I became super weak. What? No! What happened? It was Alice. She cast magic and shrank me. Alice, why are you doing this?
I'm sorry, Max, but I need to.
I wasn't in any kind of shape to put up a fight now. I ran away into a cave with the beast following right behind me. On days 78 through 80, I was running for my life when I found myself in a mysterious chamber. Inside, I spotted another rune waiting for me inside. Nice! That's my ticket out of this mess. I ran towards the rune desperately, with the beast rushing right behind me. As soon as I grabbed the rune, I was sent into another vision. I found myself watching Alice, who was sobbing over a grave.
Bob, I'm so sorry. I miss you so much. I would do anything to bring you back.
Anything? How about we make a little deal? If you bring me the soul of the spirit golem, I'll bring your mother back from the dead. How does that sound?
If that's what it takes, then fine. You have a deal.
I snapped back to reality, in my original size and with 5 more hearts. The beast eyed me wearily. She made a deal with the necromancer to save her mother's soul? I knew Alice wasn't evil! Feeling stronger than ever, I turned to face the beast and unleashed my new powers that summoned the souls of the dead to help me. These souls held a grudge against the necromancer and his minions. With their help, I quickly defeated the beast. My victory was short-lived, however, as I noticed a note laying on the ground. I ran to pick it up. Once everything is done, kill Alice and bring her soul to me as well. She'll see her mother again in the afterlife. The necromancer. No! He never intended to keep his side of the deal! I need to warn Alice before it's too late! Suddenly, Alice appeared where the rune once was.
Enough. This ends here.
On days 81 through 82, I was face to face with Alice. Alice, stop, please! I have something to tell you!
No, I'm not listening to you. This is over, Max.
As my former friend let out a deafening shriek, she emitted a purple explosion which engulfed the battlefield. I knew I couldn't take her on alone, so I summoned my loyal minions to fight by my side. However, Alice did the same, conjuring her own formidable foes. The foe made quick work of my skeletal dog companion, igniting a fire of determination within me that allowed me to attack with newfound passion. Undeterred, she unleashed a burst of blinding light around her. I called upon my summons once more and led them into close combat. Her seemingly feeble umbrella proved to be deceptively powerful as she followed her melee attack with a beam of shadowy energy. Alice was incredibly strong. My new minions were proving to be the only way I could withstand her onslaught. Finally, I sensed an opportunity to make my move, sending forward ectoplasmic rings that darted across the battlefield, chipping away at her vitality. In response, she drew forth her massive scythe, slicing through me with ruthless precision. Dodging her attacks proved futile as she was now able to vanish and reappear at will, always one step ahead of me. With her relentless pursuit, she chased me in circles around the pillars. In a desperate bid to gain the upper hand, I used my summons to momentarily stun her, giving me the advantage I so desperately needed. I finally had her on the ropes, which gave me one more chance to tell her the truth. Stop this, please! You're being tricked! Look at this! Before she could protest again, I handed her the note I had found. She stopped and read it.
I just can't believe it. He was never going to save my mom. I'm so sorry, Max. I was just desperate to save her.
It's okay. You're still my friend. Our conversation was interrupted suddenly as hunter ghouls swarmed in after us.
Let's do this. Together.
On days 83 to 84, Alice and I were defending ourselves against the hunter ghouls. The enemy's numbers were too great, so Alice and I split up to increase our chances of survival and find a way to outmaneuver them. I fought the creatures at close range, but there were still too many of them, so I switched tactics, sending forward my rippling ectoplasm cascading across the battlefield to take them out en masse. But still, their forces just refused to dwindle. We needed more manpower, so Alice and I summoned our minions to fight by our side. Finally, with our powers combined, the two of us started to pick off the remaining stragglers. With Alice's help, taking down the hunter ghouls was far easier, and we were able to successfully take down the foes together. It's good to have you back, Alice.
It's good to be back, but we should leave before more guards come.
Alice was right. We had to get out of there. She quickly led me to a portal back to the overworld. Well, now I need to find another way to defeat the necromancer.
I think I can help with that.
How so? Alice handed me a map.
There's a place that holds an artifact capable of sealing the necromancer's soul. If you get that, you might stand a chance.
Sounds like I know my next mission. On days 85 to 86, we followed the map to a cursed tomb. According to Alice, the artifact was being held inside. We began to walk towards the entrance, but before we could enter, the necromancer's goons arrived to stop us.
He knows we're here for the artifact. Hurry!
Alice ran towards the goons and began to fight them, buying me more time to move ahead. I entered the tomb and found the artifact. It was sitting there, just ready for the taking. I moved forward to grab it when the necromancer appeared out of thin air.
You vile creature! You've been causing me a lot of trouble.
And I'll keep doing so until you're sealed away for good.
You can't evade me forever. I'm taking that soul of yours one way or another.
I won't go down easy. The necromancer charged towards me, ready for a fight. On days 87 to 88, I dodged and caused the necromancer to run straight past me and directly into the artifact. I watched as it shattered into 3 pieces.
You think you're clever? Have a taste of this.
The necromancer turned back towards the remains of the artifact, which suddenly vanished. No!
Good luck stopping me now. On day 100, your soul will be mine.
As quickly as he had appeared, the necromancer was gone. Alice ran inside, looking around for any sign of the artifact.
Did you get it?
No, the necromancer showed up out of nowhere. He broke the artifact into 3 pieces and then made them disappear.
Then we have to find those pieces fast. Here, this should help.
She handed me a map titled Secret Base.
One of those goons dropped it. There's a good chance a piece of the artifact is there.
Let's move. On days 89 to 90, Alice and I arrived at the secret base to find it crawling with necromancer goons. If I was trying to hide an artifact piece, I would definitely start here.
I'll distract the guards. You go inside the facility.
We went our separate ways. Alice heading towards a group of guards as I teleported up into the large castle. The guards were everywhere, but I didn't have time to stop, killing anyone who got in my way. I teleported around searching frantically as more guards fell to my power. I can't let these goons bog me down. I had to find the piece of the artifact fast. I kept moving through the fortress and finally spotted the artifact piece inside the fortress's central tower. Bingo! I ran to the artifact as fast as I could and grabbed it. As soon as I did, I heard footsteps running towards me. I turned around to see a group of guards charging in to stop me. On days 91 to 92, I was facing up against the guards, with the piece now in my hands.
You're not stopping me!
Suddenly, a lich dropped down and attacked me. A devastating blow from the undead foe's scythe marked the beginning of our hair-raising duel. The blade tore through my stony exterior, slicing my defenses and dealing massive damage. I needed to put some distance between us, but the enemy was capable of phasing through the floor and reappearing beside me. Even when I was able to withdraw myself from the specter, seemingly effortlessly, the ghoul would hurl its weapon towards me, hitting me with marksman-like precision. With my spiritual powers, I was able to disorient the lich enough to narrowly avoid its sight as it whizzed through the air. Closing the gap between us, I unleashed a flurry of close-range blows, but for some reason, I still couldn't manage to kill the adversary. I needed to increase my power, so I summoned my minions to bolster my attacks. I thought that would grant me the advantage I needed to defeat the foe, but it seemed that nothing could overpower it, and I was running out of options. Harnessing all of my strength, I unveiled the full extent of my arsenal onto the enemy, hitting it with everything I had. But still, the lich refused to go down. The fight was much tougher than expected. Our powers were on equal terms, but the lich just wouldn't die, and I began to realize that I wasn't going to be able to win this one. I ran out onto one of the bridges looking for a vantage point, the lich hot on my heels. Once I was outside, I noticed that TNT was being stored inside a nearby tower, which gave me an idea. Incoming! I blasted the TNT and teleported out of there. Before my eyes, the tower exploded, along with the lich inside. Once the lich was taken care of, I reunited with Alice and showed her that I had found the first piece. Alice, look! I got one of the pieces!
Nice work. Those guards gave me some intel on the next piece. Come on.
With that, Alice and I kept moving, heading towards the second piece. On days 93 to 94, I arrived at the next location to find the second piece concealed in a cage, high up at the top of a tower. We've got to get it out of there! But how? I can't teleport through iron bars! I tried to blast it down with my powers, but the tower didn't budge an inch. On closer inspection, I realized that it was made of netherite.
Don't worry. My powers of teleportation are more sophisticated.
With a burst of magic, she teleported herself inside of the cage and grabbed the artifact fragment. Wow, that was great! I was so caught up in the moment, I almost missed something that was rustling in the bushes. What was that? Before I could say another word, an armored beast jumped out of the foliage and attacked. It was an ambush! With a menacing glare, the wolf summoned razor-sharp swords from the sky, raining them down upon me. His own sword proved to be just as powerful, slicing away at my health with each monumental swing. Desperation setting in, I unleashed my ectoplasmic rings from a distance. However, even at a range of the beast's blade, I wasn't safe from his relentless assault, as he slammed his sword into the dirt, sending a devastating beam along the ground. Realizing I needed an advantage, I summoned my minions to aid me, but the wolf still had me on the ropes. Every ability I used, he countered with unwavering aggression. I had no choice but to teleport away, but the wolf remained hot on my trail, determined to finish what he had started. I did the best I could, but the ambush caught me too off guard. I couldn't win. Alice came to the rescue, teleporting out of the cage and to me.
Catch!
She threw the piece towards me. Got it! As soon as I grabbed it, I ran away. On days 95 to 96, I was chased by the armored beast through the forest. It was relentless. To my horror, I broke through the forest edge and found myself cornered at a cliff.
Don't worry, I've got this.
Alice unleashed a massive amount of magic power at the armored beast, causing the creature to vanish. I thought it was gone completely, but then it reappeared over the edge of the cliff and fell to its death. Alice, are you okay?
Yes, think so.
I tossed some food her way so she could heal. Then we both checked out what remained of the beast. Where he died, he dropped a map to the final location. Rest here, Alice. I'm gonna get that last piece. On days 97 to 98, I arrived at the final location. I found myself in a creepy area. And despite what the map said, nothing seemed to be around but swords and sand. It's quiet. Too quiet. Out of thin air, the necromancer appeared before me. Where'd you come from?
Ha! Looks like you're one piece away from finishing your little toy.
Maybe you should have done a better job of protecting them.
Please, you'll never get your hands on this one.
We'll see about that! The necromancer attacked me in a whirl of fury. As our heated battle began, we clashed at close range, and to my surprise, I was managing to hold my own against my greatest enemy. Yet, his powers remained superior to my own, a relentless force I was struggling to match. As my strength began to dwindle, I knew I couldn't best him alone, so I called upon my loyal minions to come to my aid. However, no matter how hard we all fought, the foe continued to swing his blade mercilessly, determined to cut me down once and for all. I attempted to gain an advantage by teleporting around him, but the necromancer's mount outpaced my teleportation ability, predicting my every move. Recognizing the need to limit his mobility, I directed my summon allies to target the adversary's horse. As the steed fell, the necromancer's rage surged, coming at me with renewed fury as he unsheathed an additional blade, swinging at me continuously, now with 2 weapons. To my surprise, it seemed he had grown even more powerful, his attacks somehow infused with a chilling touch of death. Undeterred, I unleashed the full extent of my spirit power arsenal in retaliation, but his icy cold strikes were never ending. As we clashed, I began to realize that he was far too powerful for me without the aid of the artifact. Eventually, I was knocked down to low health.
End of the line.
Leave him alone!
Alice ran to my defense, lunging at the necromancer. On day 99, Alice and the necromancer were battling it out.
You'll pay for lying to me and hurting my friend!
You were foolish enough to take the bait.
Hurry, Max! I'll hold him off.
I knew it was in our best interest to listen to her. While she fought the necromancer, I moved on ahead. After a little bit of searching, I found the last piece waiting for me atop a pedestal. This is it! The moment I grabbed it, the 3 pieces fused together, forming the artifact. I gained 5 more hearts and felt as powerful as I would ever be. Finally! It's mine!
Stop right there, Spirit Golem!
I turned and saw the necromancer was almost upon me. I tried to use the artifact on him. To my surprise, though, it didn't work. What? With a cackle, the necromancer teleported the 2 of us away. On day 100, we reappeared in a mysterious arena. No! Why didn't the artifact work?
You fool! I'm at my full power! You can't seal me in there now!
Is that so? Then I'll just have to beat you down first!
Ha! Can't talk from a wimp like you! Your time is up, and your soul is mine!
Without another second's hesitation, the necromancer attacked me furiously. In an impressive display of agility, the necromancer executed a full 360-degree spin with his deadly spear. Swiftly, I fired back at the adversary from afar, but he managed to close in the distance with uncanny speed. Determined to claim victory, I called upon my faithful dog summon once more, but the enemy was able to effortlessly eliminate it, his willpower unwavering. Gathering my resolve, I channeled the power of the artifact, unleashing everything I had upon the necromancer at close range. We exchanged blows in a melee clash, his sword swinging fiercely while I retaliated with my colossal stony fists. Throughout everything I'd ever faced in my 100 days, this necromancer was the hardest opponent yet. My whole journey had led to this. Even if he was tough, even if I was hurting badly, I would withstand it. There was no way I could let him win now. Through sheer determination, I managed to chip away at the necromancer's health until he was dangerously low. It was my chance to try the artifact again. With the sudden flash, the necromancer was sucked inside the artifact. At last, I had the necromancer sealed away forever. I did it! In a shimmer of light, Alice appeared next to me.
You did it!
It's finally over! The necromancer's evil reign is finished! Reunited again, we celebrated our victory.